Welcome to my channel, guys. If you're looking for an amazing novel, visit my Patreon page. Your support will help turn this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this journey. Reincarnated in Mushoku Tensei, Realistically Overpowered, Fanfic. Chapter 1, Chapter 1. Reincarnation. MC's POV. To my knowledge, a child should not have proper eyesight for quite a while after being born. However, what I was experiencing made me doubt logic and what I knew. In front of my vision, rather clearly, was the face of a beautiful blonde woman around 20 years old. Her face was wet with sweat and her hair disheveled, and she looked down at me with a gentle smile. Beside her stood a man of a similarly young age with light brown hair, giving me a stiff smile. He was a handsome and muscular young man. His physique was amazing. At one point, the man stuck out his tongue and started making silly and goofy expressions toward me, at which I slightly twitched out of awkwardness. Hashtag 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 dash hashtag 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 dot. Hashtag 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 dot. The people around me talked to each other, but to me it only sounded like unintelligible gibberish. I tried to move, but it was fruitless. I felt various sensations coming from my body, but I could not properly control my movements. Where am I? I tried to speak, but only some strange sounds escaped my strangely responsive mouth. Soon enough, the woman lifted me up with her hands and brought me closer as she looked down at me with an endearing smile. The two people around me continued talking. Is this a joke? I really don't feel like I'm dreaming, my heart thought. To not feel like a fool, I consciously tried to do a reality check by willing myself to fly up, to see if I was not dreaming. However, as I continued at it for a few seconds, it failed. In that case, could it mean that I reincarnated? At that moment the man took me over from the woman's hands and then shot me up into the air while saying, Hey, man, what the hell are you doing? So irresponsible? I'm an infant that was just born? Is this Sparta? Zenith and Paul POV. Paul picked his just-born son, then with a smile proceeded to throw him up into the air and down while cheerfully saying, Don't do that. Be careful. He's just a baby. Zenith chided him harshly at this. Paul grinned. Haha. He'll be fine. He's my son. Zenith formed a wry smile and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Their son has just been born. He was not even a toddler. How could her husband be so thoughtless? However, she was overwhelmed with happiness, too much to complain. Paul was just like that, sometimes quite silly. She simply smiled and dropped the topic when she saw that the baby didn't cry and her husband also stopped his reckless behavior. After taking another good look at the baby in Zenith's hands, Paul flirtatiously smiled at her and said, It looks like he took after you. He has both your hair and your beautiful blue eyes. Zenith formed a gentle smile. Raising up the boy in his own hands, Paul continued enthusiastically, How do we name him then? What about Rudeus? Zenith wryly smiled and said, Since the moment I saw him, I thought of the name Seraphim. After all, he has such pretty light blonde hair and bright blue eyes. What do you think, dear? Seraphim? Paul hesitated. After a good while, he finally nodded his head. Well, all right. Paul wanted to name his son Rudeus, for short Rudy, after an old friend of his, Rud, his good friend from the slums who had given him a place to stay after he first left the Nodo's family. In addition, in the beast god language Rudy also means ginger. He heard it from Ghislaine before, because his light brown hair could also be called ginger *. Paul thought that he was quite smart with his naming sense, but as Zenith said, Seraphim was more fitting given the boy's appearance. He felt that he can use the name Rudeus in the future, since Paul certainly would not stop with just one kid. MC's POV. A while later. Short and chubby baby arms, the inability to control my body and hands, and to speak properly. I was a little cold as well, and my body seemed fragile. Also, two strangely giant adults looking down at me with loving smiles while talking in a completely foreign language as I laid down on a seemingly spacious bed. It did not take long for me to come to the conclusion that I had reincarnated. A normal person might not have come to this conclusion so easily, but fortunately or unfortunately my weeb level was high enough that it was instead the first thing I thought of. After all, I thought of this because I wanted it to be correct. And that's because, if I really did reincarnate to another world that might have different rules and physics, something like a fantasy world with magic, then I might be able to strive toward the impossible and fantastical dream of striving to attain immortality and godlike powers. I was not interested in these things because I had some kind of god complex or wanted to live forever, but simply because after the various experiences and realizations that I came to throughout my life, I became exceedingly bored and disappointed with my life on Earth. I felt that living while pursuing these grand and majestic targets in a world filled with dangers would be the most interesting, fun, and meaningful way to live a life. Only something like this could make my life interesting and full of meaning again. Of course, the fact that in a fantasy world there are usually also fantastical beauties, adventures, and the strong are revered was an appreciated bonus. Totally not the main reason though. Putting jokes aside, my heart naturally also longed to experience passionate romances and love with interesting and wonderful women in a fantastical world with dangers all around, even if I would not outwardly admit it. At this moment, I thought of acting more like a newborn baby. Gah, gah, gah. Given that I was a child, I started wiggling my limbs around and let out some sounds. That's what a newborn baby should do, right? I have already kind of dropped the thought that I was reborn in Sparta and that babies that don't look healthy will be thrown off a cliff like Simba, but it still remained at the back of my mind. I still didn't want to be seen as a strange or mentally handicapped child. In turn, it seemed that what I did made me be noticed because the beautiful blonde woman picked me up again with a soft smile and then brought me closer to her chest. I was preoccupied with thinking of the consequences of my situation to properly register the situation around me, but I had to secretly admit that my mother's twin peaks were quite spectacular. The moment the woman brought me closer, my hands followed a strange instinct and started grasping anything in sight. And what was the closest in sight was the woman's chest. Ugh. Involuntarily, my hands grasped the cloth that held up the blonde woman's breasts and started gripping and caressing that area. I felt so weird. It wasn't like me. It isn't like I can't keep my hands to myself. And it isn't like I even wanted to do this. This has already happened when I was picked up earlier. I guess it is just a newborn baby's reflex to grasp things. Yeah, I swear I'm not a pervert. At least, not to this extent. At this moment, the woman seemed not to mind anything and softly said something. After that, she revealed one of her breasts and gently brought my face closer to it. Ugh. I instantly felt a little awkward. Right. I'm supposed to suck now. Being treated as a child by a beautiful and sexy woman, made to drink her baby milk. It was an extremely embarrassing situation. However, I knew at the back of my mind that if I wanted to follow through with my ambitions, I needed to grow up with a strong body. Thinking of it, when I was still growing up during my previous life, I often skipped entire nights of sleep by gaming, sleeping very little and eating whatever. It was only later in life that I switched to having a healthy diet and proper sleeping schedule, but the damage was already done. I didn't grow up as tall and strong as I could have otherwise. In this life, I didn't want to have a below average height and a weak body again. I had to eat as much as possible, and give my growing body all the nutrients it needed. Reincarnated protagonists that refuse to drink milk until they finally get a bottle? Weaklings? Forcefully ignoring my feelings of shame, I slightly gulped and then latched onto the nipple of my mother with my mouth. Before I knew it, my mouth started sucking the protrusion on my assumed mother's bosom as if by instinct. At first, nothing happened as I sucked in vain. But soon after trying hard for a short while, I finally felt a thick liquid enter my mouth. I didn't expect much and simply focused on acquiring nutrients. However, it wasn't bad. Should I say it was a bit salty? Either way, perhaps to my baby taste buds, it was quite good. After seeing that the milk was not strange tasting as I expected, but surprisingly good, I began sucking at it with double vigor while enduring this humiliation. It was all to grow up strong. I had such plans, to eat as much as possible. But before even a minute passed, I suddenly felt full already. Just the idea of eating any more than that made me nauseous. It seemed that a newborn baby's stomach and needs are smaller than I thought. I felt that it was time to stop, so I stopped sucking and pulled back my head. After that I simply started moving my hands around while being held closely by the woman. I didn't even need to force myself to fake doing random baby actions, as I only needed to follow this body's instinct. As the woman noticed that I was finished, she hid her breast, then brought me closer and started hugging me with love while slowly swinging and caressing me. What I felt at that moment was once again embarrassment. I was neither used to this kind of familial love nor to being treated as a baby. Whether from embarrassment or something else as well, my heart felt warm. But regardless of anything, it was impossible for me to resist and I also had my role to play as a baby. As such, I simply stayed in my mother's arms as I let my hands wander aimlessly and squeeze her fingers. In the meantime my mind wandered as well. Paul and Zenith. I thought of these two names. The two I just saw were not drawn 2D anime characters, but real people. Although the features somewhat matched, immediately assuming that these two were characters from an anime show that I watched before would be jumping the gun. I could not understand any of the words that the people around me were saying. It all sounded like gibberish and blended together into an unrecognizable whole. However, among the many foreign words that made no sense to me, I noted the man saying the word Zenith a few times when addressing the blonde women. Then, after witnessing a bespectacled maid wrap a soft towel around me as she placed me in a wooden cradle, I felt quite convinced. Did I reincarnate in the world of Mushoku Tensei? After I came to the realization that I was very likely in a real world of swords and magic, I did not want to waste any more time. Magic. Could I use it? It is often in fantasy that without learning magic, you can't use it, even if you have the talent for it. But there are also those fantasy worlds in which all you need to do is use your mind and the reality would be bent to your will. Otherwise, it is sometimes at least possible to exercise simple magic control and interact with the world's special energy, even if nothing special happens in the outside world. Since it's likely that I'm in the body of Rudeus and have inherited the Laplace factor, that much might not be impossible. I quickly thought of trying out a simple meditation exercise. As I calmed down my mind and focused all of my attention on my breath to enter a tranquil state, I concentrated and focused my entire being on absorbing outside energy into my body. In Mushoku Tensei that energy should probably be mana, but I tried to keep my mind open to not limit myself. I had no idea if any of this would work, but I wanted to try anything. This was simply the first thing I thought of. After all, while being stranded in my cradle I could do nothing else but this, use my mind. As I began mindfully meditating, a minute passed. Then several, but I still didn't experience anything unexpected. Soon enough, my parents and the maid left me. I guess they thought I fell asleep. I continued my meditation practice. I continued guiding my breath through my body while supplementing it by imagining the absorbed world's energy strengthening me, unaware if it should be energy that came with my breath, or energy that I would absorb from the atmosphere through my skin. I exercised my imagination and tried anything. However, time passed and there was no result. To be honest, I was quite tired from the moment I came to this world. Soon enough, I was unable to ignore the rising exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me, and eventually my consciousness drifted off to sleep. Chapter 2. Manipulating Pure Mana, Growing Mana Pool. After waking up, I quickly realized my situation as I noted my strange and unresponsive new body, and felt a warm and rather unpleasant sensation around my butt crack. Right, I reincarnated? And now something sticky and wet was glued to my butt. Oh poop. Having realized that, I felt both uncomfortable and a little disgusted. What now? Should I cry out loud, so someone comes and cleans it up? However, the surroundings were completely dark. At a glance, it was the middle of the night. If I started crying loudly, I would definitely wake up my parents and make them feel annoyed. But of course, crying was something that a normal baby would. It was only natural. After thinking about it for a while, I soon ignored the matter for the time being as I instead excitedly focused on my special meditation practice once again. As I woke up, I had an idea of what I should do. I remember it clearly. Starting to practice with magic while you're still very young is the key to building up extraordinarily large mana capacity in Mushoku Tensei. Coincidentally, I started rereading the Mushoku Tensei web novel, so the early volumes were still rather fresh in my mind. To my knowledge, it seemed that to grow my mana pool all that I needed to do was to simply exhaust my mana as often as possible during youth. Every time my mana recovers back to full, my mana capacity would increase. Anyone can grow their mana pool, as long as they start practicing from a young age. In contrast, there was never an instance in the original show where someone meditated in order to restore their mana or battle aura, or meditated to improve these. If I'm the same as a normal person, then meditating in the manner I did earlier would have no special effects. What Rudeus did to increase his mana reserves was simply daily using up his mana on spells. That was it. No special magic training method or magical theory should be needed to grow a person's mana pool, just the act of regularly exhausting your mana. However, even though I knew this, I still had no idea how to even get started with using up my mana or performing magic. After all, I didn't even have the most basic knowledge on magic and didn't know any spells or incantations. As such, in the end my only option was trying to use my imagination again. First, I simply tried to feel out my body and send out my mana into the outside world. Instead of absorbing energy into my body like earlier, I would try expelling it outwards. I closed my eyes, concentrated my mind, tried to get attuned with my entire body and then focused on expelling my mana out into the atmosphere. Minute by minute passed as I kept practicing and experimenting with focus. First I tried my meditation exercise while focusing on my breath again, focusing on exhalation, before I tried to rely on pure imagination, and then finally imagined energy flowing through imaginary pathways running through my body like wires. Eventually, as I focused on my heart being the vocal point, I felt something. There was a change. I had a faint feeling of something warm traveling along my veins, flowing from my toes, the top of my head and my entire body all the way to my right hand, akin to blood coursing through my blood vessels. Energy gathered in my right hand, at the tip of my index finger. And then my body started letting out something through my fingertip. It wasn't really quite the same, but it was similar to letting out my breath through a new mysterious organ. Yes, I did it. I felt incredibly excited when I felt this mysterious and magical sensation. Keep at it. Maintain it. I kept up my concentration and continued sending out my special energy through my fingertip. However, after just a dozen seconds passed like this, I felt increasingly tired. A moment later, I was so exhausted I fell asleep before I knew it. A month passed by. Following my discovery that I'm able to expel special energy by focusing on it, I continued doing it and exhausting my reserves whenever I was awake. The fact that the energy I manipulated felt warm and flowed along my veins threw me off at first, but then I recalled that Rudeus made a similar comparison. As such, my assumption is that this energy is simply mana. The pathways inside my body should be something like magic circuits, which coincidentally overlap with my blood vessels. Meanwhile, what I was doing was in essence pure mana manipulation. Fortunately, it was possible for me to manipulate pure mana and send it outwards, even though I had no knowledge of magic theory and didn't know any spells. It reminded me of the time when Rudeus practically self-learned disrupt magic, which seemed to work at a similar principle, pure mana manipulation. To my knowledge of this world, the fact that I was incredibly young and prone to learning new things should also play a factor in helping with my affinity for magic. During the first time I did the exercise, I completely ran out of mana after only a dozen seconds. Afterwards, the time I needed to expel all of my mana and the mana's volume slowly increased significantly and exponentially with every time I did it. Fortunately, the volume of mana that I was able to consciously expel per second was also gradually improving during my practice, so my method remained viable. If at first my flow of mana was just like a tiny and feeble stream slowly dropping from a faucet, then after a month of practice it was similar to water gushing out from a water hose. This kind of progress made me feel extremely satisfied and excited. Both my mana reserves and my ability to control mana should be rapidly improving. And most importantly, I began this kind of training just a few hours after I came out of the womb. If I recall the novel correctly, Rudeus only began practicing magic and working on his mana reserves when he was 2 years old. Beginning 2 years earlier would certainly give me an advantage. Not only this, but a newborn baby's constitution should be even more prone to changes and improvements than that of a 2-year-old child. My secret hope was that by starting my practice so early, I would be able to break through my possible limitations and enhance my potential even further like no one ever had before. As a reincarnator, I obviously wished that I was born with an overpowered talent as well, like it usually is in fiction. There was a high possibility that the body that I inherited had a powerful Laplace factor, hence it was chosen as the vessel for my soul in the first place. This is what happened to Rudeus after all. But of course, as someone who read Reverend Insanity and ReZero, I knew to not blindly believe in the notion that I'm destined for greatness either. It's possible that I was able to grasp the pure mana manipulation method so quickly only thanks to the fact that I'm a newly born child with a flexible mind and body. And the younger you are, the easier learning magic is to learn in this world. I had no memories of my death or how I came to this world, so that didn't help either. But because my grade of talent was unknown, it only made me determined to keep training even harder and with more focus to make the most out of what I was given. The first time I exhausted my mana, I fainted, but afterwards I didn't go as far. Then while I was out of mana and awake, I would always spend my time mindfully meditating to train my mind. After all, even without any special effects, meditation might still have a strong positive effect on my developing brain. It was proven to even have benefits on adults, so what to say about a baby that was just born? And especially so in a world of swords and magic? As a baby I could do nothing else but to use my mind anyway. Several times I attempted using my mana to do something substantial in the outside world like forming a gust of wind, creating a blob of water or pushing away a toy with telekinesis. Unfortunately, all my attempts were unsuccessful. I was able to manipulate pure mana and expel it when I put my mind to it, but I couldn't make it affect reality. I tried to make my mana flow through my body in a circuit like chakra or something similar, but it was not possible either. I could only expel it outwards. Knowing my Xiangxia well, I also attempted to compress my mana inside my heart, but it didn't seem to do anything. However, since I was still able to exhaust my MP just through this method, I didn't waste much of my time on trying things that bore no results and that I didn't need yet. My daily routine usually looked something like this: wake up, cry out to be cleaned up and be fed baby milk, expel my mana and then mindfully meditate until I naturally fall asleep. Then I would wake up and repeat the cycle, again and again. As I expelled my mana outwards, it didn't cause any phenomenon in the outside world. There were no shining lights or anything. Pure mana seemed to be colorless, formless, and invisible. Because of this I still remained undiscovered. During this time I also discovered that I can release mana through both of my hands instead of just one. Doing this increased my efficiency by almost half. Unfortunately, it was not a double increase, but it was still an improvement as I utilized both of my arms instead of just one. I didn't need any training to do that, so I think it's a natural ability of any magician. I imagined a magician holding a staff with both hands for that. However, it should not mean that I can cast 2 different spells at the time. It's only about channeling mana through both arms. As I continued experimenting, I also discovered that I'm able to release mana through my feet, mouth, other body parts, and even from my entire body simultaneously. However, using any other body part apart from my hands was significantly less efficient. Even if I try to send mana out through all the pores in my body, it is not as good as focusing on pouring it out through my hands. This led me to believe that the magic circuits in a human body were probably designed in this way, for the magic to be mainly released through one's hands. It's like a one-directional highway leading to a destination, the destination being a person's hands. The rest of the body, like feet, could be used to channel mana through them as well, but it is not the best method, like driving against the traffic. Putting aside my training, during the last month I became slightly more familiar with the world around me. The couple that I saw when I first opened my eyes were obviously my parents, both in their early 20s and both with great looks. My mother's name was Zenith for sure. We had a single maid in the house, wearing maid's clothing. Her name was confirmed to be Lilia, as it's what Zenith called her. My father's name was not confirmed yet, but who else could it be but everyone's favorite, Paul? The place I lived in itself was a room of a wooden medieval-style building. There were no signs of modern technology anywhere. Lilia cleaned with a cloth, whereas the utensils, bowls, and furniture were clearly made from wood. The light was not produced by light bulbs, but came from candles and lamps. My parents' clothes looked like those of a medieval village or from a fantasy world. At the same time, I realized that people did not call me Rudy as I expected. It didn't seem that my name was Rudeus. Instead, my parents were addressing me as Seraph. In addition to this, I once looked into a mirror and saw my appearance: short spare blonde hair, like a baby would have, and blue eyes were my characteristic features. Looks-wise I took more after Zenith than Paul. Initially I assumed that I had taken Rudeus's place, so I was very surprised by this. I seemed to be the first child and only child. In this world, Seraph was born instead of Rudeus. It seemed that this world was a little different. Hopefully, the changes only extended to myself. And hopefully, I was talented in magic just like Rudeus was. And ideally also the sword, unlike Rudeus. But while I dreamed of training to wield a sword and slash dragons in half, my current challenge was being able to control my bladder and bowel movements, which was frankly impossible. While some people might find it comforting that they can just lay in bed, shit themselves and someone would even clean up after them, for me it was a torture. Being a baby sucks. However, thanks to starting as a baby I had a chance to train and greatly improve my condition, unlike those people in fiction who reincarnate as teenagers or adults, so I did not complain. The thing that allowed me to bravely persevere was my desire to grow stronger, as well as the wish to one day meet the wonderful and interesting heroines that I only knew from the story before, I'll be honest. Note, an explanation on what Laplace factor is, stemming from my research of various original sources. At least, this is my interpretation and also logic I use in this story for things to make sense. A person with the so-called Laplace factor is practically someone born with some of the genes of the big evil overlord called demon god Laplace, who was known as an incredibly powerful magic user. In the case of Rudeus in the original novel, his Laplace factor manifests in the form of his great talent for magic and unmatched mana capacity potential. His Laplace factor is also said by the author to be the reason why Rudeus cannot use battle aura, because Laplace was also unable to use it. Because the Laplace factor practically functions as genes, there are different kinds of factors and they have different intensity. Depending on which ones a person manifests, it could grant great mana capacity, what Rudeus has, and what Sylphie also has in a weaker version, powerful physical body, what Rudeus's son gets, green hair, what Sylphie and her son has, no talent for battle aura, what Rudeus has, it seems, and Laplace's demon eyes, probably. These are randomly manifested. There is no such thing as mana capacity talent Laplace factor trading battle aura for more mana. Sounds silly, doesn't it? Or the mana capacity Laplace factor being confirmed to make someone unable to use battle aura, but it is possible to simply inherit a Laplace factor that's detrimental and makes you unable to use battle aura, aka Laplace's gene for being unable to use battle aura. 95% of the population can't use battle aura very effectively anyway BTW. A talent for magic and no battle aura is simply a genetic hand that Rudeus was dealt in the original, as we can view it, probably so he wouldn't become too OP as a main character and struggle as a pure magician. The protagonist in my fanfiction inherited the magic talent / mana pool Laplace factor as the only factor, so he is not stopped from being able to progress as a swordsman as well. By relation, it also allows him to use silent healing magic which Rudeus could not do. I believe it's better to be transparent here, even if it is a spoiler. Seraph did not receive any wishes or cheats. What he has over Rudeus is not receiving a nerf to his battle aura. Chapter 3. Slowly growing up. Around 6 months have passed since my reincarnation. Throughout these months, I continued exhausting my mana every day, then I'd mindfully meditate for the remainder of the time I was awake, and I was serious about it. After another 5 months, equal to a whole 150 days, my mana capacity seems to have grown hundreds of times compared to what it was before. If my mana capacity was around the size of a bathtub 5 months ago, then now it was probably the size of an Olympic pool. In the very beginning my total mana seemed to double each day I exhausted my MP. While I don't think this rate of relative improvement was maintained for long, I was still progressing at a very fast pace. As my total mana amount became larger, my growth with each day that passed also increased. At that same time, my mana output naturally improved as well, and by now I was able to send out a river of mana through my hands, akin to a real small river. Because both my mana pool and mana output increased simultaneously, I was still able to use the simple method of pure mana manipulation to exhaust my mana without problems, even though my time required for it was increasing as my mana pool grew. Either way, my method of training remained viable for the time being, and hopefully will be until I begin learning real magic. 5 months ago I have also included into my schedule a slightly special mana output practice. It didn't take me too long to release all of my mana through my hands, and then I had a lot of free time each day. Given that I had a lot of free time, I began to spend a portion of it by releasing a part of my mana through my mouth instead of my arms. It was not the most efficient method, but it did not matter, since I had the time. My hope was that by training these magic pathways I might be able to develop them to the point that one day they can be used for casting real magic, just like through a regular person's hands. I could release my mana through my entire body as well, but I felt that this method was way too disorderly, chaotic, and significantly too inefficient to eventually make it viable for casting spells. I had a strong feeling that I had to choose a single body part to focus on developing, and I eventually picked the throat. The mana flow to all body parts apart from my hands was equally terrible and didn't seem to be improving. If I at least picked the throat, it might allow me to be a bit better at using howling magic. At least, I knew that it was something that's possible from reading the novel, unlike casting magic directly from the feet. If I became too greedy and tried to accomplish something that was too ridiculous, I might just be wasting my time on an impossible task and accomplish nothing in the end. All this time I also continued my mindful meditation practice when I was out of mana. In conclusion, each day I would still mindfully meditate for a few hours while focusing on my breath, a peaceful state of mind and the condition of my body, as well as exhaust my mana at full power through my hands. But a portion of my mana I would always also release through my throat, attempting to strengthen the mana pathways in that area. In the meantime, while listening to Paul and Zenith's conversations during the last half year, I started to understand the new language a little bit. To be honest, it was very difficult for me to grasp this new language just by listening to the limited conversations around me while having no basic knowledge of the grammar or vocabulary. It was also unlike the languages I knew. Rudeus seemed to have learned it fairly easily in the novel, but I believe he compared it to Japanese at one point. And if it really is based on Japanese, then I'm out of luck, because I simply don't know Japanese. And so, it seems that learning this world's language will be a drag. By now, I am only able to understand some simple words as I try to grasp the basic grammar. Apart from this, over the last 6 months my body grew up a little and by now I had enough control to be able to crawl. I would crawl all around the house with a smile and explore it when I'm let out of the cradle, acting like a curious and cute child. I was able to send out my mana even while moving, so crawling didn't impede my training. Instead, I viewed it as a chance to improve my mana control as I practiced how to expel mana as quickly as possible while moving my body and being conscious of my surroundings. Zenith, Lilia, and Paul all seem happy and excited with me being so active. I knew that I was really doted on and loved. He will run off somewhere once I move my eyes from him. Isn't it good that he's active? I was worried that he didn't cry at all when he was born. And that's why you tossed him into the air. Haha, don't remind me of that. I told you, he's my son too, so he'd be fine. But even now, he rarely cries. He almost only does it when his diaper is full. Yes, but I would prefer if he also didn't cry at night though, haha. I wasn't entirely sure what it was about, but Zenith and Paul had a discussion when they saw me crawling everywhere. In truth, I was aware that in the original Rudeus got away with being even more suspicious, but since I already only cried when I had a full diaper, I decided to also cry at night to appear more like a normal baby. Otherwise it would just be too strange for my taste and safety. In addition, I developed a rather nasty rash after delaying to report things the first time around, so that's another reason. A child's skin is quite sensitive, I suppose. Fortunately, Zenith seemed to have healed it with healing magic soon after at that time. Afterwards, I would always cry out more often and not worry about it. At this moment, I wanted to try something new. It was walking. Apart from growing my mana pool, these days I also wanted to start training my body from a young age. I remember that it was said in the novel that swordsmen awaken their battle aura instinctively through the training of their bodies. Perhaps training as a toddler would normally be silly, but it was the world of swords and magic, so I couldn't completely trust the usual logic. There was still a chance that beginning to train my entire body as early as possible might be beneficial. At the very least, I knew that it would not be detrimental to be simply active as long as I did things safely and in moderation. It would help my growth. In general, I tried to eat a lot to grow well, so doing some activity to burn the excess calories might also be good, so I don't grow too fat as a kid. Right now, I grabbed the leg of a table, which in my tiny hand appeared more like a giant wooden pillar, and slowly pulled myself up while also using my strength to straighten up my legs. Soon enough, I shakily stood on my 2 legs. It was very shaky and I had to support myself by holding onto the table's leg, but I was able to stand. Oh, look, Seraph can already stand up. I heard my mother's excited voice. As I held onto the table's leg, a focused and serious expression appeared on my baby face. This is it. Even if I fall flat on my face, I'll do my best. It was said in the legends that the A-grade genius Guyu Fengyuan started walking at 4 months old. It was about time for me to get serious as well. My legs were shaking and I felt slightly afraid because of this, but I still let go of the table. And then I took my first few shaky steps. 1, 2, 3. Go, go. You can do it. Paul cheered. 4, 5. Pam. And then I fell as I was unable to keep my balance on my undeveloped legs. Before falling, I put my hands before my chest and protected it as I fell forward, rising my heavy head up to avoid it hitting the floor. Ouch. It still hurt a little. But of course, I did not cry. I was not mentally at an age where I would cry due to the smallest reasons. Seraph? Are you okay? My mother spoke up and rushed over to me. She then picked me up by my hips, but I saw that her expression was more happy than worried. After all, it wasn't like I suffered any serious injuries. I reflected a gentle smile as I looked back at her. She then lifted up my hands by the wrists and said, "Your hands are bruised, let me heal them. Divine power is rich and nourishing. It offers the strength to rise again to those who have lost their strength." Healing. As her hand emitted a dim light, I felt faint foreign energy enter my body. Pretty. I called out while watching the shiny lights. The external mana flowed through me a little forcefully, and in an instant the pain on my hands disappeared. Whoa, see, it's okay now. After all, your mom was a renowned adventurer, my mother said in a boastful manner while smiling. I smiled. Yes, I wasn't wrong after all. It was the world of swords and magic, and I couldn't wait to begin learning real magic myself. Around 1 year has passed in total. There is no calendar anywhere in the house, but at one point I heard my parents talking about how I'm 1 year old, so there's that. At least, that's what I think they were talking about. Around that time I also discovered that my full name is Seraphim Greyrat. Seraph was simply a shortened version of my name that my parents often used to call me. Of course, over the last 6 months I continued meditating and exhausting my mana every day without fail both through my hands and also throat. If my mana capacity used to be the size of a pool half a year ago, was it the size of a large lake by now? It was hard to say, but my mana pool had surely once again grown by a lot. Even if these days my mana capacity would only increase by a few % of the total size each day, given the large size of my total mana pool, I was still making great gains every day and over time. The time required for me to release all of my mana increased to around 3 hours of continuous release each day, so I was still far from reaching a bottleneck in my training. And this made me ponder. I have been exercising my mana reserves for a full year already, but I didn't reach a bottleneck even though I haven't yet even begun learning real magic. In contrast, in the novel Rudeus seemed to have reached a bottleneck after training for 1 year in the beginning and was unable to exhaust his mana even when casting beginner-level spells for a full day. At that point he needed to move on to intermediate rank spells and accidentally blew up a hole in the rooftop. As for me, no matter what, I have been exhausting my mana fully every day, so it isn't like I could train harder. Because of this I felt that my method was simply more time efficient than casting low-rank spells, so I haven't run into a bottleneck yet. I simply had no way to know the truth. Nonetheless, I decided that it was about time for me to begin showing interest in magic and books. Once I learn how to read, or once I'm directly taught magic, I can figure out my situation. For this, I formulated a small plan. One day I bruised my knee and then came up to Zenith to get it treated. I showed an amazed expression when seeing the lights heal my wound, just like before. After that, I would often come to her. It would point at my knee enthusiastically with a meaningful expression, and it didn't take long for her to realize that I wanted to see the pretty lights again. As this happened a few times and as I showed my interest in magic, Zenith began to show me various other small spells apart from just healing magic. Wind magic, water magic, fire magic and others. These were probably all the lowest level spells, but she could still do them. However, perhaps she didn't remember all of the incantations, because she sometimes read them out of a book. And the one time she took out a book is what I used as my chance. While pointing at the book in her hand, I said, "Mom, teach me." At this, Zenith looked at me with a smile and asked, "Oh, you want to learn magic?" I enthusiastically nodded my head. Zenith softly said, "I'm sorry, Angel, but you're too young to learn magic just yet." Seeing Zenith give me an apologetic face, I widened my eyes and showed her the cutest sad expression I could. "Pretty please. Don't do this face. Mama just won't handle it." Twinkle, twinkle. I blinked my eyes as I looked up at her while acting like Puss in Boots, imagining them shining. Okay, but first you have to learn how to read. How about that? This should take you a few years." After seeing Zenith's defeated expression, I knew that the operation was a success. Like this, from that moment onwards, I began learning this world's alphabet with Zenith, whereas Paul would often read me a fairy tale before bedtime while pointing at various words in the book. Lilia would also often actively help me to learn various new words by pointing at different items around the house and the garden. The entire family worked together to help me learn the language and they seemed to be very happy with my enthusiasm toward learning. I remember that Rudeus had to decipher the magic guidebook after he learned how to read in secret by himself, so I certainly had an advantage when it came to my learning resources. A few years to learn how to read? Challenge accepted. Chapter 4, Casting my first spell. 2 years passed in total. My comprehensive practice naturally continued. Another full year of training. Seraph is reading again. The young master is very fond of books. Let's not disturb him. I heard Zenith and Lilia whispers as they were probably spying on me behind the door of the study room again. I let out a silent sigh and returned to what I was doing with a small smile. I waved my legs slightly as I laid down on the ground on my stomach. A book was displayed open in front of me. There were 5 books at home in total. Traveling Around the World, Phyto's Monsters, Ecology and Weaknesses, Perosius's Legend, 3 Swordsmen and the Labyrinth and finally Guide to Magic. Apparently, books were expensive in this world. Although there was paper, there was no method for printing, so all books are written by hand like in the Middle Ages. What I was reading right now was the Guide to Magic. Zenith had read it to me many times in the past while explaining particular words. She had skipped the incantations, but I was not a stranger to this book. I guess, the fact that this book contained spell formulas that I could use to accidentally kill myself did not concern my parents. It was good to have such happy-go-lucky parents. They probably thought that I would not manage to cast any magic anyway. At this time, I was revising the information I learned from the book after rereading it on my own. Firstly, magic is classified into 3 main categories. They are attack magic, healing magic, and summoning magic. Magic can be used in a variety of ways, but according to the book, it was originally developed as an instrument of war. Similarly, the main use of the spells included in the guidebook is to defeat enemies or to slay monsters. Next, there are 7 difficulty ranks to magic: elementary, intermediate, advanced, saint, king, emperor and finally god. It was said that an ordinary educated magician can improve his single specialized magic up to the advanced rank, while the typical uneducated one is able to cast elementary to intermediate ranked spells. The guidebook itself included spells for fire, water, earth, and wind magic. The ranks of spells ranged from elementary rank all the way to advanced, so it is certainly quite comprehensive. If I could reach advanced rank in these 4 magic styles without a tutor just thanks to this book, wouldn't I be amazing? I am not entirely sure yet if it is possible with just the information from the book though. Using magic consumes mana. This world's language seemed to be using the words magic power to describe mana, but inside my mind I secretly still called it mana. There are two ways of using mana, to use mana within the body or to draw out mana from something that contains mana, the example given being a magic crystal. At first glance, the first one was about using one's own reserves to cast magic, while the second one used an external mana source as a substitute, like a magical battery. Due to the development of magic, those with lower amounts of mana are unable to use higher-tiered magic. Thus, the use of magic crystals or magic tools that acted as batteries became more common. There are two ways to activate magic. The first one is through an incantation, and the second is through the use of magic circles. Incantations involve voicing out a magic spell's chant through one's mouth, while the use of magic circles required to draw a magic circle at a predetermined location or on a magical tool beforehand. Magic circles were popular a very long time ago, but in the current times incantations are the mainstream way of casting magic. In the distant past, the simplest incantation required about 1 to 2 minutes. It wasn't exceedingly long, but this method made magic very difficult to use in combat. In contrast, once a magic circle is drawn, it can be used repeatedly. The guidebook includes methods for using magic circles as well, but starting with incantations was my goal. I have a feeling that the magic circles included in the guidebook will be quite useless if I can manage voiceless incantations instead. In the end, I will probably only learn useful high-level magic circles in a magic school, like in the Renoa Magic University. Interestingly, the book that I was reading was published by the Renoa Magic University. It was surprising that it even included advanced rank spells. Was it because the publishers thought that an average person would not be able to master them without attending their university anyway, and someone talented could get access to these spells second-hand regardless? I think that should be the case. Going back to the topic of incantations, there existed a certain magician who successfully reduced the incantation time. Thus, incantations became the norm. These days the simplest incantations take about 5 seconds, so basic magic attacks could be used with an incantation. Another point in the book, a person's mana is set when they are born. I already knew that this point is false. If a person trained during early childhood, it was possible to grow one's mana reserves. Personally, I have grown my mana reserves tremendously during the last 2 years. I had no way to properly judge my mana capacity, but I felt that it should be well above that of an average adult magician. Hopefully, I'm still far from reaching my maximum potential. At the very least, I still seem to be improving. Last point, cutting the chant short or using silent incantations is only something that expert magicians can do. Chantless magic isn't something that's expected from a newbie. Hopefully, I will be able to bust that myth today. Alright, let's try it. I flipped the pages several times to the beginning. The book contained the following elementary rank water spells. Water ball, a water bullet that can be shot out. Water shield, water that rises from the ground to form a wall. Water arrow, a 20 centimeters dart that's fired. Ice smash, creates a column of ice to smite or freeze an enemy. Ice blade, forms a sword of ice. I got up from the ground, getting to my knees and looked at the guidebook next to me while kneeling. Throughout the year my reading ability and vocabulary improved considerably. I wasn't yet able to understand the meaning of all of the words included in the incantations, but I knew the alphabet and could read, so I could at least read out the chant. I stretched out my hand, focused on the text, and started to carefully read the incantation. Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water ball. As my words finished, I felt the sudden sensation of a small amount of mana flowing through my body and gathering in my right hand. Then a sphere of water materialized and formed to begin floating in front of my palm, the size of a handball. I did it. It was my first time casting magic, so it was impossible for me to not be excited. I was mentally better prepared than Rudeus in the original, so I didn't immediately lose control of the spells. As I maintained the water ball, I then willed to gradually reduce the size of the water ball, aiming to get rid of it this way. However, as I exercised my imagination and will, nothing happened. After a short moment, I suddenly lost control of the spell and the fist-sized water sphere dropped down to the ground with a splat, some of the water splashing onto my feet. I guess this kind of thing can't be done with a spell that came from an incantation. To manipulate a spell so freely, silent casting should be a must. Let's go again. I walked to the side and dragged out a wooden bucket that I prepared beforehand from a corner, then stretched out my hand over it. I slowly closed my eyes and focused on relieving the feeling from earlier. Water ball, water ball, water ball. Water droplets gather. As I tried to replicate the feeling from earlier, I could feel a faint warm current flow through my body, then small amounts of mana suddenly started gathering and being released through my palm. At the same time, I heard some quiet burbling sounds. I opened my eyes and saw a water ball that formed in the air, this time without me even uttering a single word. Great! I can do silent spellcasting? And it was not even that hard. Let's try the earlier experiment again. Become smaller, smaller. At my command, the water sphere gradually shrunk to the size of a chicken's egg. I could do that much. It was not very difficult. However, as I reached the size of an egg, I suddenly lost control of my spell and the small sphere of water dropped down to the bucket. Well, alright. I guess this was the limit of my control. Feeling excited, I quickly formed another water ball. Doing it for the second time, it felt even more natural. I directly dropped the ball into the bucket, then tried again. And I succeeded in forming another water ball. Without a fuss, without a chant and without my eyes being closed. It was not difficult at all. A natural feeling. I made it bigger, then smaller, then eventually dropped it into the bucket. With each attempt it was becoming easier and more natural. Good. I felt extremely happy and excited. Being able to do something magical like this simply with a thought was an indescribable feeling. Just this ability to cast Chantal's magic was enough for me to dominate a small part of this world. Soon enough, I'll try to test my current mana capacity. For a while I continued experimenting with a few different water, ice, and wind spells that didn't have a chance of causing some kind of accident inside the house. In front of me laid a wooden bucket, this time frozen solid with icicles shooting out of it, as well as an ice sword. It was the result of my magic practice. After I performed a new spell using an incantation just once, I could then cast it without a chant by replicating the feeling. However, I haven't yet tried shooting out a spell. After casting, my spells would automatically hover in the air. Well, let's see. I was still way too small to reach the window, but fortunately the chair was already there. I slowly climbed up the chair, then looked through the window. No witnesses in sight. I then stretched out my hand toward the outside. It should be something like this. I exercised my imagination and moments later formed a blob of water in front of my hand just like before. A few moments later, the water ball shot out. After receiving the initial velocity, the water sphere's shape became slightly flattened and then it flew out in a small arc, landing on a patch of grass in the garden. A success. After that I formed another water ball and sent it out again, this time ramping up the speed a notch higher. My aim was the stone fence in the distance. As a result, my water ball flew over the fence, missing it. I lightly smiled back. This required practice, but it was not bad. Not bad at all. I managed to send a water ball flying without any problems. I remember that it took Rudeus quite some time to figure out the method to do it. Something like 2 weeks or 2 months. I didn't feel overly proud thanks to it, since I mostly relied on Rudeus's experiences and what I remembered from the novel. Once I kept all that I remembered in mind and focused, it wasn't hard to pull it off. There are certain steps to the use of incantations. Creation, setting of size, setting of firing speed, activation. Within this, the magic spell is done once the user determines the size and speed, which means after voicing out the chant. 1. The spell automatically takes shape. 2. After this, within a fixed time frame, increase the mana input to adjust the size. 3. After the size adjustment, during a fixed time frame with extra mana input, was the adjustment of the speed setting. 4. Once the preparation period's over, the magic spell leaves the caster's hand, and automatically flies towards its target. This is the sequence of the entire thing. The trick is that after chanting, you need to add more mana twice. If there's no second adjustment to the firing speed, once the spell is released, it will not go flying. And to add on, when doing casting without an incantation, you have to process all of these by yourself. Still, the benefits of casting magic silently are enormous. Firstly, it allows you to skip the long and bothersome incantation, making the cast time several times faster than with an incantation. Secondly, it gives you an unlimited amount of time to adjust the size and speed of your spell. In other words, when cast silently, a lower ranked spell can be overloaded by pouring more mana into it, and over a period of long enough time it can reach the power of a much higher ranked spell. In comparison, when casting magic using an incantation, you only have about 1 second to set the size and speed of the spell, practically making each magic spell have a predetermined power level. Also, modifications can be done during the creation phase of silent casting, allowing the caster to change the spell's shape, structure, and characteristics, for example, adjusting the shape of an earth wall or an ice sword. In conclusion, incantations are like cookie-cutter spells that you cannot modify, with mostly predetermined strength, while silent spellcasting gives the magician far more freedom. Then I tried casting a spell using my mouth instead of my hands, and, as I tried, nothing happened. I didn't even know how to properly go about it. I let out a sigh of disappointment. Something that I kind of expected before happened. Silent casting is about replicating the mana flow that I experienced while casting a spell with an incantation. But that mana flow pattern leads toward my hands. Because of this it's simply impossible for me to replicate the same mana flow by using my mouth, since then the pattern would change. I continued making attempts for a good while, but I simply had no idea how to go about modifying the mana flow to make it work. It was simply impossible. I frowned. My worry became real. At that moment I felt that casting spells from the incantation school through my mouth as a surprise attack or in an emergency is simply a bust. Silent spellcasting was all about replicating the flow of mana, and the smallest modifications to attempt adapting it to another body part I tried made it simply not work. The difficulty of modifying a spell was so high, it seemed impossible. It's possible I would need to develop a completely new incantations or spell for it to finally work. It seemed like all of my training by expelling mana through my mouth was mostly a waste of time. A failure. I let out a sigh. I wasted a considerable amount of time and effort into releasing mana through my mouth, wasted effort that I could have spent elsewhere. If I spent that time mindfully meditating, it would have been more productive. I felt regret creeping into my heart, but after a while I shook my head. My training was already extremely efficient and effective. So what if I run into a little blunder? So what if I wasted some of my time? Who would not experience failure? Verdant Sun died regretfully. Start over again and proclaim oneself as king. I recited the words of my god, then swallowed the feelings of regret and moved past it. I didn't completely give up on mouth magic just yet. I exercised the mana pathways leading toward my mouth for almost 2 years now, but it should not have been a complete waste of time. It might still help me to be better at voice magic, the so-called howling magic of the beast race. My talent at manipulating pure mana should be rather unique among the people of this world. Perhaps there was still potential in me imitating the howling magic and developing a related move. Something like dragon shouts? Fusaro da. My heart thought. Chapter 5. Practicing real magic. Thinking of all this, I let out a breath and pushed open the door of the study room. After walking through the corridor, I soon ran into the kitchen while wearing an excited smile. Inside the kitchen, Lilia was preparing dinner and Zenith was helping her. Zenith seemed to enjoy cooking and trying out various recipes with Lilia. She really was into the housewife's ordinary lifestyle. Oh, Seraph. What are you doing here? Are you hungry? Zenith greeted me with a beautiful loving smile. Lilia also turned to look at me. Her expression remained reserved, but I could see her eyes smiling. I shook my head at Zenith's question. After that I stretched out my hand and called out, Mom, look what I can do. I formed a sphere of water in front of my palm. Zenith was frozen for a moment as she stared at me, and then shouted out, voiceless magic. She was so loud that I was genuinely startled. I dropped the water bullet to the ground. Splat. Very quickly, her expression changed into a very intense smile and she slowly asked me, Seraph, how did you learn to do that? Zenith's expression was quite intense, but I know that was not due to anger. I muttered, I learned it from the book. The book on magic? Zenith asked while staring at me intensely. I'm sorry, I muttered quietly while casting my gaze downwards. Yeah. Zenith let out a high-pitched scream, then kneeled down and started hugging me tightly. I knew my Seraph was a genius. Lilia, what happened? I heard a shout. Paul bursted into the kitchen at that moment. Zenith let go of me and said, our boy is a magical genius. Seraph just cast his first magic. Without a chant. What? First magic? Without a chant. Zenith ignored Paul's surprise, kept raising my hands up and down and continued speaking. Let's hire a magic tutor right away. This child will become a remarkable magician in the future. Paul was still confused, while Zenith was completely delighted. Paul spoke up, a magic tutor? But he's only 2. No, wait. You said he can do voiceless magic. Seraph, show Dad what you can do, Zenith said as he looked at me with expectations. After a moment's lag, I faintly nodded my head at her. I momentarily looked up at Paul with a bit of childish fear, and then stretched out my hand. I let out a humming sound as I showed an expression of concentration. I slowly formed a water ball in front of my palm just like before. Yeah? Did you see that, dear? Seraph is a magical genius. Zenith ran up to Paul, grasped his hands and started jumping in exhilaration. Yay, dear, go out to ROA tomorrow and put up a job request. This talent must be properly trained. I understand. But what about our promise? Paul replied in a somewhat neutral tone. Promise? Zenith asked. Ah, that promise. But he's so talented in magic. It would be a waste if he didn't choose to be a magician. I know that, but a promise is a promise. Zenith rebuked. Don't you always break your promises? My matters have nothing to do with this. And so, a couple's quarrel began. As the quarrel persisted for a while, I quietly spoke up during a momentary silence. Can I do both? The 2 parents looked down at me. Please don't fight. I can do both. No, I softly said while blinking my eyes. Train both in magic and swordsmanship. Paul asked. I gently nodded my head with an uncertain expression, as if I was not entirely sure if I was in the right. We just can't win with you, my angel. Zenith ran up to me and started squeezing me in her arms. Relax, woman. You'll kill me? Zenith wanted to hire a magic tutor right away. Paul did not object to the idea after seeing what I could do and after I also offered to train with the sword. But I personally shot it down and said that just learning from the book was enough for now. In the original, Roxy was hired only when Rudeus was 3 years old. If my parents tried to look for a magic tutor right now, then there is a chance that it would not be Roxy. Apart from other things, Roxy was said to be a good teacher in the novel. If the theoretical side of magic was concerned, I think it was true. It would be extremely difficult to find a better tutor that would come to this rural village to teach a kid of a low-ranked knight. For the time being, I felt that experimenting by myself just with the magic guidebook would be just right. Another mediocre inflexible tutor might only waste my time and fill my head with flawed ideas and misconceptions about magic. Through this year I can learn the spells in the book by myself and develop my own understanding of magic without being influenced by someone else. In the future, I can supplement it with Roxy's lessons to fill in any holes. It seemed like a good enough plan. Luckily, my parents didn't object to the idea of delaying to recruit a tutor. It was very likely because I was still way too young and also didn't yet master reading. My swordsmanship training was also delayed to when I'm 3 years old and my body developed a bit more. Unfortunately, I was forbidden from using magic unless someone was watching over me. Zenith and Paul should be worried that I might hurt myself or someone else. And it was not strange since a misfired spell could potentially blow myself up or cause fire. After all, once again, I was only 2 years old. However, the advantage was that I could try all kinds of spells in the courtyard without hiding and holding back. This was my main reason for revealing my talent. I did not need to hide myself inside the house, be limited to small and safe spells, and could freely experiment without worries. After the matter was settled, I immediately grabbed the magic book and walked outside to practice. Zenith stood behind my back with a bright smile as I was sitting in front of the magic guidebook. And then I started casting all kinds of spells. A gust of wind, a whirlwind, a fireball, a water wall, an ice pillar. I continued at it without stopping and Zenith excitedly cheered me on, from time to time correcting my pronunciation. Hey, Seraph. Over here. I heard Paul's shout as he waved toward me. I turned my head to look over. Around this time, Paul also started his training in the courtyard, practicing swordsmanship shirtless, his well-trained body brimming with muscles. Seeing me look at him, Paul grinned. Magic is good, but firstly a man needs to be strong. Letting out a ha shout, he then swung out his sword at unperceivable speed and slashed at a huge boulder, causing it to break apart in a straight line almost as if cut by a blade. I then saw Paul slightly smiling with a proud look as he placed his sword over his muscular shoulders and looked at me. He asked, "What do you think, son, of the beauty of the sword?" I smiled. Did he bring that heavy boulder into the courtyard just to show off his 2-year-old son how he slices it in half? This should be the application of battle aura. Thinking of this secretly, I called out, "Dad, you're amazing." Haha. Paul grinned, looking quite happy. He's really easy to handle, huh? After slicing the boulder in half, Paul returned to his sword training, and I inadvertently took a peek. Yeah, ha. My father of this world seemed to be especially flexing that day, doing all kinds of flashy movements while letting out loud shouts. I felt that he was probably trying hard to get me interested in swordsmanship by showing off. Showing me that the sword wasn't any worse than magic. I found it to be somewhat cute. Paul was quite inconsiderate and a bit foolish, but he did try hard to be a respected father. At this moment, his movements with the sword were really quite mesmerizing. The way he handled the sword, his speed, power, and grace, all of it looked very cool. Swords are cool. I can agree on that. He didn't need to convince me of it. Glancing to the side, I saw Zenith looking at Paul trained shirtless with love in her eyes. I let out a breath. Maybe he was stupid, but even as a man I had to admit it, when he swung his sword like that, he looked quite heroic and attractive. I was not surprised that many women were into him. Hopefully I have inherited Paul's physique. And also his talent for the sword, or even better. I shook my head off unnecessary thoughts and focused back on the magic guidebook. That day I continued practicing magic in the garden and tried out all the elementary level spells of the 4 attack types from the guidebook. After repeating the spell several times, the feeling became ingrained into me more and more. What would come next is probably repeating the spells over and over to make casting them quickly without an incantation my second nature. Starting this kind of training while still very young instead of just producing water balls to burn off mana at this time should be immensely beneficial, so I plan to do just that. In regards to my mana reserves, even though I cast plenty of various elementary rank spells, I could barely experience a dip in my mana level. In fact, my total amount remained stable and recovered in real time. After 2 years of training since basically day 1, my mana pool was like that. That was certainly a great result. Earlier I had no way to practically judge my mana capacity, but things looked quite well. The question remained how long I could keep growing my mana pool, but I had high hopes. I also experimented with adjusting the size and speed of my spells. As long as I did a spell chantlessly, I was able to modify it like this. I could turn a fist-sized water ball into a water sphere the size of a basketball or even the size of a hopping ball, and then I could increase the flying speed. Changing the shape was another level of difficulty, but I could still do that much. To be able to achieve all this, my magical affinity and talent of course seemed to be great. Could I have a Laplace factor? In Rudeus's case, he had taken over a body which would have normally died at birth because it presumably had a Laplace factor that was too powerful for a child's soul to handle. Perhaps I was the same, or perhaps not. My only hope is that the kinds of Laplace factors that I have, if I have them, would not interfere with my ability to manifest battle aura. From what I knew, a Laplace factor that improves mana capacity potential and the inability to manifest aura are not necessarily inclusive. Laplace factor and no talent for swordsmanship was simply the genetic hand that Rudeus was dealt. Apart from that, one thing that might not be related to Laplace factor, but could also be crucial in improving my magic talent is my outstanding ability to concentrate and focus. In general, my brain seems to be operating on high gears in this life. It was like this from the beginning. I did not have the tools to judge it before, but perhaps my thoughts are now flowing even more smoothly thanks to my mindful meditation practice. I trained my mind by meditating for hours each day as a newborn infant. This hopefully contributed to my brain's development. Either way, it seems to be the case throughout the novel that a person's potential for things like magic and swordsmanship are both often decided by their training during their early years. If you slack off as a teenager, you'd be stuck in the advanced rank like Paul for years to come, but in contrast, if you practice magic even at already 6 years old like Julie, which should be relatively old, you can boost your magical affinity and mana reserves. Similarly, originally Eris was meant to be stuck in a lifelong bottleneck of never being able to surpass Saint rank before she began to train hard during her youth because of Rudeus. If we followed logic from Earth, it would be possible for her to advance above the saint rank eventually over the years, but no, she remained stuck at saint rank for a lifetime unless she went hard at it as a teenager. Especially, the younger you are when you begin serious training in this world, the greater your future potential seems to be. With all this in mind, I feel that optimally training all my mana, body, and mind during the most fundamental phase of a human's development, the infancy period, might be the key to breaking through my limits and improving my potential. Of course, that's what I plan to do anyway. While I am still very young, I need to milk this period to the fullest. Anyway, I was able to adjust the size and speed of my spells to a rather extreme degree. Zenith was especially shocked by how insanely big my water ball could get, but she fortunately expressed her shock with only happiness as she immediately bragged to Paul of how talented I was in magic. In turn, Paul appeared happy, but he also seemed somewhat disappointed. I guess he wanted his son to practice the sword with him. But it's alright. If I only have a bit of talent, I would try to master the sword as well. Back to my magic practice. It was impossible for me to run out of mana even if I kept using elementary ranked spells for the entire day. In comparison to expelling pure mana out of my body at full throttle when I used my original training method, doing it through an elementary level spell was like placing a funnel-like limiter on myself, slowing down the expulsion rate. Even though this time the mana was now put to proper use to produce a physical phenomenon in reality, which might logically require more mana than simply expelling it out, the amount of mana used per second was not higher. In conclusion, simply expelling my mana into the atmosphere at full power through my hands was still the best method of using up my mana reserves. That was in comparison to an elementary level spell. Perhaps once I get to higher ranked spells, there might be a change. Thinking of this, I wanted to attempt casting an intermediate rank spell for the first time. I aimed my hand toward the sky, then slowly recited, "Supple spirit of water and princess of streams that flow through the earth, sweep away all things with your hidden inner might." I could feel mana flowing through my body as I chanted. The difficulty had spiked up quite a bit. Unlike before, this magic required control. Until now, I didn't use such a level of control when reciting the incantations of elementary ranked spells. However, it wasn't something that proved to be a challenge. I soon finished the chant, "Water Cannon." A hopping ball-sized water ball formed in front of my palm, then I concentrated, adjusted the speed and sent it to explode in the sky. Casting an intermediate ranked spell was still not too difficult. Zenith was shocked. Paul was shocked. Unfortunately, I had gotten ahead of myself because after witnessing me cast Water Cannon, Zenith forbade me from using intermediate ranked magic just yet, probably out of concern for my safety. Many of the intermediate ranked spells had a significantly increased area of effect and deadliness, so Zenith actually said something a parent should. Good grief. Chapter 6, Chapter 6. 3 years old. After I showed off my talent in magic, I was able to practice all kinds of spells in the garden without a worry. As long as someone watched over me, it was great. There were many spells that I couldn't cast at home, for example fire spells or something with a large effect like a water wall. It would be too impractical for me to hide if I wanted to improve my skill in magic. After practicing in the garden during the first half of a day under the eye of Zenith or Lilia, I would then secretly expel the rest of my accumulated mana during the second half of a day, either by condensing intermediate ranked spells that I learned in secret or by expelling it out raw. Meanwhile, Paul continued swinging his sword in the garden. In regards to my swordsman training, 1 year ago I have already begun semi-serious physical conditioning, secretly doing sets of push-ups, squats, frog jumps and others. I did it whenever Paul was away in the morning to avoid his eyes, since my training was sometimes a bit too methodical for a 1 to 2 year old child. As I reached 2 years old, I planned to no longer hide myself with my training and take it even more seriously. I would keep careful track of my total volume, intensity, progress, and nutrition. Sometimes I would do calisthenics in secret, sometimes I would pretend to imitate Paul while he trained. A bit of flexibility training was also included. My skill in manipulating earth magic was not yet good enough to create proper training equipment, so for the time being I was limited to creating stone dumbbells and barbells that were mostly just the bar. To make them heavier, I would simply make them longer. One thing that changed in my training at 2 years old was that I no longer included blocks of meditation in my schedule. I didn't even meditate before sleep, as I didn't want my brain to associate the state of focus and concentration with me going to sleep. Instead, I would mindfully meditate between my strength training sets, paying close attention to the state of my body as I was calming down my racing heart rate and breathing. I believe it was the most optimal way. In conclusion, I continued training my magic and mana, continued exercising my brain and body, while Zenith, Lilia, and also Paul continued teaching me the language. Time passed. 2 weeks after I started practicing magic outside the house, I quickly mastered all of the elementary ranked spells and experimented with them to improve my mana control. During this time I also secretly learned most of the intermediate ranked spells. Fortunately, all that I needed to do was to quietly manage to chant an intermediate ranked magic once and then I could do it silently. Once I did something like casting X-Flame into the sky, Zenith would brush it off if she had not heard me, probably thinking that I just shot out a large fireball. Afterwards, when I cast magic voicelessly, no one could tell whether it was a powered-up elementary ranked spell or an intermediate ranked spell. And it was especially true since I could reduce the size and power of my spells. This way, I was practicing intermediate rank magic and no one knew about it. Because I couldn't just make my spells as powerful and huge as possible, as it would attract too much attention. To increase my control of magic, I did things like this. For example, I would create intermediate ranked explosion fireballs that are small in size yet contain very intense and concentrated heat as I try to push in as much mana into them as possible, but not release them in the end. Or I would create a small icicle field, using intermediate ranked ice pillar, but I would only produce an average amount of ice yet focus on making it extremely cold and hard. Or I would create an earth wall or a rock bullet, trying to make them as dense and strong as possible. All of these didn't look very impressive on the surface, but they pushed my ability to concentrate my mana into a spell to the maximum. What was more frowned upon by my parents was when I was shooting out rock bullets and wind blasts at the maximum speed to practice improving the speed of my spells, and at full power it was causing loud sonic booms. However, I believed that spell speed was one of the most important aspects of my training, so I still did it. After all, it's meaningless how strong a spell is if it cannot hit the target. For this, I practiced the firing speed of my spells every day, shooting out rock bullets from my window at the stone dummies I would previously create in the courtyard. I wish I could go all out to cause huge explosions, walls of ice and shoot out missile-sized projectiles to truly exercise my mana output, but I think that my magic training method was still better than that of Rudeus in the novel, who was only creating water balls inside his room around the same time. At the same time, I also practiced adjusting the shape of my spells to improve my magical dexterity and finer control, whether it was changing the shape of earth spells, ice spells, or even water and fire spells. Eventually, a full year passed, seasons changed, and it was summer once again. Today I was 3 years old. Over the last year I mastered all the elementary, intermediate, and advanced spells of the 4 attack types from the magical guidebook through self-study. Silently, of course. In addition, Zenith also taught me elementary and intermediate healing magic, as well as elementary rank detoxification magic. I discovered that there was no special secret to mastering different and higher ranked spells apart from them requiring more demanding ability to manipulate mana, higher concentration, and the skill to condense mana. Most people required a long period of training to be able to learn to cast a new spell, but I could grasp them in an instant. As long as I just knew the words of an incantation, I could learn any advanced rank spell. Throughout the year my mana reserves have also increased tremendously once again. It grew again by so much that I began suspecting that I really have the Laplace factor. The power of my spells was also substantial. Just because I started training in magic as a little kid, I have already easily surpassed the great majority of expert magicians in this world. I still continued growing my mana reserves every day, practicing mana condensation and improving my magic control by doing things like creating stone figurines, but it was difficult for me to improve in other areas. I have gone through the guidebook countless times already. I needed a magic tutor. In the evening, our family of 3 plus Lilia had dinner together as usual. Paul sat in the seat of honor at the end of the table, while his wife Zenith sat on his left and I sat beside her. Opposite to me, with one empty seat separating her from Paul, sat Lilia. Zenith held her palms clasped and recited a prayer before the meal. Holy Meles who watches over us in distant lands, we thank you for blessing us with life-giving nourishment. There was no special celebration, but according to my parents, I was 3 years old today. Still, the meals were a little more extravagant today than normal, and I could clearly see the impatience and excitement on Paul's face. Time to eat. As Zenith finished saying the grace, Paul announced the beginning of the meals, with several other people following suit. Time to eat. Time to eat. I looked down at my bowl with a small smile. A simple wooden bowl, a wooden spoon and a rough ceramic cup. Laying next to it, a large handmade bun. I first scooped up some of the cooked white beans. These were not too delicious by any means, but the simplicity of the meal contained a certain beauty and charm. As the meal nearly finished, Zenith spoke up, "Dear, it's about time. Seraph is already 3 years old. Go to ROA tomorrow and find a tutor for him? We'll definitely find a good magic teacher in ROA." My eyes lit up when I heard this. Finally, after I get a tutor, I can not only improve my knowledge on magical theory, but I will also be able to finally go all out with my magic once there is a competent adult magician around to act in case of emergency. Know that there would be any emergencies, but I'm still a toddler, so I'm not surprised that Zenith and Paul worried about it. Seraph, from now on you'll also have to start training hard with the sword. Do you understand? Paul asked me with a slightly stern look. Yes. Good. Paul nodded his head. He raised his finger and continued, "Listen here. My training will be harsh. There's a possibility of you getting tired of the sword and giving up halfway." Huh? What's with that annoyed look? Paul asked. Nothing. I just don't think I'll give up. I think a sword is cool," I answered awkwardly. Did I show my emotions on my face too much? "I see," Paul muttered. He gave me a deep look. He then smiled. "Dear?" Zenith asked as Paul remained in that strange state, as if reminiscing. Paul chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing. I just thought back to when I was a kid. I had the exact same thoughts." Paul grinned. I didn't know what to say. Actually, he had these thoughts and then what happened? Well, it isn't like I'll end up like Paul and waste the prime of my life chasing after skirts. First is strength. Paul raised his finger again and continued lecturing. "Seraph, my first sword instructor told me that swordsmanship is all about how serious you are about the sword. Although you can cast magic silently, a swordsman always has an advantage against a mage. There's no demerit in you taking swordsmanship seriously as well. Become a mage who can also fight in close combat. Yes. Paul nodded solemnly, then opened his mouth again. Zenith squeezed Paul's jaw with one hand to stop him from talking. Okay, enough. Stop this boring talk. I'm sure Seraph will do just fine. Look what I have here. She then excitedly pulled out a large book. I have already seen her hiding it early. She finally brought it out. Mom. Zenith placed it on the table and flipped through the pages. The pages were empty. Rather, it was a large notebook. Zenith smiled. I heard that you wanted to have a sketchbook for drawing. I got this for you, as well as some pencils. I always wanted one. Thanks. My face was full of smiles. I always wanted more notebooks to make notes in and a sketchbook to practice my drawing skills, but there just weren't many of those in the house. I happily received the sketchbook from Zenith and started looking it over. Paul showed a wry smile. Zenith interrupted his serious father's speech because of this. Chapter 7. Roxy appears. After Paul sent a request to the Magic and Adventurer guilds, we quickly found a magic tutor. The village had no inn, so the job offer included accommodation too. A day later, the teacher arrived at our house. I am Roxy. Please give me your guidance. It was a young girl dressed in a brown magician's robe, her light blue hair in braids, and her body reminiscent of that of a 14-year-old girl. The white skin, devoid of any suntan, was accompanied with sleepy half-opened eyes. She had curt-looking lips, and though she's not bespectacled, she does give the image of a studious girl always working in the library. She was holding a bag in one hand, the other hand holding a staff similar to one I have previously seen in the anime. She met with the three of us in the house's entrance. It was Roxy. Thank God there was no sudden change. In regards to Roxy that I knew from the anime and the novel. In truth, in the beginning I wasn't much of a fan of Roxy. Rudeus excessively glorified her in a cringy way, and certain fans seem to obsessively love her, but I personally didn't find her very attractive, and I even thought she's a bit stupid and autistic. However, as I matured and came back to reread the work, I was able to appreciate her more. After putting aside the goddess nonsense Rudeus spouts and how the narrative forcefully portrays her as extremely intelligent, which she is not as intelligent as just book smart and logical, I started seeing Roxy for who she is. A clumsy and still childish book smart Lolita magician girl who tries hard to be acknowledged despite her shortcomings. A girl heavily self-conscious of her small body and heritage, with an idealistic and silly dream of romance like from a novel. And as I saw her for who she is, I then began to like her as a character. A cute, smart, loyal, and hardworking girl. She's certainly a girl that might be worth it. Meanwhile my parents were speechless as they looked at her. Ah, you're, that, home tutor. Zenith stuttered. Paul, that's, really. Roxy remained expressionless and said, yes, I'm the home tutor. Which is the student I'm supposed to teach. You're supposed to teach our son Seraph, Zenith introduced me, placing her hand on my head as she stood behind me. I sent Roxy a child's innocent cute smile. And she immediately let out a sigh. I guess it happens from time to time, idiot parents who think their child has talent after growing slightly. Although she only grumbled quietly, I think everyone heard it. What was it? Paul asked. It's nothing. However, I think that your son won't be able to understand the principles of magical theory. Not at all. He can already cast elementary and intermediate spells. He doesn't even need to chant. He's a genius. Zenith excitedly bragged. From an outsider's perspective, all that she said probably sounded incredibly ridiculous. It really was ridiculous. But well, it was of course all true. By now I have also already convinced Zenith to allow me to cast intermediate magic legitimately and without having to hide it. She's way too soft. At this time, Roxy looked at her apathetically with suspicion. She emotionlessly said, right. He can cast intermediate rank magic without a chant. Can I see it then? No problem. Seraph, go show her. Zenith pushed me forward with a bright smile. Well, okay. Like this, me and Roxy stepped out of the house. Zenith and Paul were watching us from the porch. Roxy was looking at me with a gaze as if she was not expecting anything. Some kind of bad joke maybe. As for me, what to cast? Intermediate magic. Let's just go with water cannon then. I stretched out my hand toward the sky and activated the spell. Water cannon, I muttered under my nose. There was no need for me to say the spell's name. I only said it for people to know what I'm doing. Water began to gather in front of my palm and within less than a single second, a huge sphere of water the size of a hopping ball was formed. I stopped at this size, then set the speed, making it rather average. Then I shot it up into the sky. As the water sphere was shot out, it slightly changed its shape due to the air pressure, taking more the shape of a bullet, then continued flying for several seconds high toward the clouds, forming a small rainbow on its path. Boom. Then the water sphere exploded, causing gentle rain to fall somewhere out there. How was that? Zenith asked with a grin. Roxy frowned at her. Is this some kind of joke? Where are the magic circles? Magic circles. Zenith tilted her head. Roxy let out a breath and said, you can't fool me like this. You should have installed magic circles somewhere around here. She then started looking around. Apparently, she didn't think a 3-year-old kid could cast intermediate magic chantlessly and she was probably being pranked. I found it to be a little funny. In truth, that water cannon was just a tiny fraction of my power. Ah, haha. There are no magic circles. Paul spoke up with an awkward smile. How about Seraph casts another spell then? Zenith spoke up. Go Seraph, cast something else. Okay, let's see. Explosion. A rather small fist-sized ball of concentrated flame formed in my hand, which I then shot toward the sky. Boom! The flaming sphere exploded with a loud bang. I looked up at Roxy innocently. At that moment, Roxy looked shocked and confused. As everyone looked at her, waiting for her answer, she emotionlessly said, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to teach him. I stared at Roxy with widened eyes. Excuse me, Zenith asked. Roxy narrowed her eyes and turned her head away. This talent needs to be properly trained. I'm not sure if I could do it. Zenith and Paul were silent, probably a bit dumbfounded. Meanwhile I blinked my eyes. If Roxy left here without teaching me anything, it would just be a joke? My thoughts raced quickly, and I then ran up to Roxy and grabbed her hand. She turned to look down at me. And I used my classic move, large shining eyes and the cutest face I could make. It never failed me before. No, please, Roxy-sensei. Please, teach me. I gently asked while grabbing her hand with both hands. Ugh. I can do some magic, but I still have a lot to learn. I'm sure you have a lot of experience and a lot to teach me. Please. Twinkle, twinkle. Please. Roxy let out a long sigh. All right. Thank you. And with that, Roxy was hired as my magical instructor. It was decided that in the morning, it'll be Roxy's lessons, and in the afternoon, it'll be swordsmanship practice under Paul. For the first lesson, Roxy brought me to a spot in the garden right away. I was sitting on a wooden chair brought out from the house. Roxy walked in front of me while speaking. Well, let's start from the magic textbook. No, before that, let me ask you, how did you learn to use voiceless incantations? She looked at me as if I was a little monster. Is incantation necessary? Of course it is. Normally, Roxy said, I always thought that incantation is only there to teach you the spell. And then you can just replicate the feeling, I explained. Replicate the feeling. I nodded, swinging my feet while sitting on the oversized chair. I added, yes. When casting magic there's a way that the mana flows. Then you just have to replicate that feeling. Roxy looked at us while being silent. She closed her eyelids for a while, then eventually let out a sigh as she opened them again. She asked, do you feel tired now? After casting all that magic before, she means, I guess. No, I'm fine, I said. I see. Anyway, let's go back to the lesson. Your mom said that you can cast intermediate magic. How did you learn it? Did someone teach you? In truth, I already learned almost all of the advanced spells from the guidebook as well. It is just that Zenith doesn't know about it. I'm sure Lilia knows though, but she didn't rat me out. Lilia's the best? I replied, I learned it from a book. From a book? You can read as well. Roxy looked at me with eyes wide like saucers. Apparently, the fact that I can read at 3 years old was just as shocking as my ability to cast magic without a chant. I am not sure of the literacy rate in this world, but it seemed to be atrociously low even for teenagers and adults. It was said in the novel that most swordsmen in the Holy Land of Swords never learned to read. Yes. My parents taught me since I was little, I muttered. I see. You really have good parents then, Roxy said, smiling. She then slowly approached her bag and started rummaging through it. Soon enough, she pulled out a book and opened it on the first page, showing it to us. Is this the book that you read? Yes, I think so, I said. Although I sounded uncertain, I was 99% sure that it was the same book published by Renoa University of Magic. Roxy faintly smiled at this, then said, I see. In that case you should be aware of the basics of magic. I said, yes. I read everything that's in the book. But it would be good if you went through it again. I see. Let's start from the basics then. Roxy coughed gently and then started her lecture. In broad terms, there are 3 types of magic: attack magic, healing magic, and summoning magic. Each is divided into 7 ranks: elementary, intermediate, advanced, saint, king, emperor and god. You should already know that much. A magician's ranking title is determined by the most advanced spell he can cast. As for myself, I'm a saint-ranked water magician. She said the last line with a little pride. I could hear it. Whoa, you're amazing. I commented offhandedly. And I could see Roxy puff out her cheeks in pride. She tried to hide it by looking to the side, but she seemed happy and satisfied. She's so childish, really. Roxy let out a small cough and replied, as long as you keep practicing, I'm sure you'll be able to easily reach saint rank as well. I said nothing. As long as I poured enough magic power into an advanced ranked spell at this very moment, it could probably reach the power of a saint ranked spell. If Roxy showed me a saint ranked spell, I might be able to replicate it. Maybe. After all, after what I have been doing over the last 3 years, learning a new advanced rank spell is like picking my nose, there is no difficulty in it. Let's return to the lesson. Intermediate and advanced magic is usually the highest ranked magic that's used in combat. Saint ranked spells often affect the weather and a large area. They would be only used during large battles or castle sieges. Yeah, although saint ranked magic sounded cool, it didn't seem like it had much use during real battles against a few or one powerful opponent. These were massive AoE spells that had little use during skirmishes. Reign over a large area? What use does it have when there's a swordsman rushing straight at you to cut off your neck? I remember that combat spells in the anime and novel was often limited to mostly intermediate magic for 1v1 and advanced magic for AoE, even for Rudeus. That's because these cause more concentrated damage and are not as costly to cast. Sadly, Saint-ranked magic and above didn't have much use. Roxy continued, advanced rank magic affects a much larger area than intermediate magic and is also significantly stronger. For example, Exodus Flame. She then stretched out her hand and started chanting, Raging Spirit of Flame, Bastard of Hell. Rise to the land of man and swing your fist. Strike down my sworn foe and consume them within darkness. Exodus Flame. An enormous ball of fire formed floating above our heads that then shot out at immense speed into the sky. Boom! The sphere of flames exploded in the air, creating huge fireworks. Roxy then looked at me with some expectations. However, I remained rather unimpressed. I already knew the Exodus Flame spell. I cast it when Paul was at the watchtower and Zenith was helping in the village's clinic. I gently smiled. Did she just cast it to show off? I guess she wanted to regain some face. But I didn't call her out on this. I only felt it was a bit funny. Amazing, I said. Roxy smiled a little. Chapter 8. First lesson with Roxy. Roxy's first magic lesson was very simple so far. We were just going through the basic principles of magic, with Roxy reviewing my knowledge and comprehension. Roxy was a good teacher. Once she saw that I understood a certain subject, she moved to another. There seemed to be no clear flaws in her knowledge, but I think the fact that there was little for her to teach me when it came to the basics was annoying her and hurting her pride a little. After all, I was not a complete newbie that you'd expect from a little kid. I have my own understanding of magic, knowledge from reading the novel and also experiences from my previous life, so a lot of what she told me was common knowledge or common sense. Most importantly, I have the mind of an adult. I have already gone through the magic guidebook countless times and experimented with magic for a year. I didn't require Roxy's teachings to become a powerful mage since it was mostly about talent and training, but still, Roxy's knowledge and practical experiences were valuable. I could feel like my view of the world broadened when I listened to her. There is only so much a person can learn about magic from a single book. Obviously, I could see at a glance that in large part the world's understanding of magic was quite limited and primitive. No matter how well-read Roxy is, there are many things that are left unexplained. For example, magic spells expend different amounts of mana depending on the changes to the size. If the default is 1 for a silent cast, additional mana will be expended the more I expand the spell and increase the speed. But in contrast, if I make the spell smaller and weaker, I also have to expend more mana. Creating a single droplet of water requires more mana than creating a fist-sized water ball. I asked Roxy this question, but the only answer I got was, that's just the case. It looks like the common public doesn't know the answer. I had a simple hypothesis though. It's probably because that's how it's supposed to be. In other words, that's how spells are designed to be. Let's say, a water ball spell costs 1 mana and creates a hand-sized ball of water. The moment you activate the spell, you gather 1 mana, no matter what. If you want to reduce the size of the water ball to the size of a water droplet, you will need to expand additional mana for the change of volume. Basically, when you cast water ball, it has a predetermined mana cost, even when you do it chantlessly. When you want to reduce the size, it expends additional mana to remove the equivalent amount of water mana from the water ball. It's an additional mana cost that's separate from the mana amount designed to formulate the base structure of a spell. The only way to reduce the mana cost is if you create a completely new spell that's designed to create a water droplet. Then it will only consume a little bit of mana. Teacher, why do incantations work? Seraph asked at one point. They just do, Roxy patiently replied with her usual expressionless face. I see. The same kind of answer. Basically, why does a string of specific words cause such a special effect? Do the words resonate with some rules of the world or a deity, like words of power in Skyrim? Or are the incantations a method of self-hypnosis over one's magic circuits like in Nasuverse of Fate? Understanding this would be the key to creating new magic spells, something that had never truly happened in the novel. The truth behind incantations. Looks like it's unknown. Roxy said, well, what should I say? First of all, the magic that you normally use, are you aware who was the one that figured it out? No. Yes, it's good to be honest. And to answer it, magic is said to have come from the ancient long-eared race High Elves. High Elves? Like Elenalise? I frowned. I remember that Elenalise was chased out of the elven forest after assaulting too many men. The wives of these cheating men banded together, out of jealousy, and chased her away. A fun fact. Roxy continued, Long-Ears High Elves are a race living in the north of the Millis continent. According to Roxy's explanation, a very long time ago, before the war between humans and demons broke out, the world was still in chaos and wars arose everywhere. During that time, ancient long-eared race High Elves were able to communicate with the forest spirits, manipulating the earth and winds to fight off the invaders. It's said that it was the world's oldest magic. How were they communicating with the spirits? Was it through words? I asked. I am not sure. It isn't explicitly stated. The current magic is derived from the human race imitating the ancient High Elves' magic during the wars back then, and evolving it. The incantations of today are shortened versions of incantations humans used in ancient times. I see. This wasn't very helpful. What are forest spirits? I asked. And my question seemed to stump Roxy again. Sorry. Roxy said, I'm not sure. Spirits are related to summoning magic, but I don't know much about it. I see. Basically, she doesn't know. I also don't have any clues. I guess I'll just have to drop the topic for now. Roxy looked downwards and muttered, I'm sorry I'm such a useless teacher. Oh, wow. I really sunk her confidence, did I? I forced a smile and said, no, not at all. I'm learning a lot. Roxy stayed expressionless. You don't need to be polite. I'm not quite qualified to teach someone like you. I shook my head and continued, no, you're a great teacher. And I'm learning a lot. You don't need to be ashamed about things you don't know or can't do. I thought for a moment, then said, you know what you know, and you can do what you can do. I think you're amazing, teacher. It's only shameful if you give up on learning. I said it, then tried to give her my brightest cherubic smile. I put a lot of thought into my lines, I hope it works. Roxy continued looking at me for a long while. She then softly smiled, extended her hand and flicked my forehead. Ouch. I felt that from that moment onwards I got along with Roxy much better. It isn't that she's a bad teacher. I'm simply a demanding student. We've covered enough theory for now. How about we do some practical training? Roxy said. Okay, let's start with water ball, said Roxy. Will she do it? Will she do it? Roxy raised her staff and faintly pointed it at her target. Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water ball. When Roxy recited the spell, a basketball-sized water bullet was formed in her hand. It flew towards one of the trees at high speed. Crash. The branches snapped easily, and the fence got soaked. She did it? Afterwards, she looked at me expressionlessly. Did she expect praise for her aim? Teacher, that tree is one that Mother raised and treasures. I guess Mother will be angry, I said, slightly nodding. Roxy, really? Yep. I nodded my head. One time Dad swung his sword and cut some of the branches. Mom was furious. This isn't good. Got to think of something. Roxy frantically ran to the tree and picked up the fallen branches. I then watched from my chair Roxy with her face red pick up the branches. Let the power of God be converted into a bountiful crop and bestowed into ones who had lost their strength to stand up once again, healing. With the chant, the branches attached themselves together back to how they were before. Phew. Roxy let out a breath of relief, then started walking back to us. After Roxy's lessons, there was lunch shortly after noon. Roxy was invited in as well. When me and Roxy entered the dining room after being called in by Zenith and Paul, the table was already mostly filled with utensils and dishes. Meanwhile Lilia continued walking around to bring in the rest of the meals and drinks. Roxy, you can sit here. We'll start in a minute, said Zenith. Yes. Thank you for inviting me. Roxy politely sat down on a chair that Zenith brought out. Seraph, don't touch anything before everyone sits down. Yes. Zenith lectured. Yes, Mom. Zenith enjoys it when I call her Mom, so I did just that. It was embarrassing, since she was in truth a woman younger than me and not really my mother, but I wanted to do it for her. I jumped up onto the chair in my usual seat. Meanwhile Paul took a large gulp from his jug while sitting down in the seat of honor, then let out a satisfied breath. HAAA. Drinking so early in the day. You're going to die young, I muttered when seeing this. Paul laughed. Haha, I'll be just fine. Your old man won't kick the bucket so easily. I let out a light breath hearing this. Be careful what you say. You might have as well just triggered a flag. Toward Paul, I had quite complicated feelings to be honest. He was quite trashy in the novel, but he didn't give me any reasons to complain so far in reality. Maybe apart from him and Zenith making it difficult to fall asleep every night. Wish they had some kind of soundproofing in their bedroom. I sighed. What's this? Want some, Seraph? Paul extended his mug toward me. I shook my head. No, thank you. Haha, I was just kidding. Paul laughed. By the way, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking that I kind of owe you for bringing me up, but if you betray Zenith's feelings and break your vow the same way as in the original, I probably still won't go easy on you, I answered in my mind. I was a guy that also secretly wanted a harem. But it was about integrity. And also about the way Paul views and treats his spouse and women in general. Paul looked at me. I smiled and replied, nothing. I was just hoping you would live a long life, so please don't drink, Dad. Paul was a little stunned for a moment, then grinned. No worries. I won't die at least before I see my grandkids. Why be so specific? I rolled my eyes inwardly. Of course, in the novel Paul died just when Rudeus had his first kid, without ever seeing his grandkids. Alright, let's start, Zenith spoke up as she sat down at the table. Soon after, Lilia politely sat down as well on the opposite side, next to Roxy. First, let's say a prayer. When everyone was already seated, Zenith recited a short grace as usual while the others silently listened. Let's eat. Soon enough, lunch began. I smiled. The food was really extravagant today for lunch. The table was packed. Zenith and Paul should have wanted to give a good impression on the magic tutor. These meals were being prepared this morning, ever since we got the news of the tutor coming yesterday. Paul soon started talking about his S-rank adventurer background and about how he met Zenith. After that, it was Zenith's turn to introduce herself and she talked about the capital of Melis, Milishan. Dad, can you give me some? I asked while pointing at a chicken which was grilled whole. It really looked delicious. Furthermore, sufficient protein was the most important for a child's growth, research, and common sense said. Sure thing, What do you want? A drumstick? Yeah. Paul then cut out a large drumstick from the grilled chicken that he was devouring by himself, then passed it onto my wooden cutting board that served as my plate. Thanks. No problem. Just don't eat too much or you'll puke. After this it's your first swordsmanship lesson. Yes. As the meal continued, I could see Roxy looking both shy and happy as she tried the various dishes in a merry atmosphere. Say, Roxy, where are you from? Paul asked at one point. To formally put it, I'm from the meagered village from the Baigoya area in the demon continent, Roxy answered with an emotionless tone, yet with anxiety on her face. So you're from the demon race? Yes. Zenith, Paul, and Lilia all looked at Roxy. I see, Paul replied indifferently, then took a gulp of his beer. Zenith and then Lilia also returned to their meals after a moment. And I could see Roxy's eyes widen in surprise. Anyway, welcome. You must have had it tough as a demon on the central continent, Paul said with a warm smile. It wasn't too bad, Roxy said, a clear lie. Is the discrimination against demons so bad? I pondered. Apart from her hair color, she still looked very much human. Who would discriminate against a girl like her? Paul then asked Roxy a few casual questions. It turned out that she had just graduated from Renoa University. Teaching me was her first job as a tutor, and her first job after leaving the school. Talk about running into a tough first job. I now understood more why she didn't have full confidence in being a capable teacher in the anime, whether for Rudeus or for the perverted fat prince in that kingdom. And especially for me here. Eventually, the lunch ended. After the meal, there was an hour's break for me to digest what I ate. I spent that time practicing my drawing skills a bit using the new sketchbook I got, drawing the scenery outside my window as well as some of the magic circles from the magic guidebook. It wasn't long after when Paul shouted after me, calling me down for sword training. Chapter 9, First Sword Practice, Principles of Healing Magic. After lunch, in the early afternoon was the time for my training with Paul. Paul was already aware that I have been diligently doing physical training every day, so for that day he instead prepared me a short wooden sword fitting my body size. I was supposed to begin serious sword practice now that I was already 3 years old. Normal kids start sword training at around 5 years old, but I was of course not a normal kid. But first he made me jog around the house for a while. I guess even this world knows the importance of warm-up. Afterwards, Paul began showing me various sword moves in a slightly disorganized manner. His teaching method was very straightforward, as he was only able to perform the strikes to show them to me and at most tell me whether I replicate them well or not. He was unable to tell me what exactly I did wrong or how I could improve. For example, he would show a sword strike while saying, slash, like that, and if you did it wrongly, he would say, wrong, this is how you slash. But it was still a far better method of training than pointlessly swinging a sword with no idea of what was right and what was wrong. I had no complaints here. In truth, I already have a little bit of experience with Hema fencing from my previous life. But I never did any real sparring with someone. It was just sword drills by myself done for fun while watching videos from YouTube using a steel bastard sword I bought online. In essence, I already knew a few basic stances, guards, slashes, thrusts, blocks and counters. I have also watched many videos on sparring and swords, so while I might suck at actual fencing, I had some theoretical knowledge that Paul was not quite able to share with me. But because of just that, Paul seemed to think that I have a natural talent for swordsmanship and praised me endlessly. He called me an instinctive type, just like him. Since I grasped the various moves he showed me very easily. But I knew that it wasn't that I necessarily grasped them easily or that I'm a genius, but I already had a general idea of what swordsmanship should look like. Either way, I didn't let Paul's praise get to my head. I was not a 3-year-old kid, but secretly an adult. And my target of being the strongest was still far off. I expressionlessly continued repeating the sword moves that Paul taught me with focus. My magic is strong, but if possible, eventually mastering all 3 sword styles would also be ideal. At the very least, I have to give it a try and give it my all while I'm young. If I have no talent for battle aura, then so be it. Just knowing how swordsmen fight would be useful enough. After performing various sword drills for a long while, I was then made to strike a sandbag dummy that Paul also prepared in advance. I kept striking at the dummy over and over again while Paul watched over me and pointed out when I was doing something wrong. While Seraphim was training under Paul, Zenith had a conversation with Roxy at the porch while drinking tea. He's very hard-working, isn't he, Roxy? Zenith said with a smile. He's a bright and talented boy. I expected him to be more conceited, Roxy said expressionlessly as she also watched the practice. Right. Zenith smiled. But Seraph isn't like that. He's an angel. Roxy remained silent whilst her mind wandered. Zenith didn't pay mind to Roxy's absent-minded expression and continued. He was always like this. Always sincere, charming, and hard-working. He's my sunshine. He's amazing, my son. And so cute. My son is the best. Roxy forced a small smile as she saw Zenith looking at Seraphim with some kind of obsession. But she also found it natural. The boy was a prodigy. I guess any parent would dote on their child. She then thought of herself. Were her parents also like that when she was young? Roxy's expression dimmed down. I don't think so. Okay, that's enough. Paul announced the end of our training, with a satisfied smile. And at those words, I dropped the wooden sword and plopped my butt on the ground, soaked in sweat and panting. My arms were like rubber. I placed a hand on my chest and silently used intermediate ranked healing magic. Instantly, all of my pain was gone. However, the fatigue and lack of energy remained. Healing magic can remove wounds and muscle pains, but it cannot restore lost stamina. In spite of common sense, even when using healing magic to restore the damage done to the muscles during training, a person would still experience strength and endurance gains normally. But it is not that healing magic makes the restored muscles instantly become stronger. A person would still require time to grow. It is only that post-exercise muscle soreness could be avoided. Based on the principles of hypertrophy back on Earth, you need muscular damage and fatigue to stimulate the growth of muscles. So when you remove the fatigue and through it that stimulus, there is no reason for your muscles to grow. It is the same way when athletes on Earth use ice baths after training. Studies proved that doing this does indeed reduce fatigue and post-exercise muscle soreness, but it simultaneously reduces muscle gains. However, healing magic denies this. I suppose because magic. It seems to be a more mystical phenomenon. The result of it was that I probably don't need to worry about overtraining and overtaxing my muscles, and I can train to the maximum of my ability to cause the strongest growth stimulus possible. It means I can be more extreme with my strength training, which I did. With healing magic, the phrase maximum recoverable volume takes on an entirely different meaning. Utilizing it, I can train with higher intensity and closer to failure, or even always to failure, because I can instantly recover from any abuse. After training, my muscles can instantly recover to baseline, the damage I caused being healed, and already begin growing, speeding up my growth tremendously. However, I am still limited by my ability to recover my energy in the form of glycogen and ATP, and would run out of breath during exercise. In other words, at one point I would simply have no strength to move the weights around or would be limited by my cardio. There should also be a maximum growth stimulus and maximum growth rate that a body can experience, so I'm limited by those. Effectively, there is a kind of maximum effective volume that I aim to do each day for the most optimal growth. Still, compared to a trainee back on Earth, you can train hard and grow very quickly in this world. Theoretically, a person could approach their genetic limit much quicker in the Mushoku world if they utilized healing magic and trained hard, experiencing a rapid transformation. Putting strength training aside, I am not completely sure yet, but I have an idea of the underlying principle behind healing magic. Healing magic in this world is not based on boosting natural recovery or cell duplication, or anything like that, as one might think. Firstly, the body itself does not know what it is supposed to look like as a whole after being healed. When it heals through cell duplication and natural recovery, it never perfectly returns to the previous state, but just kind of tries to patch up the holes. It forms scars as well. Secondly, if healing magic was based on boosting recovery, I should have experienced accelerated strength gains after each training plus healing session, but it is not like this. It also does not improve the rate of stamina recovery, even though it really should. Thirdly, if healing magic enhanced recovery, in other words duplication of cells, it would greatly increase the rate of a person's cellular aging. After all, cells can only duplicate so many times. Once they pass that limit, it is what is called natural death. With considerable wounds being healed over and over in case of warriors, the effect of accelerated aging might have been noted by now. Something like the case of swordsmen having a shorter natural lifespan than normal men, but I haven't heard about anything like this yet. However, I am not entirely sure about this, because people in this world in general seem to die quite early natural deaths, in their 70s. But it is not limited to swordsmen, but it includes magicians and everyone else as well. Putting everything into consideration, I believe that healing magic is all about restoring an organism to a perfect healthy state. It is similar to time magic type healing in some novels, except that the time when the wound was caused has limited implications. It is about the conceptual power of bringing the body to a healthy state, like a healing spell in a game restoring the character's health bar back to full. It is more mystical and wondrous than simply boosting recovery. Because of this, I could not simply do 4 sets of push UPS, then heal myself to restore my strength and receive gains through cellular repair/recovery, then do another 4 sets, heal myself again, and then keep repeating the process until I max out my genetic potential within weeks. I had thought of this kind of cheating training method before, but it appeared to be impossible. Further supporting my hypothesis, by using healing magic it is also impossible to remove inborn or genetic diseases like poor eyesight. I believe it's because this kind of condition is considered to be the natural state of the body, and healing magic itself is only about restoring the body to that natural healthy state, not beyond it. For example, someone like Lilia wears glasses and even advanced or probably saint-ranked healing magic and above would not be able to fix her eyesight. It's a shame though, because I personally think she would only look better with glasses. To each their own. At any rate, healing magic has a mystical power of bringing the body to an ideal healthy condition. Animals and plants can also be affected by healing magic. However, plants would not grow up rapidly, but only be restored to their ideal, previous, healthy state. The scene from the anime when Roxy made a tree bloom while healing it could not be replicated in reality. I guess it was just the animators wanting to make the scene look cool. Otherwise it would be possible to grow vegetables and fruits in an instant by flooding the fields with healing magic, or during travel you could plant some seeds in the ground and cast a healing spell to grow some tomatoes, but it was simply not the case. Other than this, a common rule is that more serious injuries can be healed with a higher ranked healing spell, and do it quicker. Simple logic. Even when casting healing magic silently, there still seemed to be tears to it. That's all that I know about healing magic that I learned from Zenith. I do not yet have much practice with actually healing people apart from healing small cuts or bruises on myself, but I plan to research it thoroughly in the future. After all, I believe that healing magic at least might be able to offer a solution at extending a person's lifespan and vitality infinitely. As long as healing magic could be applied in conjunction with time magic in a way to restore the body to a state from the past instead of a healthy one, it might be possible. If it has limitations, it could be used repeatedly. Of course, first I would need to study time magic and combine the two, likely in the form of a modified magic circle healing scroll, but this possibility existed. I thought of this while keeping in mind the ancient ruins with information on time magic teleportation to a point in the past that old Rudeus was said to have found. So far, it was my first and main idea to research on my path toward achieving eternal life. It was not an ideal solution, but it was one idea. Right now, Paul was walking back to the house with swagger whilst I was plopped on the ground, restoring my breath. His face was smiling. I guess he was happy that his 3-year-old son, capable of powerful silent magic, was also very enthusiastic about learning the sword. My son is a sword genius. He's going to be a sword king? No, a sword emperor at least. Haha. Paul laughed and bragged while talking to Zenith. I faintly smiled. Well, thanks for training me. I'm not fully just his son, but I'll do what I can. Our wishes aligned. Chapter 10, Chapter 10. My magic training and gravity magic. After sword training, I dragged my exhausted and sweaty body into the house. Inside, Lilia had already prepared a water basin, a towel, and a change of clothes for me in one of the rooms. Like usual. Thank you, Lilia. I smiled gently, then picked up the towel. It's only my duty, young master, she replied expressionlessly, ever professional. But I could see her eyes smiling. In truth, I was a bit indifferent toward Lilia in the anime, but I liked her in this world. It was clear that she deeply cared for me and worked hard to fulfill her duties. She was like a part of the family. I stretched out my hand, then used water and fire magic to quickly fill the empty basin with warm water. In general, people rarely bathe in this world. In our household we had a habit of only doing it once to twice a week. On other days, people would just wipe their bodies with a wet towel. That was all. As for me, I had magic, and also a decent control of it, so it was not a problem to bathe every day. Since I trained physically every day, I always ended up sweaty and sometimes also dirty due to often training outside. I was just a child, bathing was even less troublesome than otherwise. With my body size and the bathtub size I required, it was not a hassle for Lilia to simply prepare a wooden basin for me and then empty it afterwards. Soap existed in this world, but it was greasy and not very user-friendly. The most basic form of soap derived from animal fat, I presume. Because of this I didn't use soap every day, just from time to time. Yet still, I was seen as rather pedantic since I insisted on bathing daily. For this, I just told my parents that I like water. I had to keep in mind that I'm just a 2 to 3-year-old child and usually children view bathing as a hassle. And as a result, they seem to have fully bought it. I took off my clothes fully, then entered the basin to quickly wash myself. By now Lilia learned that I like some privacy, so she had already left the room. She found it funny that I was so shy, but come on. I didn't need anyone to see my little baby elephant trunk if I could help it. She had bathed me before when I was an infant, but that was then and now was now. After taking a quick bath, quick because I'm so hygienic, I thanked Lilia again who had been waiting and began cleaning up after me, then eventually reached my room upstairs. After closing the door, I sat down in a Caesar position on the floor in the center of the room, my body straight like a spear. I took in a single large breath, then let it out to concentrate my mind. I then stretched out my hand slightly and faced my palm upwards. It was time for me to begin my training. Explosion? I inwardly activated the explosion spell. Then, a small circular red flame the size of a large fist appeared floating above my palm. As I maintained the spell, the red fireball quickly became more uniform and round, and then turned orange and yellow, and then finally bright green. This was as far as I was able to get it. Red-orange-yellow-green. When I first started at 2 years old I was only able to produce red flames. Advancing 3 stages was the result of my training over the last year. Following the usual pattern, I believe the next stage of this spell should be cyan or blue. Interestingly, even though I know the advanced rank Exodus Flame, the intermediate ranked Explosion still seems to be my strongest fire spell. For its good points, Exodus Flame, as an advanced spell, can be cast quicker to cause a devastating explosion and affect a huge area. It gathered more total mana quicker to form a massive fireball. However, because the fireball created by it was so massive, I was unable to concentrate the heat as much. In practice, Exodus Flame was devastating when cast on short notice, but Explosion had more potential for destruction with enough time for me to accumulate mana inside it. I believe what I was practicing now was actually the so-called nuclear explosion that Rudeus used against Orsted when he bumped into him for the first time. Simply an overloaded explosion spell. After all that Rudeus did at that time in the novel was pour a lot of mana into an unnamed fire spell in the heat of a moment and thoughtlessly fire it at Orsted while imagining the strongest explosion he could. This should be the one spell he used, Explosion. Right now, if I wanted to finalize my spell, the green fireball would collapse in on itself and then expand in size, but I didn't do it. Instead, I continued trying to apply more mana and more pressure to the fireball for a few moments, then loosened it a bit, and then resumed attempting to pressurize it even harder again. After doing it for a long while, I dispersed the spell. Trying to train my casting speed, I quickly formulated the explosion spell again and reached the green stage as quickly as possible. At one point Lilia brought me a post-workout meal and I quickly wolfed it down, then resumed my training. Then I continued training in the usual manner by trying to concentrate the mana more and more. Since 2 years old I no longer used the method of exhausting my mana through just pouring it out ever since I learned intermediate ranked magic. Wasting my mana this way seemed like a wasted opportunity at practicing my skill when handling real spells instead. I don't think I was losing out in any way, since my mana throughput was also increasing when practicing this way just the same. These days I also experimented a bit with howling magic and had some successes, but I no longer wasted my mana by pouring it out through this pathway either. No matter how I exercised it, I didn't seem to improve this way. I wanted to focus on improving my raw destructive power first and foremost. Compared to casting real magic, howling magic turned out to be just a gimmick. After casting explosion like this several times and burning a lot of mana in the process, I focused on another drill. I walked up to the window and opened it. I got on top of a chair, stretched out my hand and focused my aim. Stone Cannon. An intermediate ranked earth spell, the original Rudeus's signature single target move. I created a cone-shaped stone bullet, floating near my hand, and tried to make it as dense and hard as possible. Then I added a rotational force to it, ramped up the firing speed as much as possible and then launched it while carefully aiming. I did all of this quickly whilst trying to pack the most mana into it as I could. The stone bullet shot out mysteriously silently, then in an instant struck a stone dummy down below in the garden, shattering parts and bits of it. The speed of this stone bullet was incredibly fast and the result devastating. It was similar to a sniper shot. There wasn't much I was able to do with stone cannon apart from modifying the bullet and overloading it with mana, but that alone seemed to be enough. According to my memory, Rudeus was just the same. I don't remember him using any special tricks, yet his full-powered stone cannon could even shatter demon kings. My bullets takes the most aerodynamic shape I can make, imitating a railgun projectile. I make them dense and pointed. I then also add in a rotation to them, to improve the accuracy more so than improve penetration, as it is with normal bullets. The magic power I put into the spell is still the only driving force behind the bullet's explosive speed. Just that is working well so far. I practice the speed of my spells mainly by using stone cannon, which is the best spell for it, probably because the projectile is solid unlike a wind blade or a fireball. After practicing my stone cannons for a good while, using different kinds of bullets and shattering 2 stone dummies below that I created beforehand, I began to do something else. I quickly created several differently shaped rocks and placed them on the wooden floor of my room. Apart from practicing with the common spells, there was also a very special kind of magic that I managed to grasp over the last year. I stretched out my hand and concentrated. I sent out my mana. Then, the rocks started floating upwards as if they became weightless. It was gravity magic. I initially had the impression that gravity magic was a high-level magic that I might only achieve after years of practice, but I was positively surprised. Once I grasped the principle behind it and realized how to use it, it was not as difficult as I thought at all. There were many reasons and tricks that helped me to grasp gravity magic that easily. Firstly, to use gravity magic a person needs to be able to manipulate pure mana. In my eyes, gravity magic is a formless kind of magic just like disrupt magic. Learning how to manipulate pure mana is the first requirement for both. On that note, I have also learned the basics of disrupt magic, how to use your own mana to disrupt the structure of a spell that's being cast. My disrupt magic is not very strong yet, and seems quite chaotic, but I seem to understand how to go about it. In regards to gravity magic, apart from being able to manipulate pure mana, a person also needs to have an idea of how gravity magic is even supposed to work to pull it off. To do it, I relied on my basic physics knowledge from Earth of what gravity really is. I also observed and imitated how objects created by spells float and are then sent flying when cast. For example, stone bullets, icicles, and the like. As it turned out, these are all being controlled by gravity magic to stay afloat by negating gravity. I'm not sure if their initial velocity when they're shot out at a target is also the result of gravity magic, but just observing how the spells float was enough to give me a clue. In this world, telekinesis is not the kind of magic that keeps objects in the air and moves them around. It is gravity magic. When you want to make things float, you don't use your mind or mana to lift them up. You mostly negate the gravitational pull of the planet in a certain area. This way the affected objects enter a zero gravity state. When you want to pull a specific item toward you, you wrap it in mana and then affect it with gravitational force, pulling it toward you. Next, things are a bit different when trying to push things away, but you once again manipulate the gravitational force to apply a vector to an object, causing it to be pulled away. It's no wonder that Rudeus failed at telekinesis when he casually tried it during his early years. He had no idea how to go about it, and in the first place he didn't even yet know disrupt magic and how to manipulate pure mana. For me, once I had a general plan of action in mind, I was able to naturally grasp gravity magic relatively easily once I began experimenting. Relying on Einstein's theory of general relativity made it even easier to imagine the process. I think the fact that I'm very young also played a role. As it seems, the younger you are, the easier it is to learn magic in this world. It's similar to how learning silent casting is effortless for a child, but adults require enormous effort and skill to pull it off. If you ask anyone in this world, silent casting is a very high-level technique that only master magicians can use. But is it really? Once a child knows how to do it, they can learn it easily. With this in mind, it might not be shocking that I grasped gravity magic before 3 years old, but instead being so young is what made it easier. I've been training with this special magic for over 6 months already. My current ability wasn't yet enough to make gravity magic my trump card in combat, but I was working on it every day, improving my range and the force of gravity. To become a master of gravity magic? In the future I can make gravity magic my ultimate move and my speciality. By practicing from a young age, I'll be the strongest gravity magic user to ever exist. Zero gravity field, high gravity field, telekinesis, space-time manipulation. All of these might be possible. I'm excited. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Roxy's Lessons, Barrier Magic and a Pervert's Heart. During the next 2 months of being tutored by Roxy, she went with me through all of the elementary and intermediate attack spells. Because I was skilled enough at using them already and because Roxy had free time in the evenings, I soon also started having nighttime classes. I then adjusted my schedule to also have time for strength training in the morning and enough time for my own magic training. I discovered that a magic tutor was really not necessary to make me a powerful mage, since that was mostly just about talent and personal training, but there were still many things that as a newcomer to this world I could learn from Roxy. Among them, there was various miscellaneous knowledge, magical theory, and history of magic that is known to the world, information about the world, her own experiences, melded magic, some magic spells that were not included in the guidebook and others. Of course, if Roxy's lessons were completely useless, there would be no point in her teaching Rudeus for a whole 2 years. Roxy's a good teacher, I could say that. She was teaching me progressively according to my understanding. Even though I probably seemed like a genius and appeared exceedingly insightful in certain fields, if I didn't know or understand something, she'd still teach me patiently. This made me respect her a bit more. She was a smart, capable, and hardworking girl. There were things about magic that she could not explain to me or teach me, but that mostly stemmed from the fact that probably no one in this world knew about it. Compared to studying back on Earth, Roxy's classes were also easier to understand and actually interested me. A class where I'm learning something that I genuinely want to learn. In this kind of situation, of course, my studies would progress smoothly. One of those days I asked Roxy, "Teacher, can you teach me barrier magic?" Roxy replied with her usual indifferent expression, "I'm not familiar with barrier magic. Also, even if I knew, I couldn't teach you. Barrier magic is the speciality of the Mealy's Church. They control and monopolize the knowledge on barrier and divine magic. It's forbidden for members of the Mealy's Church to teach barrier magic to others." I thought so, I mumbled quietly. This is also the answer I previously got from Zenith when she was teaching me healing magic. Zenith did learn the elementary ranked barrier magic back in Milis, but it is forbidden to share this knowledge. If it is found out that someone had broken this rule and taught others barrier magic, they would be persecuted and hunted down by the church. Zenith herself is especially serious about obeying the law, keeping promises and those kinds of things, so she would not relent. As for Roxy, she could only tell me miscellaneous information about barrier magic. A bit later, I approached Zenith in regards to barrier magic once again. This time with a plan. "Mom, I know you can't teach me, but can you show me barrier magic?" "Show you? Well, alright. Let Mom show you what she can do." She stretched out her hand, then graciously recited, "I call for my God to protect me from harm. I fear no danger, for you are with me, and your divine power shall shield me." Magic shield. A mostly transparent spherical barrier formed around Zenith out of nowhere. "Okay, I got it." I nodded. "I call for my God to protect me from harm. I fear no danger, for you are with me, and your divine power shall shield me." Magic shield. As I repeated the chant perfectly, I felt mana flowing through my body in a set pattern. I controlled this feeling and allowed the spell to activate. Then, a semi-transparent barrier formed around me as well. I smiled. Too easy? I then looked up at Zenith, who looked a bit stupefied. I quickly said, "Mom, you didn't teach me. I just heard an adventurer say the incantation, and Elle learned it. It's okay, right?" Zenith was silent as she stared at me intensely. A few seconds passed like this. "She won't be angry, right? My son is so smart." Zenith screamed out loudly, then started tightly hugging me. She was crushing me. Am I smart? I don't know. I think people are just stupid to have not thought about this. Though, most people seem to require a period of training to master a new spell. But it had nothing to do with me. Simply knowing the incantation was enough for me to intuitively grasp just an elementary ranked spell like that. And like this, I have learned the most basic spell of barrier magic, the elementary ranked magic shield. After this I was able to cast it silently as well. As for the effect of the magic shield, it was average. I was even a little disappointed. Magic shield forms a barrier that blocks magical attacks and follows the caster as long as it's continuously and consciously maintained. It also has the power to isolate flames or cold, or reduce their effect. but it only works on magical flames and cold, not on environmental heat and cold. As for physical magic attacks like shooting out stone bullets and icicles, it also works. I guess it's because these things are created by mana and are basically crystallized mana, so they're still blocked. It has no effect on pure physical attacks like sword strikes and arrows though. It was a purely magical barrier. But the worst part of it all was that it also blocks your own spells from going out. Once you create a magic shield around yourself, it will also block your own spells from going out if you dual cast them. According to Roxy, the intermediate rank Stone Wall and advanced rank Earth Fortress are stronger defensive options. This, or just having a swordsman protect you and cut down magic spells for you. The main problem was that it was only an elementary ranked barrier. Even if I could overload it with mana to make it stronger, it took a significant amount of time and wasn't very powerful because the base rank of the spell was too low, and it would also be shattered by my own magic going out. Other downsides are that the shield can only be maintained if I'm within it, it cannot be cast away from the body, and the only shape I can make it is spherical in nature. Basically, it was a good trick to know to have more options, but it wasn't overly useful in combat. It's also said that there are other kinds of barrier magic, such as barrier magic that heals light wounds and one which promotes the creation of specific hormones in the brain to lessen the feeling of pain, but Roxy and Zenith both don't know these. Shortly after starting lessons with Roxy, I asked her one of those days to cast a fireball. She was confused by my sudden request, but still went along with it as I persisted. Well, alright, said Roxy expressionlessly and then stretched out her hand. Flames began gathering in front of her palm as she chanted, "Let the great protection of fire be on the place thou seekest." I call it refreshing. I stretched out my hand as well and sent out my mana to interfere with the spellcasting. Disturb magic? Roxy continued, burbling streama. Roxy suddenly cut her incantation short and a confused expression appeared on her face as her fireball suddenly extinguished and her cast failed. Seraph, was that you? Roxy looked at me, her slightly lazy-looking eyes filled with surprise. I nodded. It was the first time that I used disturb magic on another mage, but luckily it succeeded. I feel that Roxy didn't put much focus into her spell casting either, so that might have made it easier. Ah, disturb magic. Roxy screamed out with an expression of shock. I raised my eyebrows. Roxy knows about disturb magic? How did you learn disturb magic? Roxy questioned curiously. I just sent out my mana to interfere with your spell. That's all. I thought it might work, but I wasn't sure, I said softly while playing with my thumbs like a good boy. You just sent out your mana. Roxy replied with a stiff smile. Teacher, what is disturb magic? I asked curiously, faking ignorance. Roxy looked at me for a moment, then explained patiently. Disturb magic is said to be legendary magic which allows a magician to cancel other people's spells. I've never heard of anyone being able to use it though. I don't think even the professors in the University of Renoa where I studied can use it. I see, I muttered. So it seems that disturb magic is not an entirely unknown type of magic in the modern world. There is some information floating around about it, but it's mostly a legend. Come to think of it, I think the principal of University of Renoa was shocked when Rudeus displayed disturb magic during his enrollment test, but he still accepted it rather easily. I guess he had heard about this before and was simply surprised that Rudeus could use such a high-level technique. In practice, interrupting someone's spell wasn't overly difficult. As long as someone is able to manipulate pure mana, I suppose. All that you need to do is stir up the mana a bit and mess up their process of formulating a spell. It's like the enemy magician building a huge house of cards while casting a spell, but you just flick away one of the cards at the bottom, making the entire structure collapse. It required very little mana too, but was extremely effective. I guess it would be even more effective since most people had never encountered it before and would have no experience of having someone interfere in their spell casting. As if being able to cast magic chantlessly and instantly was not enough, it was an ultimate and simple counter against most magicians. Following that, Roxy questioned me on how I was able to grasp disturb magic. I feel she wanted to learn some secrets that might allow her to learn it herself. Well, I don't know. I just did it. My answer was vague. It was not entirely because I didn't want Roxy to learn disturb magic, but because I didn't think she had any chances in succeeding when she couldn't even cast magic without a chant. If she focused on trying to learn disturb magic, while even Sylphie with Laplace factor and talent in chantless magic had difficulty grasping it, then she would be simply wasting her time. Roxy looked a little bit disappointed that I couldn't provide her an answer. But of course, I didn't just show this to her to lower her self-esteem or to show off. Teacher, how about we practice together? You can try casting magic and I will try to disrupt it. By training like this, maybe you'll be able to improve your focus. Roxy's eyes secretly lit up when she heard this. From this point onward, I began practicing disturb magic with Roxy. Roxy would focus on her own spellcasting and try to resist the interference of my mana while I focused on improving my use of disturb magic to interrupt her spells. Roxy should have thought that this way she might be able to improve her own skill and maybe even learn disturb magic. While I don't think it might necessarily help her to grasp disturb magic, it shouldn't be a bad training method to improve her spellcasting focus itself. Most importantly, I proposed all this because it was a good practice method for me. Before this I could only practice disturb magic while dual casting, and I wasn't the best at both just yet. As I can finally put my full focus on using disturb magic, I could feel my skill steadily improving as I practiced with Roxy from time to time. This way I mastered the ability to completely shut down a saint rank magician's spellcasting. A typical day in the Greyrat household. Middle of the night. Oh. Irritating yelping and moaning noises were sounding out through the house once again. Where were they coming from? Of course it was from Paul and Zenith's bedroom. They were at it again. Busy at work. This happened every day. With this, I could not sleep again, so I practiced magic. I maintained a green explosion fireball with an annoyed expression and continuously tried to compress it more and more. I would slightly loosen it, then once again try to compress it. The more mana I put in, the stronger the pressure, the higher the heat. Stronger, harder. Dear, I can't. I'm only getting started. My left eye twitched as the voices were clearly reaching all the way to my own room. Then I lightly gulped and started imagining the scene in the bedroom. Damn, how much fun would it be to smash an adventurer hottie like Zenith like this? Zenith herself was hot, and so was Lilia, so in this fantasy world the standards of beauty should be rather high. With my looks of Kid Gilgamesh with blue ocean eyes and my strength I'll surely be attractive among girls. I can't wait to grow up. No, back to work. My heart is calm and focused. Only perseverance remains in my heart. I continued training, and continued applying pressure to my fireball. There were other kinds of magic training that I also did, like creating stone figurines, improving my ice magic and also manipulating spells like flamethrower to have it enter into a loop of continuously blasting out fireballs, but I often defaulted to practicing by simply working on my explosion spell. I'm not entirely sure why. I always had some water in my room for drinking, so I would sip some from time to time as I trained to stay hydrated. Drinking at this hour might have not been the best decision, but it was my habit. And because of this at one point I felt like going to the lavatory. I quietly opened the door leading to the corridor, but another guest was there already. The blue-haired girl squatting in the dark corridor, peeking into the room through the door's gap. Her face flushed and she was holding in her quickened breath, but her eyes glued into the inner rooms. I can see her hand reaching beneath her robes, doing some inviting movements. I quietly returned back to my room. I gulped. That childish and cute magician girl who's so innocent and sincere was actually secretly peeping on a couple having sex while masturbating. Oh Roxy, how inappropriate. I guess everyone has urges, even a decent girl like her. To be honest, Roxy is impossibly pretty, as you could expect from a fantasy world. Her chest is small, but her small bubble butt is great and she has nice hips with nice curves. How do I know? Well, that was an accident. She forgot to close the door whilst changing. She has the body of a teenage girl and acts a bit silly, but I guess it would only be rude to consider her a child. After all, she is still a 40-year-old woman that traveled the whole damn world by herself while killing many monsters and people. She went through and experienced more than most people will in their entire lifespans. And just look at this scene, a girl in heat. I personally wish she were a bit more developed, but it isn't something I can change. At this moment I had thoughts of walking up to her to tease her with some childish talk, but I decided I'll just pretend I never saw this. I don't want her to always feel ashamed and uncomfortable around me in the future, but I don't think I'll be able to forget this scene. Whilst keeping this in my mind, I once asked Roxy later, "Teacher, how do you relieve stress?" "By studying." It seemed that a shota hentai development was not fated for me. Either way, I was just joking. It isn't like I can even get it up at 3 to 4 years old. At best I could kiss her here and there. It might be fun to do that and hear her moan in pleasure. Why am I even thinking about this? Right, it's because of these damn yelping moaning noises every single night. They often don't even bother closing the door to their room, even though we have a guest. Does that arrogant Paul want everyone to hear just how good he is in bed? Is that it? Damn you, Paul. You're raising me as a degenerate? Yeah, I'll just blame Paul. Everyone seemed to be doing that online back on Earth. I swear I'm not a pervert. Yeah, that's probably a lie. I'm just not as vocal about my desires as some others. But I don't care. If having thoughts of potentially romancing a demon magician girl and wanting a harem after reincarnating in a fantasy world makes someone a pervert, then I'm a proud pervert and I feel bad for anyone who isn't one because they'd be missing out big time. That's my honest attitude. I feel I'm still better than someone who outwardly and shamelessly groomed, groped, and lusted after kids, masturbated to his own niece bathing using a hidden camera, peeked on his infant sister's crotches and stared at Zenith's breasts like a dog as she was feeding them, worshipped and regularly sniffed unwashed stolen panties in pleasure, and spent his youth finding a cure for erectile dysfunction while having such pathetic and dull-wit mindset throughout the entire Mushoku Tensei that it was difficult to read. Time passed. As a live-in teacher, Roxy had begun to become a part of the family. Sometimes she would go out to do small jobs in the village, sometimes Zenith would try to teach her some cooking recipes at home. I thought that it wouldn't be difficult for someone like Roxy to just follow the steps of a cooking recipe, but she was strangely clumsy when it came to cooking. Although a bit childish, she was way brighter than I initially thought. Still, it would seem that the easier something was, the clumsier Roxy got. The Roxy paradox. Zenith-san, how did you end up with someone like Paul-san? Roxy asked Zenith one of those days, curious. Well, he does have his good points. But it's probably because we traveled together for so long, Zenith said, although he was never able to keep his hands off of. Roxy-chan, has he? Not even once, Roxy replied with a somewhat flat expression. Was she annoyed that even a man like Paul never showed interest in her? From what I remember, he only likes women with big boobs. I could see that Roxy had zero interest in Paul. She should only be self-conscious of her small size. Teacher, I think you're very pretty, I quietly spoke up from beside her. No, you don't need to comfort me. Roxy maintained a blank face. I guess she wasn't interested in the opinion of a 4-year-old. I'm not lying. I think you're pretty, I said after a moment's hesitation, then shot Roxy a cute and innocent smile as I looked up. Thank you for the compliment, but you should leave that kind of talk for a girl you like in the future. But I like Roxy. Roxy said, okay. If you haven't changed your thoughts 10 years later, we will talk about it again. Okay, then it's a promise. And even though it was reflected lightly, I didn't miss Roxy's slightly happy expression. I could see Zenith smiling silly at this scene as well. To be honest, I didn't expect anything from this, and Roxy also didn't take it seriously. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to plant the seed here. I might tease her about it in the future. Through the months I grew to like Roxy quite a bit. My poor opinion of her has changed. She was definitely a girl I would want as my partner, if I could. Meanwhile Paul, is Roxy really alright? She's not growing, and her chest is still flat. Maybe we should have more meat from now on. She should look like this. Insert hot Roxy pictures here. Chapter 12, Chapter 12 A 5-year progress. Around 1.5 years since Roxy came here, I have already gone through most of the material that she planned to teach me. I was happy with the fact that I was able to finish my studies early. At that time I asked Roxy to begin teaching me the demon god language. It was the middle of winter and my 5th birthday was around 6 months away. Perhaps because of these reasons Roxy stayed and decided to keep teaching me the demon language. But it was good. Just like Rudeus I planned to later learn the demon's language, but if I started with a live teacher instead of just learning it from a book, it would naturally greatly improve my progress. There would also not be any hiccups in my pronunciation and conversation skills. 6 months passed and it was summer again. I was close to reaching 5 years old. The grind never stopped. Through the last 2 years I continued emptying my MP every day, which went without saying, and my mana reserves kept growing. My ability to concentrate mana in a spell, my spellcasting speed and firing speed of spells, my control and power of gravity magic, all of these were practiced each day as well. In relation to the power of my explosion spell, it had jumped up by 2 stages from bright green, past the white cyan color and had reached the white blue stage. The color phases seem to be a mix of electromagnetic spectrum and stars color chart, but I won't question the logic of that. The light blue fireball was very slowly becoming darker as I kept training. The next color should be clear blue, and then finally purple. Apart from this, my other spells saw a similar improvement as well, though I never had the chance to fully unleash the power of many of them, as it would simply cause way too much damage to the surroundings. For gravity magic, it was around 2.5 years since I started practicing with it. I wasn't only able to make things float in a small area, I could make things float, make things heavier, have a single object move around, and my power and range have all increased. However, practicing gravity magic was by far the most difficult part of my magic training, as it required a lot of manual control and brain power. To improve my finer control of magic on top of it, I imitated Rudeus and since 3 years ago have been creating figurines and other objects with attention to detail using earth magic, and sometimes also larger statues using ice. Making it more practical and efficient, I would create things whilst observing people and items instead of just relying on my memory and imagination. The focus was improving my dexterity while handling magic, not straining my memory by recalling useless details. I guess somewhat complementing it, I would also draw things and sceneries that interested me in a sketchbook. In the previous life I was terrible at drawing. Just drawing a nice and symmetrical circle was difficult. Just one of the many things I was innately bad at. Perhaps because of this I became interested in drawing and simply liked to draw in this life where my skills were much better. My sketchbook was full of all kinds of drawings, starting with drawings of Roxy and Lilia to drawings of random flowers in the garden. While at first these were simply good, I feel like my drawing skill was quite great by now. I had no idea of what the tricks are for drawing well, so I just experimented and followed my instinct. Of course, I wasn't only drawing for the pleasure of it. My main goal through it was to exercise my mind, my imaginative and geometric ability, and also practice how to accurately draw magic circles. In regards to my physical training, my bodybuilding regimen was also maintained. During this time I improved my training equipment and even created my own small personal gym at one corner of the garden. Because I had experience working as a personal trainer in the first life, I could train optimally and with no risk of injury even as a kid. Without the need to hide my math skills anymore as I grew up a bit, I also slowly began to finally note my workouts to better adjust and periodize my training. Luckily, Paul just left me alone when it came to physical training and only taught me swordsmanship. He would often observe me train while giving me strange looks, but he allowed me to do as I saw fit. I feel he had the attitude of, just let the genius do his own training. I was happy about this because Paul's own physical training was really lacking. He basically did random hard things without much order. 11, 12, 13. Today Paul, Zenith, and even Roxy were out, so I've been doing my bodybuilding style training without holding back. Pam, I dropped down a stone kettlebell to the ground as I finished my 13th rep of goblet squats. Below my feet were stone platforms that allowed me to increase my depth while just holding the kettlebell I made with both hands hanging. The kettlebell dropped down between them. This was the technique I used for squats since I didn't make a squat rack just yet. It would not be too difficult to create a stone squat rack, but since it was not necessary yet, I felt it would be too much for a 5-year-old. My training equipment and methods were already exotic and abnormal enough. Apart from a squatting stand, jumping boxes and a wooden pull-up stand, next to me there was a stone bench with safety racks which I used for benching. I could also do push-ups under increased gravity, but these didn't feel quite right to do regularly, as the gravity was pulling my blood and organs downwards. I felt I wasn't able to exercise my full strength, which is important for strength training. On top of the stone bench lay a stone barbell, while at the sides were several stone dumbbells, stone kettlebells, and stone clubs of various sizes and weights, like iron power clubs. There was also another larger barbell on the ground which I used for deadlifts. The entire gym was surrounded by 3-meter-tall walls from all sides except for an entrance. It was mostly for privacy, to keep outsiders from peeking on me and my unique training methods, and to keep the rumors from spreading. I thought of making my gym covered with a roof to shield myself from the sun and rain, or making the entire building spherically shaped like an igloo, but my parents and Roxy blanched when I tried it. They were too overly worried that the stone roof would collapse and crush me. For a typical Earth Fortress spell, a magician had to continuously maintain the structure or it would collapse, but I knew that it's possible for it to hold itself together with a proper design. But oh well, since I was a 5-year-old, I relented for the time being. One day I will build myself a proper gym, the greatest gym in this world. Since I always did my strength training early in the day, the heat that came from the sun was not very problematic. The thick cold stone walls also seemed to balance out the temperature. After doing my set, I walked to the side and took a sip of water, then let out a breath. Phew. Using a notebook, I quickly noted down the number of repetitions I did and the perceived level of difficulty. X 13/7. I felt it was time to increase the weight. I walked up to the rough stone kettlebell and placed my hand on top of it. Then I used earth and fire magic and plastered a layer of stone on it, melting it into its surface to increase the weight. If it turns out to be too small of an increase in weight, I'd simply add a bit more. If it's too much, then so be it. I'll keep training with this kettlebell in a slightly lower rep range until I adjust to the weight. After doing that, I sat down on the grass. I let out my breath, closed my eyes and focused my attention on my breath and the sensation that came from my body, beginning to meditate. I continued doing this for a while until I felt that my breathing had returned to normal and I was ready for another set. My training continued. After finally finishing my strength training workout for the day, I brushed away the sweat from my face with a towel, then walked out of the gym. Looking to the side, I saw 2 kids staring at me from behind the stone fence. I slightly frowned. This was happening sometimes. Probably because of all the explosions and magical commotion that me and Roxy were causing, mostly me, there would sometimes be curious kids that would come to peek. I called out to them. It's a private property. Leave. After that I raised my finger into the air, created and shot out a fireball into the air. Explosion? Boom? Whoa, cool. The kids marveled at the scene in the air and the loud bang. Well, let's go. Yeah. The 2 looked at me with reluctant faces, then slowly began walking away. By casting the spell was I actually making them come back here for more? Oh well. As long as they leave now and don't bother me. By now people in the village already seem to know that Paul's son is a magical genius, being tutored by Roxy. In the novel Rudeus was known as a 5-year-old saint-ranked water magician, so I guess, as long as I take basic precautions, there shouldn't be any dangers associated with some people knowing that I'm talented. Furthermore, I could probably personally annihilate most kidnappers, if Paul himself was not enough. Young Master Seraphim, have you finished? Lilia asked me with a small concealed smile from the porch. She had been sitting on a chair outside and seemed to be sewing something. Yes. Now I'm just going to quickly wash myself outside. Lilia softly smiled and said, Young Master, you are working very hard every day. How about you make some friends? These 2 seem to be interested in befriending you. Of course, I was aware of it. I was a cool, rich, relatively rich, strong, and famous, maybe infamous, kid of the only knight in the village. Other children would surely want to be friends with me. But what was the point of wasting my time with some 5-year-old village kids? If they had some degree of talent and potential for the sword or magic, then so be it. It might be worth raising them. But for an average village bumpkin, it's unlikely they're worth the time. Each minute of my time is precious. And there was also another more important point. I did not want to cause an influence that spreads outside of the household before I turn 5 years old out of precaution. Sylphie came to mind here, but I did not want to meet her just yet. I shook my head at Lilia's words. No, I don't need friends. I could see Lilia smile wryly. That's what you think, young master, but perhaps you should still try it. You might change your mind. I shook my head again. No, auntie, please stop it. I'm not interested in friends who are not into the same things as me. At this, Lilia seemed to look a bit helpless. We did have similar conversations before. Lilia should have had my happiness and my best interest in mind, but I used various excuses to brush her off. She kept trying to convince me to go out to play and make friends, but was also understanding and wasn't overly persistent when I declined her. I'll take a shower now. You'll teach me the water god style later, right, Auntie? I asked with expectations. Lilia gently smiled. As you wish, young master. Then I will go and finish preparing your meal. Your change of clothes is right here. Thank you, Auntie Lilia. I smiled. I called Lilia Auntie, and especially if we were alone. At first she declined it out of formality, but she seemed to like it a lot, so I kept at it. Eventually, she gave up and accepted the situation as is, quite happily, I feel. Lilia worked hard, and because of my obsessive training she had especially increased workload, so I felt I could at least reward her this way. Basic kindness and the feeling of being appreciated. After separation from Lilia, I entered a small wall structure next to the gym with a stone platform underneath. I took all my clothes. I then spread my hands above my head and used water and fire type melded magic, dual casting the waterfall spell and the heat hands spell. Controlling the temperature of water to make it just lukewarm, I poured it over myself to imitate a shower. After quickly washing myself, I picked up a towel and dried myself for the most part. I would still have another training session and shower later in the day, and did not want to bother Lilia with excessive laundry, so I put on the same underwear and only changed my clothes into something clean to wear around the house for the time being. I came into the house and wolfed down a scrumptious second breakfast that Lilia had prepared for me. As it's said, you gotta eat big to get big, mother f***er. While eating I thought about my sword training. Today Roxy had a day off and it was mostly a holiday. Zenith and Paul had also both gone out for some reason. Regardless, later in the day I would still do swordsmanship training with Paul. There is a belief in this world that if you don't practice swordsmanship every day, there is no point in doing it in the first place. While it of course was a bit exaggerated, I didn't mind. I separated my bodybuilding and swordsmanship training throughout the day to spread apart my strength training and cardiovascular training, since what was proven to be ideal. Apart from Paul who had shown me basic sword moves and that I sparred with, I also got Lilia to teach me the water god style swordsmanship techniques. While Lilia was not as talented or strong as Paul, she was not a muscle brain who mostly did things by instinct. Her father is a leader of a water god style dojo and she had trained under him since young, even receiving tips from the water god herself at one point. While Lilia was not as talented or strong as Paul, she was much better at improving my technique and correcting my mistakes rather than Paul who mostly did things by instinct. My swordsmanship was improving. The only problem I had was that my sparring partners were so large in contrast to my own small body size that it was difficult for me to train my sword moves properly. I don't feel it was the best kind of training, but for now that's all I had. Since I would train intensively with the sword every single day, I had to control my fatigue and recovery. I wouldn't do intensive sparring sessions with Paul every day of the week. Instead, sometimes I would just practice sword moves, in the air, on a wooden dummy or an ice statue, or do light technique-focused sparring with Lilia. Right now, after eating my meal, I thanked Lilia for her work, then came to my room. Using gravity magic, I made a pen float in front of me, and then I carefully controlled it to stay afloat either perfectly horizontally or vertically while trying to prevent it from shaking. This application of gravity magic, which could be called telekinesis, was very difficult to pull off. Despite how simple what I did looked, it was an extensively demanding mana control exercise. It was one training method I adapted from the Mother of Learning novel. Gravity magic was one of the things I was very serious about practicing. It had many applications and was very difficult to counter. The more I practiced gravity magic, the more I was amazed by its potential. Among other things, gravity magic ignores battle aura, so it can turn most swordsmen into helpless targets floating in the air. With just a wave of my hand, I can turn the advanced rank Paul impotent as a melee fighter, helplessly flailing his limbs around. Just how overpowered was this alone? Controlling the force of gravity in an area can also indirectly cancel most spellcasting. After all, if a magician can't even keep his water ball or icicle afloat, how can he keep controlling it? It was rather obvious to me now why Rudeus never even seriously tried to learn gravity magic in the novel. If he did, most of the fights following that point would be simply too easy. Another forced nerf on Rudeus. But I still knew to not bet my everything on gravity magic. There would always be people capable of countering it. My training was holistic, so I wouldn't have any weak points. Thinking of my magic training, it would soon be time for Roxy to leave. Even though I knew this, I didn't plan to forcefully keep her here. I had already grasped the basics of the demon god language and there was little she could teach me anymore. From my end, during this time I in turn helped her to get started on the path of shortened incantations. However, trying to teach her disturb magic proved fruitless. I couldn't teach her anything more either. It was probably best to just let her go, so she can reach the kingdom of Chiron on schedule. Chapter 13, Chapter 13. Roxy's chapter, A Beginner's Wand, Side Story. Roxy's POV. Quagmire. Ahead of the wand where Roxy Megardia had pointed, mud covered the ground instantly. Seeing it becoming a bottomless pond of mud, Roxy turned back and told in a flat tone, "Pull it up, now." To that word, the men of the village gently slapped the farm horse's rear, then also started pulling the rope themselves. The rope went straight instantly and made a whizzing sound to the tension. Hoi, hoi, went the men of the village pulling the rope. It was a big tree stump. When observed carefully, a big rock had been tangled up to it too. However, a horse and a herd of men pulled it up. The stump of wood got instantly pulled above alongside the piece of rock and rolled on the ground. Is it over? Roxy asked. "Yeah, good work. Thanks for helping us out all the time. Here, take your pay." "Oh, thank you for your humbleness." "Very well, excuse me." "Sure, see you again." Roxy is working as a tutor of Seraphim Greyrat in the Buena village. But her job as a tutor does not go on every day. She has some holidays and free time. However, even if it is a day off, she doesn't just waste her time. She either practices her shortened casting that she grasped thanks to the help of her young genius student, or she helps out the villagers and makes some money. Each reward for helping the villagers was not much. However, as not a lot of people come to the village, mages were in high demand. The villagers must have been pretty wealthy, giving her off quite some sense. Having her heavier wallet in her chest pocket, she went on to return home with a pleasing look. "Hey, isn't it Roxy-chan?" Suddenly, someone called out to her. Yes. When Roxy turned back, there were 2 horses. One of them was a fine horse. With its nice fur and trained muscles, you can easily notice that it is a well-cared horse. It was Caravaggio of the Greyrat family. The other one was an unknown horse. However, horses don't speak. Who spoke were the 2 people riding the horses. "Hello, Roxy-chan. So you're helping the villagers again. Good work." It was her employer as well as the house owner of the Greyrat family, Paul, and his wife Zenith. "Well, you always seem to help out the villagers with their farm work on every holiday. Is it maybe that we don't pay you enough?" "No, I receive a sufficient amount. There's nothing bad about having more money. Leaving that aside, where are you 2 going?" When Roxy asked that, Paul hit the sword on his waist, with a face as if he was trying to say he was glad she asked. "It's Serapha's 5th birthday soon, right? I asked a blacksmith from the town for his birthday gift. We're going to go and receive that." Roxy said. "I see. A blacksmith, is it? Are you going to give him a sword? Isn't it too soon? When a disciple of the sword god style has a child, they make them have a real sword at the age of 5. I referred to that. Although it might be still too early for him, the trustiness and the fear of having a blade both need to be taught from a young age." I see. Speaking of which, mages also have a similar custom, don't they? If I'm not mistaken, when an apprentice learns to use elementary rank magic, the master gifts them a wand, isn't it? Roxy suddenly remembered after hearing these words. There actually was a custom like that. The master crafts a handmade wand when their apprentice learns to be able to use elementary rank magic. Roxy thought that it was an important custom. After all, she herself got happy when she got her first wand from her master, as she thought she finally was a part of the mages. "Roxy, yes? Well, yes, there are customs like that, maybe, in some places, I think, in my style of magic, we give it at the intermediate rank. Oh no, it's also too late, Roxy became flustered. She completely forgot about it. She can make an excuse that Seraphim used intermediate rank magic from the beginning, but it was true that she completely forgot about the important custom itself. "Hey, Roxy-chan." "Why yes." Roxy suddenly shuddered. She was a failure as a teacher. She might be scolded, because she was cutting corners, or that she didn't like their child, or something. It was a danger of losing her job. But, Zenith deeply understood what kind of a person Roxy was. "Let's go buy the materials together, okay?" "Oh okay." To her kind words, Roxy couldn't help but nod weakly. In Roxy's hands, a wand cracked with a snap. Failure again. Roxy was sitting at the work desk at the corner of the tool shop, beginning making a beginner's wand. On the table were magic stones, wood pieces, and some metalware. All of them were quite good materials which she collected by going around the town. A wand of a mage gets stronger as the rank of the woods and magic stones get better. Additionally, when some magic circles are drawn into the metalware connecting the magic stone and the wood piece, it gets even stronger, but that is unnecessary for a beginner's wand. Far from it, the magic stone could be of the least ranked, and the wood piece could be anything. It is basically gifted for them to use and throw away, as it is a beginner's wand. However, as for Roxy, if she had an apprentice, she had already decided the lowest rank of materials she wanted to use, in her heart. Seraphim was her first apprentice, and Roxy's wand she got from her master had some quite good materials used. As good as the master is, the better the wand they gift, she learned in the magic university. Hence, Roxy decided that the magic stone would be of a rank above the least, and the wood piece would be from a young sapling of the lesser treant. The merchant said, "Hey girl, I know how you feel, but a newbie crafting with a young sapling of lesser treant is too difficult. Use this red oak instead." "No, that can't happen. I want to use this." Out of the cheaply available wood pieces, the young sapling of a lesser treant is one of the best. When compared to using magic with bare hands, by using this material the difference can be clearly felt. Out of the mages, some just focus on the magic stones, but for Roxy, they are amateurs. The quality of a wand relies upon the grade of the wood. Of course, the amount of mana used is less when sending the mana to the magic stone, but also how efficiently the mana flows, and how much mana is sent to the magic stone, is decided by the wood. And, out of the lower graded wood, the only one for that to be felt is a young sapling of lesser treant. As magic can be used with bare hands, any sort of magic stone can help the one using magic. Therefore, the good or bad of the wand depends on the wood piece. That was the reason she stuck to this, but there was one thing Roxy did not know. That was, that the young sapling of the lesser treant can easily crack, and is quite difficult to craft with. Roxy, I'll buy another one. I'm sorry, but we're sold out. What? Recently, the population is increasing, so more and more houses are being built, and that's why we're overall short of wood. Oh, okay. It's not that it's that rare, so we'll have more incoming soon, though. As the name suggests, a young sapling of the lesser treant can be obtained by cutting off a young tree of lesser treant. As a lesser treant dries up and withers when they die, it cannot be obtained if not cut off from one alive. But, it's just lesser treant after all, so it's not a very difficult task. Actually, it's quite a common case of cutting them off while fighting by coincidence. Waiting for the arrival of the shop, or requesting to the Adventurers Guild, it wouldn't take that long, and be in hand quite soon. However, there wasn't much time left until Seraphim's birthday. She might not make it in time if she waited for the ingredients to arrive. It's fine using other wood pieces, but she did not want to use anything cheaper than a young sapling of lesser treant, and on the other hand, if she went for something better, only the expensive ones would be left. Rather than using these as a beginner's wand, she would use it for something like a wand above the intermediate rank. It's wasteful. It's finally her first apprentice and her first beginner's wand. It would be a memorial for Roxy, so she did not want to compromise for this. Oh, you were here. Finally found you? Come on, we have been looking for you. There, a voice was heard from the entrance of this door. The voices of a young man and a young woman. From the second time of the same interaction today, she looked back with a bitter smile. I'm sorry. I've been having a rough time. It was obviously Paul and Zenith. It seemed that they finished purchasing the things they were looking for, as they were holding their package in their arms. Paul said, if it is negotiating for the price, I can help. Despite how I look, I learned it from a thief who used to be in my party before. No, actually, the thing I'm looking for seems to be out of stock. Can't it be something else? Of course not. A wand is very important for a mage, isn't it, Roxy-chan? It was Zenith who answered Paul's naive question. From her vigorous look to defend Roxy at all costs, she answered with a strained smile. No, it's not that that won't work, but a beginner's wand is a special thing to indicate a mage's very first step, so I don't really want to compromise. Also, I heard that the 5th birthday is an important day for humans. For Roxy, it was something half wanting to celebrate, but half feeling uncomfortable. That's because she had forgotten to gift it herself. It also served as an atonement of her past. Making a random one with a cheap material could not be forgiven. Roxy-chan. To that word, Zenith put her hands over her mouth with an expression of deep emotion. They welcomed the young-looking girl mage just like a family, and she also is trying to respond to that. She was very happy about that. Paul asked, so, what's the problem? I wanted to use a young sapling of lesser treant as a material, but it is sold out. Okay, I see. Hearing that, Paul hit his hand. Okay, if that's what you need, let's strike while the iron is hot. Let's get going. Go where? To Roxy, who was puzzled, Paul answered, of course, we're gonna go get them. To Paul, who hit the sword on his waist with a sound, Zenith and Roxy could not help looking at each other's faces. We can't find it. Yeah, we've been into the forest for a while, but I thought the treants would come attack us right away. Yes, speaking of forests, it's treants. Normally, we would have already encountered some of them. Roxy and the two came to a forest near the town. Their goal is the lesser treant. All three of them were originally adventurers with a high rank, so rather than waiting for the arrival, it is quicker to go get it themselves. That was the idea Paul had come up with. However, it had been an hour since entering the forest. Although they irregularly encountered some other monsters, they could not find a lesser treant. So, you two seem to have quite some skills, said Roxy. Isn't it? Despite how I look, I used to be an S-rank adventurer. Zenith bragged. Well, Zenith's ability is no more than A-rank or high B-rank though. Hey, it was your idea to level up at a fast pace to get me into the party? Whatever my skills are, I am S-ranked. Roxy said, please, stop quarreling. I think Zenith is also moving pretty well. Healing mages often aren't able to move confidently, but that isn't the case for Zenith. Even to the enemies that came towards her, she is trying to back them off until Paul is able to take care of them. It's helpful for us attacking mages to move too. Roxy did praise her like that, but inwardly she was thinking Zenith was able to move well because she was with Paul. For healing mages who are not capable of doing much in the attack, they usually tend to not want to even handle a single monster. Their excuse is that when they are defeated, the possibility of the whole party being wiped out increases exponentially. Practically, their excuse is right. Protecting themselves is the highest priority to healing mages, so if they can't afford to do that, they should not come face to face with an opponent one-on-one. However, that doesn't make it a reason for forcing the monster that attacked them to someone else, for example, an attacking mage who is not being targeted by a monster at that time. Although attacking mages have powerful means of attack, they are able to show their true abilities when they are free of target and are able to shoot magic without any worries. It is better for the healing mages to manage and hold on, and wait for a swordsman or a warrior to come help, or a mage to burn out the enemies. However, that is not necessarily always right, so they have to adapt to the situation. Zenith had these basics done right. Hence, maybe having party members who have the ability as S-rank, she can work more than enough for the party without bothering any of the other party members. Yet, Roxy still thought this would only work when she worked together with Paul. It's the difference in the amount of trust. When she was to handle one of the enemies, before when she would be not able to handle it anymore, Paul always comes and helps. Because she believes this, she is able to deal with them without panicking. When she thought about that, Roxy became jealous. When Zenith is in trouble, a person who she loves always comes and saves her. Not only that, but that man even loves her back. How great. If only I could ever find someone like that. Roxy couldn't help thinking like that. Hey, that was when Roxy came back to reality with Paul's voice. She quickly rested her back to a tree nearby and checked toward Paul's direction. Paul also hid behind a tree just like Roxy and was looking in a certain direction. It was almost a move in reflex, but it seems like it was the right decision. In the dim forest, a big object was moving with a slithering sound. Roxy peeked out from the tree and looked carefully at the object. That is, there was one lesser treant there. Even though it is named lesser, it has a fine body of around 2 meters. However, something clearly looked wrong with this individual. Although treants are not supposed to move until the target comes nearby, this one was slowly and unsteadily moving around the forest by itself. On top of that, the upper skin looked dried out and cracked, and the overgrowing leaves had completely dried down and turned brown. It is almost dead. A vampire treant, is it? The reason was behind the vines that twined around it. This vine twined around the lesser treant and was sucking up the sap and the mana. From this, people called the vines a vampire treant. It was a good thing we came here. If that thing was here, we might have had no supply soon. In a forest where a vampire treant had spawned, the number of treants decreased rapidly. The reason for young saplings of lesser treants being low on supply was also probably because of this, I guess. Saying so, Roxy took out her staff. After all, this is all we've got, huh? A lesser treant could not be found. Nevertheless, there was a plump piece of a young tree in Roxy's hands. It indeed was a sapling of a vampire treant. Roxy did not know how suitable this sapling of a vampire treant could be. Yet, as the feeling of touching it with her own hands, it did not look like a bad one at all. A bit lighter and harder than a lesser treant sapling, but the flow of mana is somewhat poor. So basically, it is not too good. Even though a vampire treant is a rare monster, its materials are not necessarily high-quality ones. I wonder, how Sensei made my wand, Roxy murmured. She met her master in the hometown she grew up in, learned magic from her, and got a wand. But thinking back, there were no lesser treants in the area she grew up in. Then, Roxy's master must have made the wand with materials available in the demon continent. She did not choose the highest quality of materials but used the best ones out of what she could find. The magic stone was a commonly found one, and the latch was made out of metal and not stone. Most probably, all of them were common raw materials she had with her at the time or ones she could obtain nearby. Still, for what it was made pretty firmly and saved Roxy's life multiple times. Although how suitable a vampire treant's sapling is for a beginner's wand. Let's try with this. Roxy took out a knife and started carving the sapling. For a while, there was silence but the sound of carving wood. While listening to the sound, Roxy was thinking back about the things since she came to the Buena village. First, she thought it was no more than a common village. Small, carefree, but having pride, and strict with strangers. Especially, against the demon race, never opening their hearts. In reality, some villagers often looked at Roxy and did give her some rude glances. Although not as much as in the Milis continent, the teachings of the Milis religion were pervasive in the Azura kingdom. Some hate the demon race just because they are one, but even if not, there is no doubt that there was an inclination to somewhat avoid them. When she realized that Zenith, the wife in the house she was hired, was a follower of the Milis religion, Roxy thought that she would not be able to have a pleasing living. However, maybe it was the national background. Or, it could have been their personalities. Or perhaps, maybe the experience in their lives. Both Paul and Zenith treated Roxy well. They didn't mention anything about the demon race and treated her as a part of the family or as a good friend. Maybe because those two were like that, after living there for a while, there happened to be a change in the villagers as well. Looking at Roxy, they started to show their smiles to her. Roxy, are you going out today? Roxy, we harvested some fruits, would you like one? Roxy, thanks for helping us the other day. It looks like we will be having another successful harvest this year. She thought it was a good place here. At the same time, she thought her master might have felt the same way. Once, she was born in a closed and boring village, but because her master came, she could know about the big world and set off. When her master just came to the village, Roxy did not remember how she was treated in detail, because she was still a child. However, when she was ready to leave the village, she was certainly accepted by the people there. Perhaps, I could be like Sensei, have I? She did not intend to do so. But, if she could have done something similar, she would be glad. One day, that master left the village. Roxy at that time had a bitter feeling toward it. She still had a lot to learn. She wanted to be with her more. And if she could, she wanted to travel with her. But, that was probably because her master thought that she taught everything she could to Roxy. Thinking she was no longer needed and that Roxy can walk on her own feet, she stood back and returned to the things she wanted to learn and the things she wanted to do. And, the same was for Roxy. She was almost about to finish teaching everything to Seraphim. At the same time, she felt that she still had a lot to learn. Thanks to his help she set her foot on learned how to do shortened casting, something she previously didn't know was possible for her to achieve. This boy who was significantly younger and more talented than herself, yet wasn't arrogant about it, greatly humbled her and made her reflect on her own past and her shortcomings. Perhaps, it is also time for me to be leaving soon, I guess, said Roxy. It was a good village. The people were great. She still wanted to stay here longer. But, it probably is the right time. I guess I will leave, after teaching the last one. Roxy still had a spell of magic she had not taught to Seraphim remaining. A magic that even she had a hard time getting it right. A magic she didn't even think she would teach the slightest bit when she came to the village. Saint rank water attacking magic cumulonimbus. Fufu, but Seraph will probably be able to learn it quickly. To the sapling she finished carving, she attached the metal latch. To finish it off, she attached a magic stone right in the place. The sapling of the vampire treant, perhaps due to its nature, was quite flexible and fit well in hand. With the wand in her hand, Roxy opened the windows, and pointed her wand outside, to an open place. I call a refreshing, burbling stream here and now, water ball. As a result of her shortened incantation, a ball of water flew off, then made a small splashing sound as it landed on the ground. There's no problem with the flow of mana as well. It's done. Farewell, it is. When Seraph masters the last magic, I will also leave. Thought so was Roxy, looking at the just finished wand in her hand. Chapter 14, Chapter 14. 5th birthday, Lilia's chapter. Seraphim's POV. One day Zenith placed a blindfold over my eyes while I was training in my room and then brought me out. Mom, what are you doing? I've got something I want to show you, Seraph. You can't take it off yet. Today I should be 5 years old. I wonder what it could be. I thought inwardly while slightly smiling. At one point, the cloth was removed from my eyes. In front of me was the dining table packed with delicacies and extravagant meals. Seraph, congratulations on your 5th birthday. Zenith supported me from behind and Paul ruffled my head while grinning. Meanwhile both Lilia and Roxy clapped. Congrats, Seraph. Paul placed his fingers in his mouth and let out a loud whistle. Congratulations, young master. Lilia bowed. Congratulations, Seraph. Roxy smiled. I'm so happy that you've grown so healthily to the age of 5. Thank you for being born, my angel. Zenith bent down full of smiles and kissed me on the forehead. Together with Paul, the two hugged me tightly full of smiles. I let out a breath. My eyes flickered with tears. Thank you, everyone. Everyone was smiling brightly. Paul suddenly lifted me up, flung me over his head, then placed on top of his shoulders. I desperately grabbed his hair, trying to not fall off. Haha, you're still so tiny. Zenith laughed. Roxy looked on with worry. Lilia had a complicated expression. After the cheers was time for the presents. This country didn't have the custom of celebrating birthdays every year. However, the norm was that after you reach a certain age, your family members would give you some gifts. Those certain age points are 5, 10, and 15 years old. In this world you become an adult when you turn 15 years old. Happy birthday. It's my present for you. Paul gave me a sword. At first glance, it was a real steel sword, concealed inside a scabbard. I received it in my hands. The sword was a bit too heavy for a 5-year-old child to use, but it seemed as if it was designed to be smaller for a kid to use. It was not a full-sized sword, I could see it at a glance. Thank you. Without further ado, I quickly pulled out the sword to check it out. Careful there, it's sharp. After pulling it out of its scabbard, I took a good look at the sword in front of me. It was a relatively short sword, forged and sharpened. The blade was slimmed down and the entire weapon including the hilt and crossguard were miniaturized. For a normal person it might be a one-handed sword, but for me the hilt had enough space to use with 2 hands. It was amazing. Paul should have made an order to make it custom-made for me. I know that in this world most swords are custom forged to fit the user's preference. I guess he thought I'm responsible enough to start practicing sword strikes with a real sword. Or did he notice my passion for the sword? I hope so. Can I really use it? I asked excitedly while looking up. I always loved swords. Because swords are cool. You can use it, but only when training with me. Do you understand? Paul asked me with a stern look. Yeah, I'm serious. You can't use it unless I'm there. Paul kept staring at me. Do you promise? Paul looked at me intently. I promise, I eventually said. Fine. Since I promised, then I'll hold myself to it. I don't want to break these people's trust. Just the fact that Paul allowed me to use a real sword at 5 years old was something to be glad about. Paul cleared his throat. Ahem. You might still be too young for that sword, but a man has to carry a sword inside his heart. You have to be prepared to protect people important to you. You'll have a wife and kids of your own someday. It will be your duty to protect them. Magic is bad at close combat and can't keep up with fast-paced battles. Swordsmanship has the advantage there. Become someone who can use both magic and the sword, like the first water god, then you won't have weaknesses. I smiled slightly while listening to his long speech. If you master dash, too long. Paul was very passionate about his speech, but he was cut off by Zenith as she hand-chopped his head. Paul wryly smiled and finished with, therefore, you need to put this away carefully, sharpen the blade in your heart and use it only in times of need. Zenith pushed Paul away and then handed me a book. Because Seraph seems to like books. The book that was given to me is a plant encyclopedia, the same as in the original, so I was not very surprised by this. However, as I received and skimmed through it, I couldn't resist letting out a whoa. In this world, books are expensive. The encyclopedia is very thick, and there are also illustrations accompanied with it to make it easy to understand. I can't tell how much was spent on this. When I first read the novel, I thought that purchasing something as useless as a plant encyclopedia instead of another book was rather wasted money, but my attitude here was different. The medicine in this world was at an extremely low level, and something like alchemy was nearly non-existent, as most wounds and common illnesses could be solved with healing magic. That's why this book, with information about various plants, perhaps some of them magical plants with miraculous and unique effects, was so precious. How is it? I know exactly what you would like, right? Zenith asked me with a bright smile. I guess I let my emotions show. Thanks, Mom. It's amazing. And I got hugged tightly after saying that. Next I received a wand from Roxy. A rod around 30 centimeters long with a small ruby-colored stone at the tip. Roxy said, I created this a few days ago. I forgot about it because Seraphim knew how to use magic from the very beginning. Usually, the teacher will make the wand personally to allow students to use elementary rank magic. I'm terribly sorry about it. I slightly smiled. Thank you. I didn't really need a wand before, so it's okay. The truth is that for someone like me, a wand or a staff is not terribly useful. I remember from the novel and anime how it was mentioned that a staff with a magic stone amplifies magic, with Rudeus's staff amplifying water magic by 5 times in particular. But the fact is that it's far less useful than it seems. All that amplifying magic amounts to is only making the magician require less mana to cast the same spells. Practically, a staff or a wand only reduces mana consumption. It doesn't increase the power of spells or the speed of spellcasting. For a normal magician with limited mana reserves, a staff is a must. It allows them to cast more and stronger magic. For me, using a wand at this time would only make it harder to exhaust all of my mana. After Roxy, Lilia approached me as well, her professional visage tinted with affection. In both her hands she held a book. It isn't much, but I feel young master might find it useful. I received the book with a puzzled and curious look. The book was medium-sized, a little smaller than a normal book, and the cover was made from hard leather. By the look of things, it was never used. As I opened it, the book's pages were empty. Lilia said, it's a diary. Young master has many bright ideas. I felt that keeping a diary will help him sort his thoughts. Ah, so it's a diary. To think of it, I had many notebooks, sketchbooks, workout, and magic training logs, but I didn't have a diary. What a thoughtful gift, Lilia. If it was just another notebook or sketchbook, while I would find it useful, it would probably not have as much meaning to me. Perhaps keeping a diary might really help me to stay on track in general. Thank you, Lilia. I didn't hold back and hugged Lilia in thanks. Lilia's POV. If you're already familiar with this chapter, the section that's mostly copied from the original is separated by long string of dots, so you can skip or skim. I used to be a guardsmaid for Azure royal family's concubines. A guardsmaid is a maid who is also a guard. I would usually do a maid's job, but if anything happened, I had to take up a sword to protect my master. Unfortunately, due to the fighting and the schemes of the royal palace, I ended up being a scapegoat and suffered a debilitating injury that crippled my ability to run and fight with a sword. The kingdom then sacked me without hesitation. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence, so I had to accept this fate. Having lost my abilities, it was a given that I'd lose my position. Even though I wasn't given compensation money, I could consider it fortunate that I wasn't secretly silenced because I served in the inner palace. I then left the capital. I always wondered why I, who had no significant background, had been accepted in the inner palace. It was now that I finally understood. They simply wanted to hire maids who could be used and discarded. No matter the reason, however, I had to leave the capital as quickly as possible, for my own safety, since the mastermind behind the assassination was not found. Even though the kingdom treated her as bait, she had no obligation to stay, as she was not ordered to in any way, and I had no sense of duty to fulfill. I discreetly switched stagecoaches while traveling, and arrived at the Fitao region, which had extensive agricultural lands and was located at the border. It was a relaxing place of vast wheat fields, with the exception of the fortress city Roa, where the ruler lived. I intended to find work there. But, as my leg was injured, I was unable to find a job that required physical strength. I could resort to teaching swordsmanship as a low-rank tutor, but it was best for me to be hired as a maid, because the salary was higher. At this border, there were many who could wield a sword, and many who could teach swordsmanship, but a maid thoroughly versed in domestic affairs was relatively rare. Since the supply of properly trained maids was so little, the salary would be bigger. However, it would be dangerous for me to be hired by the ruler of Fitao, or any high-class nobility of similar status. Such people would surely have relations with the king. If they knew I was a maid who once worked for the concubine's palace, there was the possibility that I would be treated as a political tool. And for that reason, I stayed far away. I didn't want to experience a near-death situation again. Even though it was a little unfair to the princess, Lilia hoped to stay far away from the royals' contention for power. But, if my salary was too low, then there wouldn't be enough money to send to my family. Trying to find a safe job and a guaranteed salary sure wasn't easy. After running around everywhere for nearly a month, I came across a recruitment note. A lower-class knight from Buena village, located in the Fitao region, was looking to hire a maid. On top of that, the note said he would give special priority to someone with experience in taking care of children or who had knowledge of midwifery. Buena was a tiny village on the edge of Fito, a village among villages. an extremely rural village. It was very inconvenient, but this was the place that I sought. The employer being a lower-class knight was also an unexpectedly fine find. And most importantly, I recognized the prospective employer's name, Paul Greyrat. He was my protege, younger apprentice brother. A noble's profligate son who one day suddenly barged into my family's dojo where I've been learning swordsmanship. According to him, he had left home after a quarrel with his father and had come to the dojo to learn swordsmanship. Albeit a different style, he too did study swordsmanship at home, and soon after, surpassed me. I was not amused by this fact, but I had since understood that I had no talent and gave up. Paul, who was utterly brimming with talent, later escaped from the dojo after forcing himself into my bed and deflowering me. He only left me a single sentence, "I'm becoming an adventurer." It has been 7 years since we went our separate ways. At this time, he had actually become a knight and gotten married. Though I didn't know what sort of hurdles he had experienced in his life, Paul wasn't too bad as far as I could remember. If she told him about her problems, she was sure that he would help her. If that didn't work out, I planned to use a matter that happened between us in the past to get him to employ me. Paul hired me without any fuss. It seemed he was really anxious as his wife Zenith was about to give birth. I had been taught extensively in midwifery for the princess's birth. Moreover, I was someone that Paul was acquainted with and he knew my background. I was received with a warm welcome. My salary was also more than what I had expected, so my wish was achieved. Eventually, the couple's child was born. There weren't any labor issues or anything. It went just as I was trained for in the inner palace. There were no problems at all. It was very successful. However, the child didn't cry when he was born. At that time, I broke into a cold sweat. The baby looked at me silently without any emotion. His expressionless and listless face was reminiscent of a stillborn child. It seemed dead. My heart jumped at that moment. I touched the baby, and it had a heartbeat. It was breathing too, but he just wasn't crying. I remembered the words of a senior guardsmaid, that babies who don't cry at birth usually have complications. The instant when I thought of this, the baby looked over to her, and mumbled something in his grogginess. I relaxed after hearing that. Even though there was no evidence for it, I felt that there would be no problems. The child's name was to be Seraphim. He was an outstanding child, rarely crying or fussing. He only cried when his diaper was full, but just this was not much compared to what I expected from a newborn baby. At first, I assumed his body was slightly weaker at birth, hence he was that apathetic, and that taking care of him wouldn't require much effort. But, such a notion only occurred at the beginning. Before being around 6 months old, Seraphim used to sleep a lot. After he learned how to crawl, he started to move everywhere in the house. Everywhere: kitchen, back door, storage, cleaning equipment place, fireplace, etc. He even climbed onto the 2nd story, though one couldn't imagine how he did so. Either way, he was a very curious and cute child. A blonde baby boy with bright blue eyes and the face of a little angel. His name was very fitting. I could not help but want to take care of this baby. Yet, apart from sometimes climbing a chair to look out the window, he rarely made you worried. Even when occasionally walking outside the house or when entering the kitchen, he instinctively stayed away from things that could hurt him like fire or sharp tools. He was a bright child eager to learn about the world. In particular, the boy had shown a special interest in magic after Zenith had shown him some of her abilities. From the age of 1, he began learning how to read and write by Zenith's decision. At first I thought it was a silly and pointless endeavor, but Seraphim's rate of learning was so rapid that it was startling to the eyes. The boy was hard at work, and after a year, his ability to speak was pretty good and he could also read most things. The majority of people in this world are unable to read, yet this child grasped it at 2 years old. It was shocking. But it wasn't the end of it. After learning how to read, one day Seraphim relied on a magic guidebook and managed to cast magic without anyone ever teaching him. At 2 years old, by the virtue of his talent for magic, he was able to cast magic while omitting an incantation, a sign of a monstrous peerless talent. On the same day, he even managed to cast an intermediate ranked magic spell just the same. When this happened, I became secretly a bit afraid of this baby. It did things that seemed unreal. However, what balanced my feeling of fear was how little Seraphim handled the situation of his parents quarreling over whether he should practice with magic or the sword. Apparently it was decided before birth that if it was a boy that was born, he would practice with the sword. Without any fuss, Seraphim spoke up and resolved the conflict, proposing that he could do both. At a glance, he did it all because he did not want to see his parents fight. This child was simply too kind and adorable. I then recalled the so-called blessed children called Maiko, and I reasoned that Seraphim should have been simply one of those, being born with outstanding talent in magic and a brilliant mind. From that moment onwards, Seraph was deeply dedicated to his practice of magic every day. It was not only this, but he also began imitating his father and started training his body. He did not want to disappoint his father's expectations either. When he was still only 2 to 3 years old, he once told me, "I have to work hard to make my parents proud." My heart melted at the time I heard it and when I saw the resolution on little Seraph's face. From that moment onwards I dedicated myself to wholeheartedly supporting him from behind. I wanted him to grow up to be a splendid adult and a wonderful man. Secretly, I slowly began to care for him in my heart as if he were my own child. As a maid there was not much I could do, but I still would prepare him healthy and nutritious meals, a bath after his training, a change of clothes, words of support and advice, and other things I was able to do. It was hard to say whether Zenith and Paul were good or bad parents, but their opposing personalities seemed to have made Seraphim adopt the best traits of both. He was talented, similar to Paul, but wasn't conceited. A kind-hearted, honest, hard-working, ambitious, and determined young boy. Despite that I was only a maid, he seemed to view me more like family. He never disrespected me and was always grateful for my work. It made me feel appreciated and told me that all of my work was worth it. At one point he even began to call my auntie, which I rejected at first, but was internally very happy about it. One day he asked me about my story. He was interested in me as a person. I hesitated initially, but then slowly revealed to him bits and pieces of my past. How my father was an owner of a water god-style dojo, how at one point I trained with his father Paul, and how I used to be a maid for an important noble. Of course, I cut out the part in which Paul forced his way into my bedroom. This child didn't need to know this. So far, he should have viewed his father as a great and heroic man, and I didn't want to ruin this image. As Paul was right now, he was not bad. Especially after the degeneracy that I experienced in the royal palace, I no longer thought of Paul as a bad man. After I revealed Seraphim my story, he reluctantly asked me to teach him swordsmanship. I felt it might hurt Paul's dignity as a father, but Paul indeed was a bad swordsmanship teacher. He had the talent and the ability, but he wasn't good at teaching others. I didn't think I would be an exceptional tutor myself, but since Seraphim asked me so nicely, I felt I shouldn't disappoint him. With this I began to teach Seraphim the techniques and counters of the water god style when he was 4 years old. I couldn't run, and because of this I couldn't fight properly, but Seraph was a very perceptive child and quickly grasped anything I tried to teach him. Even if I did not spar with him myself, I would try to give the boy useful pointers whilst he trained with Paul. Like this, months and years passed in bliss. Seraphim was growing up well. I felt like a real part of the family, and Seraphim was akin to my own child. But it wasn't a time without any difficulties though. Living together with Zenith and Paul, who were incredibly vigorous when it came to their nightly activities, was tough. Listening to their heavy pants every single night, cleaning after their room that has the full scent of the night's aftermath, I accumulated sexual desire. I just settled it myself. Still, as I watch Paul train with the sword in the courtyard every day, a fire in my body started becoming bigger. Every time I saw Paul train, I thought of my first time. I was much younger that time, and it was during the days in the dojo. The person was of course Paul, and it was a forced attack during the night. Even though I didn't hate him, I didn't like him either. The first time wasn't very romantic, and I shed tears right then. But right after that, the fat ministers were there. Once I thought that Paul was better than them, I didn't mind that incident as much. As I heard Paul was hiring maids, I was thinking of using that time as negotiation material. The Paul that I have not seen since back then, was much manlier now. The youthful boy has disappeared, and he has become an intense and rugged man. He still remained a hint of his carefree spirit, but he seemed to be a more reliable husband and father than I imagined. At first, Paul didn't flirt with me, but it wasn't long before he started his occasional sexual harassment. Things like accidentally touching my butt or saying slightly flirtatious comments. It further lit up a fire under me. Paul was, after all, a very attractive and masculine man that was hard to match. However, I endured it. I was determined to endure it for the sake of Seraphim. I knew that if I allowed myself to be consumed by my desires, I might never be able to see this child again. If this matter was revealed, I would be kicked out of the family and would leave behind a scar on Zenith and Paul's relationship, and on Seraphim's mind. I loved this child too much to let this happen. Furthermore, I wanted him to become a good man, even better man than Paul. Because of this I of course had to give him a proper example with my own actions as well. Even though I wished for a child of my own, I could not do it with Paul. Betraying Zenith, betraying Seraphim, all if it was not acceptable. Every year I am getting older. But even if I won't meet a good man with whom I could start my family like Zenith and Paul, I at least don't want to ruin what I have now. Seeing that young master grows up well, looking after his family, that much is enough to make me happy. Chapter 15, Chapter 15. Sword and Magic. Seraphim's POV. Next day after my 5th birthday I practiced swinging a real sword by cutting at stalagmite-like ice statues I made. Paul watched me from the side, as well as Zenith. Even if I got hurt, there was always healing magic. Perhaps another important reason why Paul allowed me to play with a real sword a bit, even though Zenith scolded him for that. I remember that in the novel sword training was always just about sparring with a wooden sword, which is what I did with Paul so far, but I knew that practicing edge alignment was also very crucial for a swordsman. Edge alignment is aligning the edge of the blade in line with the motion of the strike for the most optimal cut. It doesn't matter how sharp a blade is or how strong you strike, if the blade is not at the same angle as your strike, the strike won't be very effective. If you fail your edge alignment during a real fight, the sword will not kill or keep everyone alive, but it will likely bounce off or even bend. It was something that cannot be practiced just by swinging or sparring using a wooden sword, only by slashing things like water bottles or pool noodles, or real flesh. Unfortunately, there were no pool noodles, water bottles, or even tatami mats in this world. That's why I chose ice as a target for practice. I made it rather soft and not too cold, so it would just shatter instead of rebounding my sword. It was not an ideal training target in regards to giving me feedback on my edge alignment, but it was rather safe to strike and better than most of my other currently available options like wood. It was a very pleasant feeling to slash apart ice with a real steel sword. It was fun. Before this I would only practice sword strikes while striking the air or the wooden dummy with a sword-shaped object, or by having Paul or Lilia as my sparring opponent while I tried to put what I learned into practice. In this world, sword techniques are highly viewed. Even in books, heroes are primarily seen using swords as weapons. In contrast, magicians mostly provide magical support from the backline. There are warriors who also use axes and maces, but these people belong to the minority. Spears are not used. The reason for this is because of spears. Spears are seen as weapons of the evil demons, it's a common belief. Because of such a background, swords are the main armament of war here more so than we're back on Earth. I found it a bit interesting. It basically meant that people here don't use polearms, which are often objectively superior weapons in most situations when no magical elements are involved, and especially in war, simply because of superstitions. Swords are very popular in this world, but not necessarily because they are better than other weapons. However, even though I was aware of this, it didn't make me pick up a spear. There were many reasons. Firstly, this world was filled with swords, sword techniques, and expert swordsmen who could be my teachers, but there was a great lack of spears and spear techniques. Even if a spear or a halberd somehow turned out to be a superior weapon, I would need to develop most of the techniques for it myself and would have no teacher until I meet Rudeus. Swordsmanship should be my foundation no matter what. Secondly, I was constantly thinking on how I can mix magic with close combat, and a two-handed polearm didn't seem like a suitable weapon so far. A sword seemed much better. A sword could be used with both hands, but it could also be used with a single hand, not so much the spear. Because a staff only increases magical stamina, I don't need to use it with my abnormally huge mana reserves during crucial and intensive fights. It could be useful during sieges, but I would never run out of mana in a one-on-one fight. Basically, there was no point in me being like Gandalf, holding a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, which would be very cumbersome and ineffective. Instead, I can have the option to free one of my hands for better spellcasting. Depending on the kind of sword I pick up, I can use a sword in my main hand, which I can switch to using two-handed or one-handed as needed, or put aside altogether. I had a wish to blend the use of magic and the sword into one, ideally becoming a magic swordsman, but I quickly realized that it was practically almost impossible for the current me. Because of the rules of this world, the difficulty of combining the two for the best effect was very high. It is possible to use both, being a hybrid of a swordsman and a mage, but merging magic and swordsmanship into one was another matter altogether. First come the limitations and rules of the magic system. Basically, incantation-style magic is all about preparing a spell and then releasing it. Even when casting silently, it's still the same. It has a very rigid system. There are minor exceptions, but for practical attack magic it's almost always like this: you prepare a spell, then release it. Like loading a gun, then shooting out a bullet. By casting a spell silently you can make the gun bigger and increase the speed of a bullet. You can change the shape of the bullet as well, even make it rotate and fill it with magma. But you can't change the core way of how it works: preparation and release. You cannot make a single-use gun shoot out bullets continuously without ever reloading or shooting out a spear-like bullet that extends into infinity. Once a bullet leaves the barrel, it's let loose and you need a new single-use gun. In other words, a spell is a single-use only, then you need to recast a new one. Plus, a projectile is only shot out after it receives a final shape, so continuously channeling a magic attack is often not possible. You cannot make the bullet bend its trajectory using your mind after it leaves the barrel either. For example, fireball is only about preparing a fireball and then shooting it out. Preparation and release. A spell can be modified to an extent, but only within certain boundaries. A fireball cannot be somehow combined with a sword or give a flamethrower-like effect of continuous release, but creating candle-like flame or heating up your sword as long as the fire does not leave your hand is possible. It has to be mentioned that new spell creation is an uncertain field. In this world it is nearly impossible to simply shape mana to create new legitimate spells. Something like the fireball was not just made up by someone, it is much more complicated than that. From what I understood from the novel and from Roxy's words, incantation magic is the elf spirit magic adapted for human use. Casting a spell is akin to invoking a contract with a spirit, it's a work of nature/God. To create a completely new spell with no foundation seems to require power and knowledge of magic basically on the level of a god. It isn't something that can be overcome with imagination, it isn't Harry Potter. This should be the reason why Rudeus through 2 lifetimes and Orsted through tens of thousands of years of regressing didn't create a single true new spell. Creating new spells in the novel only seemed possible through the use of magic circles. Even if magic has limitless potential, the system of incantations itself and magicians do have limits and rules. I tried various things, but I can only work within the limits of the magic system so far. Among other things, a wind magic spell like Wind Slice can't be used to increase the sharpness of a weapon or its speed. Its function is only to shoot out a wind blade, that's it. Preparation and release. The best that could be done is using wind magic to cause wind pressure shockwaves that flung me in one direction. I was also able to use a blast of wind to accelerate the speed of a single sword strike or a single move. It was a jet-like propulsion, similar to Mana Burst from the Fate universe. However, it required a minor preparation time and was limited to accelerating my body or a body part in a single direction without too much finesse. It worked so far to increase my raw striking power, but I felt that the pure speed and bodily power of a swordsman might outrank it eventually, making it just a gimmick. I tried releasing blasts of wind magic from my feet for propulsion while running like in some anime, but it was impossible for me to release any magic from my feet directly. When I tried to add a little fire magic into the shockwaves for a better effect instead, as expected, this kind of shockwave only hurt myself. In general, incantation school magic is mostly just about casting and sending out spells. There are a few exceptions that can be channeled, but they are for the most part low-ranked or not very useful in combat. Because of this principle, as well as the other limitations of the magic system, I greatly struggled in mixing magic with swordsmanship in a way that they complement each other. The most common and reasonable way to mix the two in this world is using one or the other when the situation calls for it, having great versatility. Or using magic for attack and the sword for defense. Like Moore or the first water god. That alone was very good, but of course not ideal. Knowing the limitations, I kept experimenting. In particular, some of my moves like zero gravity field or high gravity field were different. I could use these at the same time while wielding a sword, supplementing my swordsmanship skills by weakening my enemy using magic. I could also use voice magic to a certain degree. So far I only succeeded in including a shockwave into my shout, like for traditional howling magic. It was another trick that I could use whilst wielding my sword. There was also the self-healing magic, which was a nice advantage. But what remained true was that a sword seemed to be the best weapon for me so far. My main hand would hold a sword, while my offhand would be empty, ready to cast magic, or alternatively holding a magic tool like a gun or a magic stone-equipped shield in the future. That's how I imagined myself at one point. If my physical body and battle aura were not good enough, then I would supplement it with a magical armor suit like Rudeus. For now, I continued experimenting with magic and kept improving my swordsmanship. But apart from just being able to skillfully swing the sword, the key to becoming a strong swordsman was of course the ability to use battle aura. Without battle aura, a person can only be an ordinary sword-wielding human, like a swordsman from Earth. I remembered it from the original show. By using battle aura to coat your body, a swordsman can enhance his body's strength, speed, reflexes, defense, and other aspects. He can even coat your sword in it and slash boulders in half, like Paul did in the past. Paul himself knew almost nothing about it though. He only knew that as you keep training hard, you grow stronger and one day you'll be able to do awesome things, as long as you have some talent for the sword. That was basically it. He couldn't explain it. He was able to achieve superhuman feats, but it came naturally to him. As I questioned him about it, for him it was simply exercising his strength. Lilia, as someone who had not even reached the level to consciously manifest battle aura like Paul, similarly only knew the basics and wasn't overly knowledgeable in the matter. Fortunately, thanks to reading the novel, I knew a bit of the theory behind the power of the swordsman. By continuously training the body, a warrior at one point intuitively awakens battle aura, as long as they had a talent for it. In the novel, Bidigati said something like this: battle aura is basically mana that's spread through the body and compressed hard against it. But even though I knew this, it didn't help. I tried to compress mana against my body in various ways ever since I was an infant, but it never did anything. In the original, Rudeus had also tried doing it after the Demon King's explanation and failed. Bidigati then commented that he had no talent for battle aura. And in the original, Rudeus did indeed not have talent for manifesting battle aura. Because of this, no matter how hard he trained his body or his swordsmanship skills, he could never surpass the intermediate rank. His limit was being an athletic and skilled mortal swordsman. However, I didn't feel depressed because of my failure. It didn't yet mean that I was also hopeless. After thinking things through, I felt that just trying to compress mana against your body simply had no chance of working out anyway. And it's because mana itself has no inherent attribute, as Roxy had once told me. It does nothing, unless manipulated properly. On one hand, it's a bit silly to expect that simply applying mana to your body will suddenly make you physically stronger. It's like applying the same mana to your body and expecting that it would get healed instead. No, you need a special type of mana for it, mana that comes from a healing spell. Similarly, even though Bidigati said that battle aura is mana that's compressed against the body and makes it stronger, it doesn't mean that compressing mana against your skin would make you a battle aura user. You probably need a special type of mana for it, mana with a special attribute. And this special mana should be what's commonly called battle aura. In other words, Bidigati should not be lying. The use of battle aura is to compress it against your body, but it is not how you gain it. It was the difference between manifesting and developing battle aura. And so far the only known way to develop battle aura was through physical training. Only once someone builds up battle aura, can they use it. That's when Bidigati's tip could be used. If magicians could simply apply mana to their bodies to become physically stronger and faster, what would be the point of strength training and why none of them can do it? Also, why was the demon god Laplace unable to use battle aura despite his top-tier talent in magic and mana control that had no equal? Strength training builds up and strengthens battle aura. It should be like this. Whilst battle aura is a special type of mana or magic power that you need to have talent to develop and use. I used this logic and I was about 80% sure I was correct. The details were hazy in my mind, but I could somewhat recall that Badigati should have also mentioned that battle aura is earned from physical training. He was also flabbergasted as to why Rudeus trained his mortal body without utilizing battle aura, even though he was such a genius and powerhouse, which means you probably need to train physical with battle aura active to strengthen it. But as for whether I had talent for battle aura or not, I simply couldn't know. It's said that out of 100 people, about 5 can take up combat. It should mean that about 5% of the population would have some kind of talent for developing battle aura to a degree. 5% isn't a huge percentage, but I still nurtured a seed of hope in my heart. My parents are both rare talents with rather good genes. They are one among hundreds or thousands. Paul was said to be very talented while young, but Zenith's sister in the novel was also a knight of a certain rank, so it isn't like Zenith's side of the family has no swordsmanship talent at all. I estimate that there should be at least a 50-50th chance that I inherited some kind of swordsmanship talent. At least I hope so. In truth, the situation was not very optimistic that I could become a god of the sword. Even if I had talent for battle aura, there was a good chance it was rather average, maybe above average. I had no choice but to do what I can and see where it gets me. Perhaps by training from a young age I could develop my potential further. If I end up disappointed, then so be it. I'll take magic and aim to reach the peak with that alone. But whoever put me in this world. If I was also nerfed to have no talent for battle aura like Rudeus, then it would just be too boring. In this world, there are 3 mainstream swordsmanship styles: Sword God style, Water God style, and North God style. Sword God style is focused on offense and on overwhelming the opponent with superior speed and skill. It's about making the first move and slaying the enemy with the first strike, about being faster and stronger. If you fail in landing the first strike, continue attacking until you do. It's a style most often used by adventurer, as offense is obviously the basis behind killing monsters. The second style is the defensive Water God style. It contains many parrying techniques and counters. You rarely take initiative and instead respond to your opponent's first attack, countering his offense and delivering him a killing blow this way. When you reach the Saint rank, you can counter any kind of attack, including magic and projectiles. It's a popular style for people like the palace knights, bodyguards or nobles, where the goal is to protect someone or yourself. It was a style primarily used by Lilia as a guardsmaid. The third one is the North God style. Rather than a sword style, it could be viewed more as a fighting philosophy. It isn't limited to only swords and doesn't contain special sword techniques. It's all about adapting to the situation and your surroundings, using tricks and feints to win the fight using any means necessary. The North God style training also included some mundane methods of handling wounds and being able to battle when afflicted with disabilities. Therefore, it is popular among mercenaries and adventurers. For me, I remember that the North God style had a special technique that allowed you to redistribute battle aura according to your needs. For example, you could increase your speed at the cost of your strength, if you needed to. Altogether, these 3 styles are called the 3 major styles, and there are people in this world who use all 3 styles. However, a swordsman who hopes to become an expert in every style and swing the sword until death is extremely rare. Most accomplished swordsmen have a speciality and only master a single style in their life while perhaps only picking up the most useful things from the other styles. If you want to quickly become strong in the beginning, it is common to just start off with the strong points of each style. Paul primarily uses the Sword God style, but he's also capable of using the Water God and the North God style. Just to add on, accomplishments in the 3 swordsmanship styles are also ranked, the same as for the magic users. The ranks are elementary, intermediate, advanced, saint, king, emperor and god. You usually call a swordsman a water king or a water saint for the Water God style, or a sword king and a sword saint for the Sword God style. For a magician, you need to add that it's ranked. For example, a water saint ranked magician, which is Roxy's title. Paul held the advanced rank in all 3 sword styles, which is quite rare. Paul was teaching me only 2 swordsmanship styles, the Sword God style and the Water God style. He was against teaching me the North God style. I feel it was because he first wanted me to train with the orthodox styles to develop my techniques and not pick up bad habits from the North God style. After all, the North God style was more of a freestyle fighting method than a swordsmanship style. It didn't question him about it. I felt it made sense. Plus, I wasn't in need of learning the North God style just yet. After I've been striking the soft ice statues with my short steel sword for a while, Paul laughed. With that little sword you look like a hobbit. I ignored him as I looked at the mass of shattered ice in front of me. Okay, that's enough playing. Pick up the wooden sword, he then told me, and attack me, like usual. I felt that sparring with someone who was twice my size wasn't the best training method, but I didn't complain. Chapter 16, Graduation. During my 5th birthday, Roxy said that it's time for my graduation, as she no longer had much more to teach me. Even though what she said was not wrong, I felt that her decision was a bit sudden. She seemed comfortable and happy living in the village, but she also longed to go out into the outside world to pursue her own dreams. It was difficult to judge Roxy's emotions from her expressionless face, but over the last 2 years she developed a bit of an ability to guess that it is what should be on her mind. Still, I did not plan to stop her. 2 days later, the graduation test was to be held outside the village. Ever since I came to this world, I have not left the house. It was not because of my fear of the outside world. I still never went out, but it was because I wished to limit the level of my influence outside of the Greyrat household, limit my influence on fate of the world. Why? In short, on the off chance that Nanhashi will come to this world for some reason, I did not want to shift the timing of the Mana disaster by hastening the appearance of the red orb over ROA. As it was explained in the novel, Rudeus's actions after he reincarnated changed the fate of the world and the fate of various people, and eventually weakened the barrier around the world, which allowed Nanahashi's summoning to begin. It happened at the point when Rudeus was 5 years old, when Roxy left to wander the world and when he met Sylphie, changing the fate of both of these. It was just one of the explanations, at least. Logically, Nanahashi's appearance in this world had no practical basis, but so did my own reincarnation. Because there was little reason for me to go outside before this anyway, I didn't have much to lose. I stayed on the safe side to keep my meta-knowledge advantage in case I happened to relive the events of the novel. Today it was time for me to go outside for the first time. Zenith and Paul stood together at the porch, holding hands and looking toward me with encouraging and doting looks. I feel they thought I might be afraid of the outside, since I had never shown an inclination to go beyond the stone fence. Well, whatever. I looked up at the huge horse in front of me. Paul's beloved horse Caravaggio. In the eyes of a child like me, that horse was an enormous beast. Years ago as a toddler I was quite startled by it. I was even scared, to be honest. It was too big. I have gotten used to it a bit more after being close to it throughout the years. But it was still such a huge horse. It would be very difficult for me to climb it. I could float up, I secretly thought. My acts of suddenly levitating in the past had startled all Lilia, Zenith, and Roxy quite a bit when I was practicing gravity magic. When it first happened they stared at me with stunned expressions as if I had grown a second head, often dropping whatever they held in their hands. Good times. Paul was also startled, but instead pulled out his sword at me and thought I was a ghost. It was scary. Well, here you go. Roxy lifted me up high, then carried on her shoulders. I didn't struggle. I knew I was light, but just how strong was this little girl? Was this a demon's blood? At least, I knew that Roxy was quite strong for her small size. Like this, Roxy threw me onto the back of the horse, and I somehow managed to climb up. Thank you. You're welcome, Roxy replied with her monotonous voice, very slightly smiling, then also climbed up. She sat behind me and took hold of the reins in front. The horse begins to pattern forward toward the short stone gate of the property. Good luck, Seraph. I heard Zenith's voice behind me. The horse slowly moved forward in the village. Make sure to hold on while we're riding, Roxy said. I stretched out my hands slightly behind and held on to her legs. I mean to hold on to Caravaggio, Roxy added. Yes. To be honest, there wasn't much for me to hold on to in front. I stretched out my hands and placed them against the horse's neck, helping me keep my balance and not fall down. As we rode silently, from time to time, the villagers would throw us unreserved gazes. Some of them greeted Roxy. Good morning, Roxy. Hello, Roxy. Roxy, would you like some fruit? Thank you for the offer, but I'm currently working, Roxy replied in a serious tone. At a slow pace, we continued through the village. Roxy knew where to go, and the villagers mutually knew her. As people stared at us, my body was slightly tense, but it was just a bit of anxiety. I did not feel very comfortable with people looking at me or judging me because of my past experiences, but I'd rather refuse for something pathetic like this to stop me from living the way I wanted, even if it was uncomfortable. Gradually, my body's tension faded away. The surroundings entered my eyes. Fields and houses stretched out into the distance like in a painting. The scenery of a village from a fantasy world. I could see a considerable number of people within this huge radius, though I knew that the population of the village was not large. Only about 30 families or so. A small rural village, like the starting town of a protagonist in a novel. How peaceful. It would be a shame if the village met a disaster. I thought of this. Usually the protagonist would be an orphan and his parents are dead, for plot purposes, or the peaceful town of the protagonist meets a great disaster, for plot purposes. Mushoku was not free from this pattern. Come to think of it, Fang Yuan in Reverend Insanity was the same. He was an orphan and his clan met a disaster. Except that after regressing, he was the one who brought a disaster to his clan instead. In the future, a disaster would also strike Buena village. I'll worry about it later. I leaned backwards comfortably, resting my back against Roxy to relax. The back of my head seemed to hit Roxy's flat chest. I turned my head up and looked up. She didn't seem to mind. And Roxy was still so much taller than me. What is it, Seraph? Roxy asked, looking down on me. You're big. It's you who's tiny. Yes, I'm still tiny. Although I grew up over the last 2 years, and Roxy didn't, I was still small. Still, I didn't miss Roxy's slightly happy mood. Happy that I said she's big. Following that, after a while I became conscious of the silence. Teacher, it seems you're well liked, I commented at one point, breaking the silence. After what Roxy had told me about her adventures and experiences, the discrimination against the demon race was quite severe in this country. During her travels she was often treated unreasonably, insulted, scammed, used and refused jobs, just because she was a demon and looked like a child. Roxy had often downplayed what she went through, but I could sense the agitation in her voice whenever she talked about it. Still, she has already established her position in the village. Within a short period of 2 years, she has become a figure who everyone is willing to greet. Well, I've just been using magic to help the villagers. It's only for a small change though. A small change. It feels like a waste of time, I said offhandedly. Just how much money could villagers have? It's often that money is heavily concentrated in the hands of the rich and the peasantry has very little. Roxy was a saint-ranked magician. It was honestly quite a waste of her to even take up a job of tutoring a kid in a village like this. However, she seemed to be very poor when she first came here. During her travels she seemed to have often been strained for money. She told me about it. That was the reason she picked up this job. She was broke. As if to confirm it, Roxy said, every bit of money counts. I see. Teacher should be helping others because she's kind-hearted, I said, secretly joking. I am not. I'm doing it for money, Roxy rebuked me. Ah, so teacher is a cheapskate. Just kidding. I chuckled. It was fun to tease Roxy. She always took things quite seriously. A while later, Roxy spoke up with a slightly apprehensive voice. By the way, Seraph, you have always called me your teacher, but you never called me master. I am not complaining, but why was that? I could feel she was anxious when she asked this. She might have thought I never called her master because I secretly looked down on her. Which, even if understandable, of course was not the case. Even though she's clumsy and acts a little stupid sometimes. I knew that Roxy didn't like being called master, so I saw no reason to do it. She was a hired tutor, so a teacher was most appropriate. It's because you never asked me to. A teacher is a person who teaches, so I thought it's fitting. But taking in a disciple is a big deal, right? So if Roxy didn't consider me as her disciple, I couldn't call you master. I see. It isn't that I don't consider you as my disciple, but I'm not qualified to be your master. I would be ashamed to call myself one when you're much more talented than I am. Soon enough, you'll easily surpass me. No, you probably already had. I don't think it's right. Even if I'm more talented, if you're more knowledgeable than me now, you're qualified to be my master. You could be my master while you're teaching me in the village, but you don't need to be in the future. After hesitating for a while, Roxy said, I suppose you're right. Then I'll call you master, until the day you leave, I said after making up my mind. It wouldn't hurt to boost Roxy's self-esteem a little more. Okay, if that's what you want. Master, you'll leave soon, right? Yes. After teaching you the last spell, I'll leave. Are you disappointed? Roxy asked. Yes, but I understand. It will be difficult for you to improve if you stay in the village. Roxy looked down at the little blonde boy in front of her with a deep look. Right. This boy is far more mature than I was. Roxy thought, self-reflecting on her time back in the meagered village. Roxy said, yes, I would like to stay in the village, I really like it here, but I want to keep walking on the path of magic. Although I don't know how far I can get. I also want to meet someone. Someone intelligent, tall, and manly, with a childish playfulness to them. In the depths of a labyrinth, Roxy secretly thought, her cheeks blushing in embarrassment. Master, if you learn new magic, you'll share it with me, right? I asked, making use of this chance. Oh, okay. Then I'll help you too. It's a promise. It's a promise? It's settled. Roxy, you now can't back down when you learn the king rank lightning spell. Approximately another hour passed. There aren't any fields surrounding us anymore. We have arrived in a completely untouched grassland area. We came all the way here because Roxy's spell could have hurt the villagers or damaged their crops otherwise. In front of us was a grassland that stretched endlessly towards the horizon. Not quite endlessly, perhaps, as at the furthest one can barely see some hints of a mountainous area. It was a beautiful view, at least in my eyes as someone from modern Earth. This place should be fine. Roxy directs the horse to a lone tree and ties the reins onto it. Then she brings me down from the horse. I was finally on the ground again. I stretched myself a little. I have always done flexibility training while weightlifting and my body was young, so I didn't ache after riding the horse for an hour. Just being a little stiff after sitting still for that long. I observed the grassland before me. How beautiful. A beautiful scenery in front of me, an even more beautiful young-looking magician girl behind me. My young body was brimming with talent and power. Every day I was growing stronger. The whole world was in front of me. How wonderful. Seraph, Roxy called out to me after being done. I'm going to use the Saint rank water attack magic, Cumulonimbus. This technique is a magic that creates lightning strikes with violent rain. Please copy what I do. Roxy is about to use her highest ranked spell. Actually, I secretly believe that my blue-colored explosion should be reaching the king rank of power at this time, as well as some of my other enhanced spells from different elemental schools. But I didn't feel like mentioning it. Cumulonimbus was the first legitimate Saint rank spell that I would learn, and it's different from the other spells I know. I focused on Roxy. Roxy, because I'm only demonstrating, I'll just maintain the spell for a minute before dismissing it, and then you pass if you can make the rain last for an hour. Okay, I'm starting. Roxy raises her hands to the skies. O great water spirit, the son of the lightning emperor who ascended to the skies, fulfill my wishes, rain down your ferocious blessings, and show me your strength to this tiny existence. Let your godly hammer strike the anvil, and demonstrate your authority, and devour the earth with water. Ah, the rain? Destroy and wash everything away. Cumulonimbus. She chants every word out like an aria, making a brief pause in between each sentence. It lasts over a minute. The surroundings turned dark immediately when the chanting ended. A few seconds later, extremely heavy rain fell from the sky. Violent winds sprung up around us, nearly blowing me off my feet, while lightning appeared in the midst of the dark clouds. Among the sounds of the waterfall like rain, streaks of purple lightning ran through the clouds, causing loud booms. The electricity in the clouds slowly became stronger. The lightning continues to grow, as if to make the light become stronger. It falls down, and it strikes the tree. A bright flash, crash, and a deafening sound of a nearby lightning strike. My eardrums were buzzing and my eyes were in spirals. I almost fainted. This is the sound Roxy utters when she makes a mistake. The clouds disperse in an instant. The lightning and rain stop. Hhhhh. Roxy's face turns green as she runs towards the tree. The horse that we brought has collapsed with smoke rising from it. Seriously? I formed a wry smile. I guess Cavarajo receiving lifelong trauma here was simply fated. Roxy brings her hand over to the horse and begins chanting. "Oh merciful mother of gods, please heal this one's wounds, and let him recover with a healthy body." Healing. Roxy used the intermediate ranked healing magic in a panic, and after a while, the horse woke up. The horse showed a frightened expression, and Roxy's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Phew. That was dangerous. Yeah, hell yes it was dangerous. What if the lightning hit us? Please, keep this a secret. Roxy said in a half-crying voice. Paul takes great care of Cavarajo every day, and would sometimes ride it outside far away with a smile. Even though it's not a famous breed, it is Paul's longtime companion. One might even say that his love for the horse is just below his love for Zenith. Such is the importance of this horse. I don't know where I rank here. Of course, Roxy, who has lived with us for 2 years, knows it. Don't worry, I won't tell Paul. You. Please do so. Even though Roxy is in a half-crying state, she quickly shakes her head, slaps her cheek and looks at me with a serious expression. Then, it's your turn. Please go ahead and try. I will take care of Cavarajo. The horse still showed a frightened expression and was ready to run away at any time now, but Roxy clung to it tightly with her body and reined it in. Even though it looked as if she was unable to restrain it, the horse slowly calmed down. After observing all this, I said, yes, but what if the lightning hits us? Did you not aim the spell correctly? I don't think the lightning from cumulonimbus could be aimed. But what would be the chance it hit the horse? No, the lightning from cumulonimbus can't be aimed. But there's no need to worry, the lightning won't strike us. Lightning tends to hit things like trees, and it was the only tree in this place. It was my mistake tying up Cavarajo to it, Roxy explained with a flustered face. Right. Lightning is attracted toward things like trees, I forgot about it. It always takes the fastest path to Earth, typically striking the tallest object reaching the clouds. And in this huge plain this tree was the only one, so it's normal that lightning had a good chance of striking it. It was not by chance. After thinking for a moment, I said, I see. But in this plane we're now the only other things that stand out, so there's still a good chance that lightning might hit us, right? The tree wasn't gone, only slightly fried. It was the first closest object to the sky, but I would be second. It did not happen in the novel or the anime, but I still didn't like the chances. It would be plain stupid to cast a saint rank spell that had a fair chance of killing you. There seemed to be some randomness to it, but in open areas like fields or golf courses the fastest route for lightning may be by striking a person. Roxy should also not stand near the tree, as then she would be in danger of receiving a side flash, acting as a short circuit for the electric current just like the horse did earlier. If you are standing beneath a tree or near a tree that is struck by lightning, you may become electrocuted residually, so always avoid standing under trees during a storm, keeping at least 1 meter distance from it. Although all of these thoughts flashed across my mind, only 0.1 second passed in reality asterisk. Oh, you're right. There's still this chance, Roxy muttered in realization, looking both troubled and embarrassed. Then let's make something that will attract lightning, I said. Something that will attract lightning. Something like a fake tree, I replied. Wait here, master. I ran out into the field with a wand in hand, running for a while. Then I cast a spell. Earth Lance. A dark hardened stone pillar rose up from the ground. I poured mana into my spell, and made the stone pillar 3 meters thick in the middle of it and extremely tall, around 30 to 40 meters tall. Done. As long as I create something that's exceedingly tall like this, the lightning would always be attracted toward it, acting like a lightning rod. As I returned, Roxy looked at me with a curious look. You made it so it won't collapse? She asked. Usually low-ranked earth magic only lasts as long as the user keeps pouring mana into it and keeps maintaining the structure. Things like city walls can also be built using earth magic, but usually higher-ranked magic is used for this. Yes, right. I made it have a cone shape, with a very thick base to support the entire structure like an Eiffel Tower. Oh okay, then it should be safe now, right? Although Roxy tried to sound confident, she looked at me for a second opinion. Yes, the tower will now attract lightning. As long as we stay within a certain radius around it, the lightning rod will protect us. I thought about it again. As long as we were at a distance around 3 meters from the tree would also receive the beating and we would most likely be safe. But it wouldn't hurt to be safe and run a little experiment to see if the tower would be hit. Then you can go ahead. As long as you can maintain the rain for 1 hour, you pass. Roxy said with a solemn expression, then held on to the horse and started chanting something. And then the two of them are covered by earthen walls. This was the advanced ranked earth magic, Earth Fortress. I hesitated for a while, then decided to tease Roxy. With an uncertain voice, I said, Master, should I fail this test? I'm not sure if you will be safe in the outside world by yourself. Seeing how nervous she was earlier when I mentioned it, it seemed like she never even considered the possibility that we might be struck by lightning. Roxy frowned. I feel as if you and Zenith have forgotten, but you do know I traveled alone as an adventurer for decades, right? Right. I was just worried. Don't worry about useless things. It's your turn to cast the spell. Yes. All right, time to start. Let me recall what the chant was. The chant was so long and it was said before all this commotion, I have almost forgotten about it. But the power of anime was on my side, a near-eidetic memory. Maybe it was the side effect of the Laplace factor? O great water spirit, the son of the lightning emperor who ascended to the skies, fulfill my wishes, rain down your ferocious blessings, and show me your strength to this tiny existence. Let your godly hammer strike the anvil, and demonstrate your authority, and devour the earth with water. Ah, the rain? Destroy and wash everything away. Cumulonimbus. I said it all in one shot. The clouds started to gather. At the same time, I understood the process behind the cumulonimbus spell. It created clouds somewhere in the middle stratosphere along with complex movements to form storm clouds. It was something like that. If mana isn't continuously poured into the formation, the clouds will stop forming and dissipate. I clearly remember that Rudeus modified the spell to make it sustain itself, basing it on some knowledge from TV of how clouds are formed. Here, I wasn't sure if I could do the same. My knowledge about such a random thing was too vague. It was one thing I felt Rudeus had an advantage over me, though it was arguable just how useful it was. In general, I don't think Rudeus ever put his knowledge from Earth to much use apart from maintaining cumulonimbus and boosting the stone cannon. Perhaps some knowledge on electricity helped with the manipulation of lightning magic and generally helped with some melded magic, but that should be about it. In fandom people greatly overestimate the usefulness of Rudeus's modern knowledge in regards to his power as a mage. In this word, my magic was mostly strong thanks to my ability to condense a lot of mana into my spells. Apart from making melded magic simpler, things like visualizations and imagination only helped slightly with concentration and focus. For example, if you know how combustion works, it's easier to cast powerful fire spells. But the major part of it is my talent to overload spells with mana thanks to Chantel's magic. Though, of course, through the spirit of creativity it was also possible to modify spells and boost their power significantly more by using earth knowledge and physics, like it can be done with stone cannon. I would probably just cast the cumulonimbus for an hour here to pass the test, then experiment with it later. I should succeed in maintaining it eventually. But let's still try. Let's see. There are still some of the clouds that Roxy made earlier. The formation of clouds. It's something about how water vapors spiral up. For this to happen, you need the bottom to be warm. Since warm air always goes up. Something like this. And I need to ensure that the upper section is quickly cooled down. When I tried to do this, a decent portion of my mana was actually taken away. I never allow my mana to recover fully each day and today was the same. My mana has not fully recovered from yesterday's training. But I still had a lot of mana left. If this fails, I'll just return to casting the spell normally. Lightning built up in the sky. Suddenly a bright light flashed. A lightning struck the tall stone tower that I built. And a very loud sound echoed in my eyes. Boom. Good. As expected. Meanwhile the storm actually seemed to hold itself together. I observed what was happening and gradually stopped pouring mana into cumulonimbus. Surprise flashed across my face. I wasn't sure how to do it, but it seemed I did it. I didn't need perfect knowledge on cloud formations. The basics of it were already included within the design of the spell. Warm up the bottom, cool down the top, create a tornado and rain clouds, that was basically it. While looking at the rainstorm above, I entered the fortress made by Roxy while feeling satisfied. Roxy is sitting in the dark corner, her hands holding onto the horse's reins. She saw me and nodded. This fortress will disappear after an hour, so you can stop the magic when that happens. Don't worry. Caravaggio is fine. Don't just hum. You need to control the clouds outside carefully for an hour. I thought for a moment, then smiled at Roxy. I made it so I don't need to maintain it. That was the test, right? Roxy looked at me with a puzzled face. Huh? What? After a while Roxy, who seemed to have noticed something, ran out of the fortress. The fortress immediately began to fall apart. Hey, aren't you going to continue controlling it? The horse will get buried alive. I quickly took over Caravaggio, then walked outside. Roxy stares blankly at the skies. Is that so? The spiraling tornado brings the clouds upwards. The skies were filled with the ever-growing clouds that I created. I think I did a pretty good job. At one point in the past I should have seen it on Discovery Channel, the process behind huge tornadoes. Even though I can't really remember its contents. I just tried it relying on my instinct, and in the end I seem to have done it pretty well. A bright flash and a crashing sound. Another lightning strike hit the ground somewhere far away. Roxy turned toward me. Well done, Seraph. You pass. But will you really be fine? Maybe you should stay, I called out through the storm as I looked at the collapsing earth fortress. Don't worry about it. But can you make the clouds disappear? Yes. Give me a moment. I reversed what I did earlier. I lower the temperature at the bottom part of the storm while increasing the temperature of the top. Then I create an airflow towards the ground. What was left was using a gust of wind to forcibly blow the clouds away. And so a gust of wind I used. Roxy stood slightly in front of me. Ah! She called out in a fluster as her robe suddenly started fluttering in all directions from the wild wind. She bent over to hold down her robe, and her white panties became visible, together with a nice small bubble butt. My eyebrows slightly rose. Nice. But, seriously, wearing panties and a short skirt without any underpants or shorts. It's her fault she ended up like this? But it wasn't a bad view. I'll commit it to my memory. My last memory of Roxy was not a bad one. By the time I finished dispelling the cumulonimbus, Roxy and I were completely soaked. Congratulations. You can now call yourself a saint-ranked water magician, Roxy announced in front of me with water dripping from her fringe, smiling brightly. I smiled. I couldn't help but feel a little accomplished here. And I was grateful for the praise. Officially, I reached saint rank in water magic. The rest of my true power I could keep to myself for now. While we were still away from the village, I tried to make use of this chance to experiment with cumulonimbus, the only standard saint rank spell I knew. I cast it one more time. Unfortunately, I found out that it seemed impossible to isolate lightning from this spell. The saint rank cumulonimbus didn't include any control of lightning in itself. It was only about creating storm clouds that naturally formed lightning. I felt I would need to learn the king rank lightning spell to finally grasp lightning magic, just like Rudeus did. When we returned, Caravaggio was still frightened while the reins and saddle were burned. Things couldn't be hidden. Paul noticed that something terrible had happened to his horse and cried. Zenith scolded Roxy for putting us both in danger. Roxy hung her head down in shame. Master, you didn't just screw up. You gained experience, I told Roxy, placing a hand high up on her shoulder to comfort her. I sent her my brightest trained smile. Roxy looked at me. Seraph, you're right. She nodded with a serious expression, then gently smiled and ruffled my hair. Rudeus's aerogame lines are too powerful? I noticed Paul and Zenith looking at me with varying expressions. After a moment's lag, Paul nodded thoughtfully, while Zenith began to grin. My son is going to break many young girls' hearts. Perhaps I should begin teaching him how to deal with girls, Paul said. Maybe it would be better if you didn't. Zenith rebuked me. Chapter 17, Chapter 17. Separation and an ally of justice. On the second day, Roxy packed up her luggage and stood in the porch, prepared to leave. Roxy-chan, it's okay to stay for a bit longer. There are many recipes I haven't taught you yet, Zenith said. That's right. We're indebted to you because of last year's drought. Even if you're done tutoring Seraph, the people from the village will definitely welcome you, added Paul, his arms crossed. Zenith and Paul were trying to make Roxy stay. At one point, the three of them became close. Roxy slightly smiled. No, thank you for the offer, but I've come to realize my own weakness. I plan to tour the world to polish my magic. Is that so? What can I say? I'm sorry, it seems our son has made you lose confidence. Thank you for pointing this out, Paul. Not that it really matters. Roxy shook her head. No, this event has made me learn not to be too full of myself. I'm actually grateful for this. I see. Then, everyone of the Greyrat family, thank you for your hospitality these past 2 years. Roxy faced all of us, then looked at me, and smiled. Seraph, thank you for teaching me shortened chanting. I feel like I'm the one who benefited the most here. I tried my best to teach you, however, I feel my teachings were a bit lacking. Stop being so harsh on yourself. I think you did a pretty good job, I said a bit awkwardly. The fact is, in these parts it would be impossible to find a better tutor than Roxy. I'm satisfied if you say that. Now, here. This is your graduation present. Roxy searches her mantle with her hand and pulls out something. She then put it over my neck. It was a necklace. This is a Midgardian charm. If you ever come across a hostile demon, show him this charm and tell them my name. They might come to be more lenient. Probably. I took the charm into my hand and slightly smiled. Yes, thank you. I will keep it safe. I'll be glad if you do. But what I said is only a possibility. Don't believe in it too much. Roxy slowly smiled at the very end, then added, if you ever decide to further your magic studies, I'll give you a recommendation for Renoa University of Magic. MHM. Well then, goodbye and farewell, Roxy said finally, then turned toward the door. Wait, Master, I also have something for you. Before Roxy set off, I picked up a wooden box that I prepared beforehand. I approached her and gave the box to her. What is it? Roxy received and opened the box. Inside was a figurine that I made recently. It was a small figurine of Roxy who was sitting down on a chair and studying with a focused look on her face. I made it recently while watching Roxy read and prepare lectures. I said, it's a small keepsake. You can use it as a paperweight. If you're in a pinch, you can sell it. I wouldn't sell something like this, Roxy immediately replied. She then smiled. Well, thank you, Seraph. It's beautiful. I'll treasure it. Roxy patted my head, stored the box in her mantle with a bright smile, then set off while saying her final farewell. I really didn't mind if she sold it though, ideally to Zanaba, for a huge price, and then split the profits with me. Everyone would benefit this way. It wasn't a figurine with a removable robe and the details of the hair and the robe were not perfect, but it was still a decent piece of art, I would say. It was created at the height of my ability to shape magic. It had a flat and slightly heavy cloud-shaped bottom, so it doubled down as a paperweight. Good luck, Roxy. Remember about our promise. I shouted after Roxy as she began walking through the gate of the garden, walking into the distance. Roxy raised her hand in acknowledgement without looking back as she continued. Though I think she might have already only remembered the promise to share with me the magic she learns. But Zenith giggled. What promise? Paul asked, puzzled, looking at Zenith's reaction. You don't need to know. Zenith pushed Paul away, then faced me. Leaning down, she said, Seraph, you mustn't go around breaking young girls' hearts, yes? I said nothing. Yes. Zenith asked again, staring at me intently with a smile. Yes. I replied without enthusiasm. Roxy is a good girl, but you might meet someone else soon. When you do. And like this, Zenith began preaching to me to settle on a single girl, treat her well, not be a playboy and so on. Paul tried to intrude into the conversation, saying that as a father he should be the one to teach me these things, but Zenith hushed him. I don't know if Rudeus experienced it or Zenith thought that he was a lost cause, but the Zenith I knew tried to raise me in Mealy's faith. She didn't push it, but she tried to engrave into me the qualities of the Mealy's church. I knew that all of this was useless though. Originally an atheist, after reincarnating to a world with magic, I was at least an agnostic, but I still looked down on religious fanatics that tried to control me with their blind beliefs. To my knowledge, the Mealy's religion was not based around a real god and was simply a social construct. In addition, shortly after reincarnating I already secretly thought of my possible harem member list. I was born as a pervert, Zenith. Sorry, you can't change it. Oh, you must be Paul and Zenith's kid. Ah, you were the student of Roxy? You doing fine? Some farmers of the village greeted me. Yes? My name is Seraphim Greyrat. MH. You should be the one behind all of these explosions, right? Sorry. Haha. It's fine. Things like this make the monsters stay away. I heard. A few days after Roxy's departure I began exploring the village and its surroundings while carrying the botanic encyclopedia and Roxy's wand. Everyone knows me too. Paul and Zenith's kid. Roxy's disciple. Even though Paul was very strict when it came to my sword training, he easily allowed it and even seemed happy. He didn't make me practice with the sword the entire day. He even sent me off while saying to bring back a girlfriend. It wasn't entirely my intention, but I did want to meet Sylphie finally. Her talent was worth it. Summarizing it, she had the Laplace factor that granted her amazing talent for magic, a large mana pool and skill for chantless magic, including for chantless healing and detoxification magic. She was also very loyal and caring, and obedient. She was quite clever too, though I was never personally attracted to Sylphie in the original. As Fitz, she was especially extremely boring. If she remains like this in my eyes, she'd just be a friend. But even though I said this, I might still not give up on another cute girl that likes me if I could. We'll see about that. Apart from this, while exploring the outside world I began to practice some more unique and dangerous magic covering a larger area and leaving behind environmental scars, so it isn't like I wasn't doing any training while searching for Sylphie. I was not in a hurry, but I also slowly read through the books on plants on occasion. With it I could identify what's edible and what's not, as well as differentiate between medicinal and poisonous plants. With emphasis on eye-catching plants, I compare the plants I see with the botanical encyclopedia. But the village isn't very big, so there aren't many varieties of plants. Soon after I found a small hill with a huge solitary tree that stood high above the usual ground level. It's the biggest tree around here. I made this place my base where I was camping out to meet Sylphie. Past this tree was the direction of a forest. There are many types of plants in the forest. Based on rumors, it is more dangerous inside the forest because mana tends to gather there easily. The areas where natural mana tends to gather easily will have a higher chance of creating monsters. This is because creatures will undergo sudden changes due to the mana. The same did not seem to happen to humans though, otherwise someone like me would have long mutated. Either way, this area has very few monsters here since the village will hunt them periodically, making it safer. Every month the knights, hunters, and the self-patrolling team of men will go out in full force to enter the forest and clear out any monsters that might endanger the village. But it is said that deep inside the forest, there might be the possibility of a fearsome monster. I wish I could run into some to test my skills, but it hasn't happened yet. I was a little fearful about rushing into my first fight, but my power as a magician was enormous, so I knew it's unlikely that I could be taken by surprise and suffer a loss. In the worst situation, I could always use gravity magic to make everything around me float helplessly in the air, so that made me feel more at ease. Today I once again climbed up the small hill with the large tree, hoping that I would either run into Sylphie or some monsters. And at this moment, we told you demons shouldn't stay in our village. Hateful shouts were carried along with the wind. Get lost. Eat this. I managed to hit. I take a look over and find the field that turned into a marsh-like area from the recent rainy days. In the field, I see 3 dirty kids throwing mud at a small boy. You get 10 points if you hit the head. Okay, I got it. I pursed my lips. 3 bullies kept throwing mud balls with sneering and self-satisfied expressions. These ridiculing expressions made me recall my time in school. The truth is, I have also experienced my share of bullying in my first life. The most irritating point about it was that these BCHES rarely confronted you alone. They would always be in groups. They would not even confront me face to face either, mostly talking behind my back as I was passing by. It felt terrible. To be honest, I really wanted these guys to confront me straight up with direct and harsh insults, so I could lash out and legitimately fight back, even if I got beaten up in the end. But it never happened. They didn't give me a good enough reason for my past self to justify making a move. But oh well, it did happen. They did confront me directly. When there were several of them, including some upperclassmen. These kinds of BCHES. And another annoying part was that my parents raised me with the ideas of, be a better man, just ignore it, they're not worth it. When I did get into a fight, even when I was absolutely the victim, I would instead be reprimanded harshly by my parents for making trouble and making the teachers intervene. This kind of situation. They didn't care whose fault it was, they didn't care if I was abused, it was my fault that they had to confront the teachers and be embarrassed about it. I was raised like this, and enduring humiliation eventually became a habit. I did not want to break the law or the school rules, even though I felt pathetic about it. In turn, the bullies thought I'm an easy target and just kept at it. Everyone looked down on me. If I came back in time, I would crush the bullies without worrying about the consequences. I would have ripped them to shreds. Even though there are rules and laws, it does not mean that you cannot break them if the consequences were meaningless enough. After all, even though they were so trash, the bullies never suffered any serious consequences from the authorities. Even those that did literal illegal things and got caught up by police, only received minor punishment and were let off, because they're minors. What I was afraid of. Of course, apart from the law, I was also afraid of the bullies. Combined with my excuses, I suffered while living in this pathetic manner. It's only when I matured, I began to see more through the world. I left my parents' side and developed my own views and values. But at that point it was already too late for the payback on these guys. Meanwhile, fostering meaningless hate would also not help me in anything. I moved past it and even forgot all their faces and names. But in this situation right now, I had a perfectly viable reason to fight back, as well as enough power to not be afraid of the consequences, whoever I pick a fight with. The ability to crush anyone who annoys me, without a care. In this world I could even kill whoever I want, as long as I'm stronger. How liberating? As I felt hot blood rushing to my head, I let out a breath, calming down. Of course, I didn't plan to kill these brats here. These guys were really not worth the trouble. But the thought that I could potentially do whatever I want in this world without worrying about consequences was quite pleasant. Below the hill on the roadside, a boy carried something like a basket in front of his chest, hugging it to protect it from the mud. Thus, he was unable to avoid the attacks from the bullies. He's carrying something. The demon's treasure. He must have stolen it from somewhere. Hitting it gets 100 points. Steal the treasure. One of them picked up a rock with a smug grin. That's enough. Time to act like a hero. I ran down the hill towards the bullying boys and shouted loudly in a tone of righteous indignation, "Stop this, you villains." The three stopped throwing mud balls and looked at me in confusion. Who are you? What villains? What the hell do you want? I puffed out my chest and said with pride, "My name is Seraphim Greyrat. Stop what you're doing right now." After a moment's lag, the three bullies' confused faces contorted in anger. "Greyrat, you're that knight's kid. Get lost, it doesn't concern you. We're not the villains. We're chasing away the demon." "That's right. Are you allying with a demon?" I replied, "I'm not allying with a demon. I'm on the side of justice." Hearing my words, the boy with the basket looked at me with a shocked and confused face. If it was Earth, my lines would have sounded cringe. No matter what world it was, I still cringed hard inwardly. It was embarrassing to speak like this. But here they might leave an unforgettable impression on Sylphie, so why not? Why not act like a righteous knight in shining armor? We're both only 5 years old, living in a world of swords and magic where knights and chivalry are a thing. It should leave her with an unforgettable impression. And so I said my line with pride, but the village boys felt they were standing on justice's side instead. The three looked at me with pissed off expressions. "What the heck are you acting cool for?" "The noble's young master, ha. We're heroes chasing away the evil demon from the village. We're the justice. We'll tell other people the knight has become allies with the demon races. Tell our brothers to come now." Brothers? There's a strange person here. They used call to arms, but no reinforcements came. The brats continued shouting in indignation, believing themselves to be in the right for ruining someone's life. As they wouldn't shut up, I felt increasingly annoyed. "Shut up? Do you think you're so great to band up on someone 3 against 1? Why won't you try me? I can take you on." Blizzard Storm. As I said so, I pushed my hand forward and used the advanced rank spell, Blizzard Storm. I held back and created 7 water balls to float above and around me. Normally when I used this spell, the water would shape and turn into large icicles, but I consciously didn't freeze the water, turning the spell into a multi-shot water ball. The bullies frowned when they saw this. You're going to attack us with magic. No way, you're crazy. If you do this, we'll tell on you." I sneered at this. "Tell on me? Just who are you going to tell?" "I'm going to tell my dad," one of the kids shouted back. I laughed as I took a step forward. "Haha, why should I care if you tell your dad?" The kid slightly frowned, then after a while replied, "He's going to tell your father, the knight. He'll tell him that you attacked us with magic." "Is that so? You can do whatever, but first, is your punishment." I pushed my hand forward. While severely holding back, I sent the 7 water balls flying at the 3 bullies. I would probably be reprimanded by Paul for this, but I didn't care. Dodge. The bullies raised their hands to block and tried to dodge the 7 water balls. But they couldn't avoid all of them. The water balls hit the 3 bullies' bodies, splashed against them and the force pushed them back, making them fall onto their butts. Ups. It seems I used a tiny bit too much force. But this result was also good. As they fell into the mud, they became covered in mud all over. Because the water balls made their clothes wet, the earth stuck to them and they ended up in an even uglier state than Sylphie. I faintly raised my brows with a slightly amused expression, not caring much. As the bullies wiped mud and water off their faces, they looked at me. I called out, "Now scram? I don't want to see you bullying someone again." The 3 bullies looked at me with shocked and indignant faces. Bullying someone? But you're the bully. Do you really think it's good for a knight's kid to do this? Instead of running away, they kept talking back in indignation. What is this? You didn't learn your lesson yet? Want to go another round? I slightly narrowed my eyes and formed another 7 water balls in the air. Damn, you're crazy. The 3 looked at me in alarm as they hurriedly got up from the ground. After a moment of silence, I asked, "Why aren't you running away yet?" The 3 village boys hesitated for a moment as they looked at each other, then slowly turned around and started retreating backwards. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. He's crazy. We'll tell on you. We'll tell everyone that the knight's kid is a villain. You won't get away with this. Traitor of humans. The 3 shouted as they were gradually gaining momentum while running faster and faster. Getting suddenly hit by the water balls must have frightened them, even if there was no real damage. Phew. I let out a breath. This small farce was finally over. I dispelled my spell and turned my gaze toward the boy with the basket. The boy was squatted in the middle of the road, covered in mud. He was crouching as if in fear while gaping at me with a dumbfounded expression, his mouth wide open and forming an O shape. I came down the hill and approached him. "Hey, are you okay? And your basket too?" Coming closer, I could see the boy's face better. Whoa. As expected, the boy had very short hair and pants, resembling a boy from a fair, but it was actually an incredibly cute young girl. Hair too short for a girl, sculpted like nose, small cute lips and a pointed chin. Her porcelain-like skin along with an expression like a frightened rabbit made you want to take care of her and protect her. Her head was covered with a hood and her shoulders were rounded while she was looking up at me. For a while, she didn't speak and just stared at me in amazement, with what seemed to be both reverence and fear. Even though I was the one who saved her, she still looked rather wary. I asked again, "Are you fine? If you're hurt, I can use a healing spell." She sat on the ground and shivered, without getting up, as if she was hurt. Even if I doubted she was wounded, I still asked, I'm fine. She mumbled and showed me a weak expression. She was dirted by mud everywhere. Mud is everywhere on her clothes. Half of her face is covered with mud, and her hair has been turned into the color of mud too. It is a miracle that she managed to protect the basket. I gave her a hand and helped her to get up. "Thank you. Your hand is now dirty." It's fine." "Well, take it off." What? "Take off the coat, so I can wash you. You're all dirty." I smiled. After a brief moment's hesitation, she put aside the basket and took off the coat. "Bend your head down." Even though she was bewildered, she still followed the order and bent forward. "Like this. Yeah. Now close your eyes." I warmed up the water to the appropriate level with fire magic, then poured it over her. Wah. I grabbed the panicking young girl's neck to stop her from running out of the water and washed the mud from her hair. Even though she resisted at the start, she soon quietened down and just let things happen to her. As for the cloak, I decided to not drench it in water, and to wash it later at home. After washing off the mud, I used fire magic to create a hot gust of wind like from a hairdryer to dry the girl's hair, then I used a handkerchief to carefully wipe her face. As I was finished, the visage of a cute child with long elf-like ears and emerald green-colored green hair appeared before me. We looked at each other for a moment in silence. A curious expression on my face, and equally curious on hers. Thanks. She then thanked me. It made me focus back on the present. "No problem. Those kinds of guys need to be taught a lesson." She said nothing, just stared at me. "Are you a support?" I then randomly asked to get the conversation going. And no, she strongly refused. "I see. No gem on the forehead. But your hair is green. Is that why you were bullied?" "Why yes. It's because my hair is green." You're fine with it." I shrugged. "I don't care. I think your hair color is pretty." I smiled after speaking. She stared at me with wide open eyes. I asked, "So, are you a demon?" "No. Ugh. Well, I don't know. My dad says, I'm not from a demon race, but my hair color is different from my dad and mom's." As she got to this point, the girl bursted into tears and started sobbing right in front of me. After a moment's hesitation, I comforted her by stroking her head. "I see." For a while, she just sobbed there and I remained silent. Eventually, she quietened down. She looked up at me and spoke up hastily. "So, why did you help me?" "Because it was the right thing to do," I answered in a natural tone. I almost fooled myself. "But, the other kids might exclude you now." "I don't care. I don't want to be friends with these jerks anyway." "Then, do you want to be my friend?" I then asked. Chapter 18. A friend. Why you want me to be your friend?" She looked at me in surprise. "Because I chased away those guys, they might hold a grudge and vent it on you. It would be irresponsible if I left you now," I said matter-of-factly and nodded in an exaggerated manner. I was just saying whatever felt right. Oh, well, I'm not sure if I'm. Are you sure? She seemed to lack confidence. I'm sure. What's the matter? I faked confusion. Perhaps she thought of me as a genius magician and son of the night, and thought she is not fit to be my friend or something. It might have been something like this. No and nothing. She muttered quietly, then turned away as if to hide her shy and happy smile. So from today we are friends. Since she didn't reply affirmatively yet, I finalized the deal. I then smiled and stretched out my hand. My name is Seraphim, but you can call me Seraph. She awkwardly took my hand. Sylph. Her voice was so quiet that it was difficult to make up the second part. Sylph? Sorry, I didn't get it. I met her for the first time, so it's only natural to act as if I met her for the first time and knew nothing about her, right? Ask her some simple questions, get to know each other and grow closer. It's Sylphiette. Sylphiette. Like the fairy of the wind. I smiled slightly at her. Sylphiette's face turned red, and she nodded. Yeah, you don't have a family name? It's just Sylphiette. Yes, just Sylphiette. I see, I said. Well, let's go. Go? Where? Wherever you're going. You have to bring that basket somewhere, right? Yes. I'm bringing my dad lunch. We began walking along the beaten road together, to bring Sylphy's father lunch. Sylphiette kept looking at me intently, and kept looking at me. It was getting too awkward. I finally asked, yes. About back then. She began to wave her one free hand as she started explaining. When you made water float and then made it fly and bam, and when you made it sploosh from your hands and then made a nice warm wind like whoosh. How did you do that? That. It's magic. Magic. Yes. I'm a magician. A magician. After speaking weakly, Sylphiette went silent for a moment. Eventually, she spoke up hesitantly, could you teach me? Or is it too difficult? Well, it is a bit difficult. At my words, Sylphy's hopeful expression dimmed down. I continued, you need talent to be able to use magic. Sylphy's expression further darkened and her ears drooped down like a rabbit's. It was quite cute. But oh well, I was just speaking the facts. In this world everyone is born with some mana, but only 1 in 400 would have enough talent to be able to cast elementary spells. As for those who join a magic school and graduate as an advanced ranked magician, that's 1 in 100. Therefore, on average an advanced ranked magician is about 1 in 40,000 talent. Let alone saint rank magicians, advanced ranked magicians are geniuses who are highly sought after by every faction. But I can still try to teach you, I added. Your father is an elf, so you should have some talent for magic. Really? Sylphy's hopes were raised, as well as her ears. Yeah, you need to concentrate to use magic, so let's do it later. Okay. From that moment onward, Sylphy seemed in high spirits as we continued walking and making small talk. Eventually, we arrived at the watchtower. Sylphy's father was a very attractive young-looking man. He had pointed ears that were shorter than Sylphy, golden blonde hair that almost glittered and a slender physique of a swimmer. It seemed that he inherited the best parts of both an elf and a human. He stood guard at the watchtower on the edge of the forest, a bow in one hand. Dad, Sylphiette called out. I've brought your lunch. Thank you, Fi, as always. Did you get bullied again today? I'm okay. Someone helped me. Sylphy turned to look at me with a smile. I touched my heart with my hand and slightly bowed. Nice to meet you. My name is Seraphim Greyrat. Greyrat? As in Paul Greyrat? Yes, sir. He's my father. Yes, I heard of you. My, what a polite boy you are. Oh, you'll have to forgive me. My name is Laws. I typically hunt in these forests. Laws looked at me and said, I know how my kid looks, but it's something from further back in our ancestry. I hope you will be friends with each other. Yes. It doesn't bother me. I don't think it's right to mistreat someone just because of their hair color, I replied with a slight smile. Laws let out a sigh of astonishment. These are impressive words for a boy your age. I'm kind of jealous that Paul has such a clever kid. Well, I just mature faster than others. Sylphy is also quite clever. I think she just lacks confidence. She can still become a splendid adult in the future. I figured it wouldn't hurt to put in a good word. Now I see what Paul was talking about. Yes, I kind of figured what he was talking about. That I'm too mature for a kid. Laws smiled wryly and continued, he was saying that you're such a nice and kind boy that it makes him doubt that you're his son. That's what he said. Laws laughed. I hope you understand that it's just him joking, Laws added with a small smile while looking at me intently, as if in case a child might have misunderstood him. Yes, I get it. I smiled. Mother wouldn't have cheated, and father was a troublemaker. While we were talking, I felt a tug at the hem of my shirt. I looked, and Sylphy was clutching it, her head cast down. A grown-up conversation like this was probably boring for a child. Mr. Laws, I'm going to go play with Sylphy now. Is that all right? Oh, yes, of course. Just don't get too close to the forest. One day, I'll go into the forest, for now I'll just nod. I added, we're going to play near the large tree on top of the hill. I'll bring Sylphy home before it gets dark. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know about the place you're talking about. With one more look back at Laws, Sylphiette and I headed back for the tree on the hilltop. Sylphie was clutching her hands and walked quickly in an excited manner. I could notice Laz looking after us with slight bewilderment. After we made some distance, Sylphie asked, "So, how come you change between I, Boku, and I, or, from time to time?" It was a question about the grammar of this world's language. I was taught about it by both Zenith and Lilia, but it seems Sylphie didn't understand it yet. It's polite to adjust your speech to match the other person's position. Polite speech should be used towards someone with a higher status or with seniority. Polite speech. Like I did earlier. I explained, it's fine to talk in a casual manner with your friends or peers, but when talking to someone with a higher status, you should use polite speech and honorifics. Honorifics? Like San and Sama. Mr. and Lord, basically. Yes. Sylphy was looking around, seeming bored by what I was saying. Well, she'll get it eventually. She picked up the pace and said, more importantly, let's hurry. You promised to teach me magic? Right. After reaching the large tree, I put aside my book and wand, and then turned to Sylphy. Let's see. First, to cast magic you need to learn an incantation. Incantation. Sylphy repeated slowly as if it was a word she heard for the first time. Yes, an incantation. Incantation is a string of words that triggers a magic spell and produces magic. Okay. Seeing Sylphy focused on me, I stretched out my hand and said, like this. Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water ball. I consciously controlled my mana to not trigger the spell early and then created a water ball just as I finished the incantation. I then dropped it to the ground and looked at Sylphy who was staring at me intently. I said, this is an elementary ranked water magic spell called Water Ball. You need to say the entire incantation all at once to make it work. Sylphy showed me a troubled expression. She probably completely forgot the lines I said earlier. Listen carefully, I'll say it again. I said. I continued repeating the incantation several times until Sylphy finally somehow managed to say it all in one go. As she said the final words of water ball, a bit of water formed in her hand. Perhaps because she lost concentration out of excitement, she only formed around 1/3 of the usual water volume before it plummeted to the ground. Oh, I did it? Sylphy exclaimed in happiness, then looked at me as if for approval. I hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said the line I prepared. Yes, you did it. You did it on the first try. Wow, you're very talented. Really? Sylphy's ears flapped and her eyes glistened as she looked at me. I smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, but you lost concentration at the end. Now try again, but with more focus. Try to make it a full-sized water ball. Yes? Seeing Sylphy look uncertain, I repeated the water ball incantation to make it easier for her. On the very next try when she succeeded in repeating the entire incantation, she was more focused and managed to create a complete fist-sized water ball without problems. I nodded in satisfaction. This was talent? You're amazing, Sylphy. Normal people can't do it that easily. I didn't forget to praise her. Haha. Sylphy was smiling in satisfaction, looking quite happy. Now I want to teach you something special. Do you want to try it? I asked. I knew that Sylphy was trustworthy, and she was. Sylphy looked at me seriously and nodded her head with a solemn expression. But you have to promise me that you won't share this method with anyone. It's my special magic. Do you promise? I looked meaningfully into her eyes, trying to make her understand that I'm serious. I promise. Sylphy nodded seriously in return. Okay, then I'm going to teach you how to cast magic without an incantation, though I'm not sure if it's going to work. Of course, I knew that Sylphy should be able to grasp silent casting rather easily, but I still had my role to play and had to behave realistically, since it's my first time meeting her in reality. Whether it's for Hidegame or a Maiko looking over some of my or Sylphy's actions or memories, for example, I also want to minimize any suspicious points or holes. It was a bit tiring to play the part, but at the very least I had to act as if I knew nothing about Sylphy, or even she herself would find it weird. I said, most people can't do it, so I don't know if you will be able to learn it. You must try hard. Oh okay, I'll try. Sylphy gave me a childish expression of promising to try her best. Okay, so when you cast a spell, you can feel mana gathering in your fingertips, right? Yes. Try to recall that feeling and squeeze out mana out of your fingertips. If you can repeat the flow of mana, you can learn how to cast magic without an incantation. Try it. Yes. Just do the same thing you did earlier, but without an incantation, I explained again, more simply. Yes. Sylphie closed her eyes while uttering a sound. I silently watched her. She had only managed to cast a water ball spell barely twice, so I'm not sure if she could grasp chantless magic that easily. At this moment, Sylphy continued twisting her body like she's doing a funny dance. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Nothing happened. As I thought, she would need to practice more with incantations first, practicing her basics. In contrast, I had much more mental focus and concentration when I cast my first silent magic at 2 years old. I had a more mature mind, despite being younger. It would be difficult for an average 5-year-old to compare, but after a few days of practice she might succeed. Even if it takes her several days of practice to succeed, she would still have begun practicing with silent casting 1 year earlier than in the novel. As I remembered, Rudeus began teaching Sylphie magic at 5 years old, but he only taught her silent casting at 6 years old when she asked about it. I did it, Seraph. But things didn't go the way I expected. Sylphie happily shouted as she created a water ball without an incantation, then turned to look at me, as if checking my reaction. After a moment's lag, I reacted. Wow, amazing. You're a genius. He. Sylphie laughed with an embarrassed and shy expression. After that, she cast the water ball silently a few more times, but then seemed to have hit her limit. I feel bad, Sylphie muttered while making a noxious expression. Yeah, I nodded. It's mana exhaustion. You used up all of your magic power, so you can't cast any more magic for today. Sit down and rest for a while. Yes. As Sylphie sat down next to the three, I sat down next to her and taught her some basic theoretical knowledge on magic, the different types of magic, the ranks of magic and other fundamental knowledge. I felt that she would get bored with what I'd talk about, but she didn't. She was very curious and excited to learn anything I'm saying all throughout. Was it because the magic spell I used against the bullies earlier impressed her? After telling her most of the basics while giving examples by casting magic, I then began to do my own magic training while Sylphie, who was out of mana, was simply sitting at the side and watching. Among other things I did, the highlight of the day was me creating a person-sized stone statue of Sylphie in a 1:1 scale. Since I was already making a figurine, why not make it big? I first created a large vague person-like shape of a squatted humanoid, then added more bulk to it in the necessary places for clothes and such, slightly adjusting it to more resemble the reality. Then I slowly began to sculpt it in more detail piece by piece while maintaining the spell. In the meantime Sylphie was posing for me sitting down and holding a book with a blush while going through the pages of the Botanic Encyclopedia and watching the pictures. As the sun began setting, the statue was mostly complete and I was sick of adding any more details, so I finalized the spell. Phew. I then walked Sylphie back home, and received a warm farewell from both her, Laws and his wife. When I got home in the evening, Paul was standing before the entrance of the house. He stood imposingly, his hands crossed in front of his chest. I immediately knew he was waiting there to reprimand me about what I did earlier. So I finally reached this event. Earlier, I used magic against those kids, but that was my intention from the start. My aim was to appear as heroic as possible while chasing away the bullies, after all, so I simply used the simplest method. What else? Throw mud at them? Get into a fist fight? I did nothing wrong, only threw some water at those guys, and if Paul reprimands me, then it's even good. He seemed like he wanted a chance to act more as a father, at least, me acting a bit bratty will put him at ease. And if he overreacts, it will be amusing too. If he tells me I shouldn't have used magic, I'll tell him, should I have gotten into a fist fight then? I'm a magician. Dad, are you stupid? Or did you want me to get hit by a rock in my face? I'm home, I said. Seraphim, there's something that I need to talk with you about. Paul looked at me with a stern expression. What is it? Although his gaze was sharp, he didn't seem as angry as I expected him to be. Mrs. Ito came by earlier and told me that you used magic against her boysimal and his friends. Is that true? Oh, so that's it. Yes, it's true. I nodded. This was not the kind of development of a conversation that put me in an advantageous position, but it's fine to let Paul dig his own grave first too. I can then still make a comeback. Paul frowned. His eyebrows were tightly knitted and he looked conflicted. After being silent for a few seconds, he eventually said, "Explain to me what happened." Oh, okay. Paul wanted to hear my side of the story first. That was unexpected. But since things were like this, I told him about everything objectively, starting from the beginning. There were 3 boys in an empty field pelting mud at another kid walking along the road. I hit them with some water balls to make them back down. I made them tumble into the mud, but I don't think I hurt them. I then used magic to clean the mud of the one kid, met Laws at the watchtower and played with Sylphie near the large tree. So, it's true. I used magic against these 3, but I think they deserved it. Sylphie was also hurt by them, but her wounds were more than just physical. I finished in a slightly indignant and angered tone. I didn't try to paint myself completely white and I also said slightly questionable things, but I felt it was alright. No one is perfect, and especially a child. Me making some blunders would only allow Paul to act out his role as a father more, which is something that he was unsatisfied with in the original story. At the end of my explanation, Paul's shoulders drooped and he let out a breath of relief. I see. So it was like that? He looked very relieved. It seemed that he thought of reprimanding me harshly at first, but was glad that he asked me for an explanation instead. When I saw that, I continued, I really don't think they were hurt by my magic. At least, they were healthy enough to run away while shouting insults. I shrugged, then let out a breath. I see. Paul looked at me intently. After being silent for a while, he crossed his arms again and said, I can't say that what you did was wrong. Protecting the weak is what a man should do, but try to be careful with your magic. Paul then gave me a small lecture to make me more aware of my power compared to others and the responsibility behind it. Something along the lines of, with great power comes great responsibility. But isn't it that, with great power comes no responsibility? If not, you're simply not strong enough. While I was joking in my mind, Paul's speech eventually ended, and I nodded in acknowledgement. His tone was rather soft throughout. What brought forward this change that Paul didn't instantly verbally attack me like he did with Rudeus? Maybe he just thought better of me, I'm not sure, but what I know is that Zenith and Lilia were full of smiles when I walked into the house. They seemed to have been listening in on the conversation from the inside, if I were to venture a guess. Even if not Paul, whether it was Zenith or Lilia, I think that with all of the actions I have taken so far, they would have taken my side in this situation and wouldn't think that I would attack some kids for no reason. I guess Paul could have consulted with them beforehand. Chapter 19. Paul's perspective and bullies strike back. Paul's POV. I almost made a mistake and scolded my kid unjustly. Things started this afternoon when Mrs. Ito came by our house, furious. She brought along her son Simul, considered one of the neighborhood's brats. His clothes were drenched and he was covered in mud all over. The mother's story was long and rambling, but the gist of it was that my boy attacked hers with magic. When I heard that, and saw that the boy was actually safe, I was inwardly relieved that Seraph had acted more like a brat at one point. Ordinarily, a parent might assume their son had been playing outside, caught sight of Simul and his buddies playing, and tried to join them, but it resulted in a scuffle. But my boy isn't like the other kids. He is already a water saint ranked magician and he never showed interest in other kids his age. He probably ignored the village kids and they approached him with some words instead. As he continued ignoring them and hushing them away, he might have appeared high and mighty and they probably said something mean that made him overreact and use magic to shut them up. My boy was pretty clever and mature for his age, but he was still a kid, after all. Mrs. Ito continued to get red in the face as she tried to make this out to be a major bust-up, saying that her son nearly lost his life, but it was in the end just a quarrel among children. I'd scold my boy for using magic, and that would be the end of it. Children are bound to get into scuffles that turn to fights at some point, but Seraphim was far more powerful than other children. Not only had he been the disciple of the young water saint magician Roxy, I'd been training him since he was 3. Any fight he got into was sure to be completely one-sided. Things had gone okay this time, but if he ever got too hot-headed, he might end up overdoing it. Using magic came so easily to him that it wouldn't take much for him to take someone's life. And once he crosses that line, he might go down the wrong path. A smart kid like Seraphim ought to be able to deal with someone like Simul with just words. I needed to teach him that attacking someone with magic was a rash thing to do, and he needed to give it more thought before resorting to it. I needed to thoroughly teach him this lesson. That had been the plan, anyway. But then Lilia stopped me. Zenith was still working out in the clinic at that time, but Lilia had been present and listened in on the conversation I had with Mrs. Ito. She told me that this woman's attitude was upsetting and her story at a single glance was quite exaggerated. Seraphim was not a kid that would get into a meaningless fight so easily, she said. It's possible that the other kids resorted to violence first or said something unforgivable. Even if he was in the wrong and used magic against someone first, I should still first let him explain himself and find out what caused all this. Feeling that she might be right, I agreed. As we later discussed this matter with Zenith, she also took Lilia's and Seraphim's side. So I decided that I would first listen to my boy's story before getting angry, giving him the benefit of the doubt. In the end, I'm glad I did. Seraphim explained everything to me. He told me that he came across Law's kid getting bullied and stepped in to help. Rather than to hurt someone, he just hurled some water balls to chase them away. It could hardly be called a fight or bullying. When he was telling me his story, he also seemed nervous and his eyes were wavering. I don't think he was lying, but he seemed to be aware that he might have gone too far with using magic and expected me to reprimand him. Still, he told me about everything without using any excuses and was ready for a punishment. Don't tell lies is what I taught him. If what he said was true, then what he'd done was a laudable thing. I had to warn him about using magic, but what he did was still something to be proud of. But instead of praising him for his actions and for being honest, I almost got angry and scolded him instead. When I was young my father did the same thing to me so many times, never listening to my side of things and always blaming me for not being a perfect son. Each time it happened, I felt so miserable and helpless. On the day my child was born, I decided that I would never be a father like mine. I had to be patient. Hadn't I learned from experience, after all? Yet, although I thought all that and Seraphim never gave me reasons to be angry, when this matter came up, I almost, did the same thing as my father. I wanted to scold him harshly and I thought I was doing the right thing. I was itching to act as a father for once. How laughable. Luckily, thanks to Lilia's warning everything turned out well. I'm also glad that I had a chance to act as a proper father. I think I did pretty well. Seraph is a good kid. Almost too good. Was this Zenith's blood? Man, I never expected my seed would bear such strong fruit. Next day, I watched in the morning as Seraph got up, then sometime after eating breakfast, he moved to do his daily training. I delayed my visit at the watchtower a bit today to watch him. Even though I trained him in swordsmanship each day, Seraph was still doing his own physical training every morning. The first time he started training by himself and doing all kinds of weird movements, I found it a little funny, but his training form for the exercises he copied from me had no faults. It even looked more perfect. Eventually, I saw that there was strong logic and reason behind everything that he was doing in his training. He wasn't just doing random things. That stone bench that he made, for example, One day he asked me to order him a metal bar from a blacksmith. Not wanting to stifle my kid's creativity, I got it for him. He then added stone weights at the ends of it. With it, he did an exercise when he laid down on the stone bench and started pushing the bar off his chest. It looked weird to me. I only understood what he was doing when he explained it. Basically, he was doing the same thing as push UPS, except that in reverse. Instead of pushing his body away from the ground, he was pushing the metal bar away from his chest. I was puzzled why he would do that when he could simply do push UPS, but he explained that push UPS were too easy for him now, and thanks to what he made, he can continuously make the exercise as hard as he wants by simply adding in more weight. I then told him that he could simply do more push UPS, do them until he gets tired. But he told me that it isn't the same. As we continued arguing, he said that he's simply experimenting. As a pretty tough guy, I had an urge to correct him, so my kid wouldn't waste his time and effort doing weird training, but I decided to back off. The boy was a genius, that goes without saying. Over time, he came up with new training equipment and tried different kinds of exercises. He kept noting things in his notebook, continued experimenting. As a matter of fact, he was growing stronger too. When it came to things like push UPS or squats, he was much stronger than I was around his age and when I began attending school, or any kids his age for that matter. I once saw him testing himself recently and he did 25 pull UPS. Of course, as a 5-year-old kid he weighed little, but it was still impressive. Over time, he grew quite muscular for a kid as well. I knew that I made a good decision. It was better to let him do his thing. If as a father I made my genius kid lose confidence in himself and his inventions, it would be the worst thing I would do. Even if he makes mistakes, he will learn from them. He's a smart kid. At this moment, Seraphim sent me a weird and surprised glance, and seemed to hesitate whether to start his training. I just ignored it and slightly smiled. I knew that he was ironically a rather shy kid. He got close to Roxy and got along with everyone in the family very well, but he liked privacy and gravitated toward being alone. For example, he didn't like taking baths with others and also became embarrassed when others watched him train. Once he reluctantly told me why he doesn't like others to watch him, and I found it quite silly. He told me, he's afraid I'd ridicule him if he does something that turns out to be silly or a failure. I then understood him. He hadn't failed at anything he tried yet. He was an outstanding kid. Yet despite his ability, or perhaps exactly because of his talent and ability, he was especially afraid of failure. He totally didn't say it because he didn't want all of his overly complicated and innovative modern-age training methods to be constantly observed by others when he did them at 3 years old. I reassured him then that it's fine to fail and gave him more space with his experiments by not watching him so closely, so he could gain more self-confidence. At this moment I saw him start with a warm-up. After doing a few light rounds around the house, he then started swinging his legs and doing different kinds of stretches. As he told me, he called these dynamic stretches. Throughout, he glanced at me a few times, but I simply smiled and relaxed in my chair. He then prepared for his first exercise. A second iron bar that I got for him recently was in front of him. Circular stone weights were attached to the ends of it. He used some earth magic to create small blocks and raise the bar slightly from the ground, as he seemed to have had trouble reaching it in a way he wanted. Then he stretched out his hand and started lifting the weight off the ground while straightening his body, repetition after repetition. I saw him doing a similar thing with a round stone weight before. Is it something new he's experimenting with? Either way, after he was finished with his exercise, I stood up and approached him. Yesterday I decided to spend more time with my son. More quality time that wasn't just me attacking him with a wooden stick during sword practice. I realized that I didn't know my child as well as I thought and also realized that Seraph was really still a kid, no matter how brilliant he was. He was growing up fast. In the future I might not have many chances to interact with him like this. After coming up to Seraph who began scribbling something in his notebook, I coughed, ahem. Can I try it? Oh, okay. Seraphim looked surprised, but didn't decline me. I approached the iron bar and bent down to pick it up, the same as Seraph did. Or at least I thought I did it the same way. Seraph quickly said, no, this isn't a good height. You need to be able to reach it without rounding your back. If you round your back, it isn't a safe and strong position. I see. Something like this? My boy created stone blocks at the sides to increase the ground level below the weights a bit. I put down the iron bar, and thought I'd pick it up again. How do I do it? I asked. Although it was a simple action of lifting something from the ground, I allowed my boy to explain. Let's see. First, feet spread at less than shoulder length are fine. Don't round your shoulders and your back, stay tight. Now extend your arms and bend down to grab the bar, slightly squatting. Something like this. Remember to not round your back and stay tight. Like this. Yeah. Now bring it up in one movement. Like this. Pull back your shoulders and push your hips forward. That's too much, just be straight. Good. You can bring it back down and go again. I did the exercise a few times while Seraph was correcting me. Then I finally let it down, smiled and asked him, so, why are you doing this? Seraphim looked a little surprised, then thought for a moment and explained, well, for this exercise, I noticed it works the lower back and the muscles at the back of the legs. It also seems like a good exercise to train the entire body's lifting strength overall. I see. Don't squats also exercise the legs? I asked a random question to keep the conversation going. Yes. but I think squats focus more on the muscles at the front of the legs, and also on butt muscles. The back of the legs is neglected, so I thought of this exercise that stresses the muscles at the back and also the lower back. I see. I grinned. Yeah, this kid is a genius. The things he does are completely innovative in this world. I never even thought much about what each exercise does and simply did the same thing everyone did. Push UPS, squats, sit UPS, some running and sword swinging. Push UPS train arms, squats work legs, and that's it. But Seraphim didn't take the common methods for granted and carefully tested each exercise himself. I asked, so how do you know which exercises work which muscles? Some of it is guesswork, but after I do hard training focused on a single exercise, I can see which muscles burn the most. I see. So, can I train with you from now on? Apart from my daily watch and some sword training, I had quite a lot of free time. I haven't made much progress these years, so I felt it might not hurt to try doing the training Seraph does. I guess. But you would need to get more iron bars for yourself. Sure thing. It's better if they're stronger too. Something like hardened steel. Got it. Thick enough to fit into the hand and strong enough, so they wouldn't bend because you'll make them heavier for your old man, right? Yes. Steel is not exactly free in this world, but for our family of XS rank adventurers these kinds of expenses are nothing much. I said, now, I'll need to go to do my watch. I'll visit the blacksmith too. See you later on sword training, Seraph? Yes. Why yeah. I'll go play with Sylphie after this, then come back in the afternoon. Good. Try to avoid getting into a fight if possible. Yes. Listen Seraph, I want you to be careful with overusing your strength, but it doesn't mean you should let yourself be bullied. Behave in a way that would not bring our family shame. As long as you follow what I taught you, remember that your dad will always stand on your side. I added those words, thinking back to my time in the Noto's family. Yes. After saying my lines, I turned to leave. But then Seraph called after me. Dad, I was thinking of something. Yeah. I turned back. From Seraphim's expression, I could see that he wanted something. I have a request. I thought that it isn't really the best if I spar only with you. I mean, you're so much bigger and stronger than me, it's like fighting a giant. I think I should train with someone that's around my age. So it's about sword training. Well, what Seraph said is true. When we are sparring, I can never take him seriously because of how small he is. At best, he can strike my ankles like a goblin or cut my legs and stomach, but he can't properly reach my chest or neck with his sword. If he could also train with someone that's more his age and stature, it would be much better. His swordsmanship would progress faster. Was this something he thought of after getting into the fight with those three? Anyway, I see. You're right. But you won't find anyone who's a good match for you in the village. Even if there are youngsters in the village who know some basic swordsmanship, they would be a lot older than him. Can you do something? Yeah. There'd be no one like this in the village, but I could ask around. Just leave it to your dad. At that time I thought of Philip. In ROA there ought to be some kids that are into swordsmanship. Because Seraph had already reached the elementary rank in Sword God and Water God style at 5 years old and was a talented and strong kid, he would need someone more in the 7 to 9 year old range to spar with. When I'm in town, I'll send Philip a letter, I thought. Seraphim's POV. After eating my second breakfast, the post-workout meal, I went out to meet with Sylphie as I planned. This time I brought along the magic guidebook with me as well. But when I approached the hill, I saw that there were people already there. I heard voices. Statue worshipping a demon. Break it. It's a demon summoning? We have to stop it. A few people were striking the stone statue of Sylphie I made yesterday with stones, sticks and mud balls. These were the bullies I faced yesterday, plus some new additions. Apart from that, someone was crying. The person crying was of course Sylphie. She was curled up next to the tree, sobbing, and covered in mud. No, stop it. Seraph put a lot of work into making it. Sylphie cried. Be silent, demon. We won't let your summoning finish. It seemed that Sylphie was trying to stop the bullies from destroying the statue, but she was too scared and couldn't do anything, and just kept crying. I frowned. These barbarians? Destroying a piece of art like this? And making my magical girl cry? They're really courting death. It's him. It's the knight's kid. The kids finally noticed me. Today there were 7 of them in total. Apart from the 3 from before, 2 older kids seemed to have joined them and also the 2 kids that lived near the Greyrat house. When I appeared, they all became alert. Seraph. Sylphie also looked at me with a pitiful and apologizing expression, her eyes full of tears. I looked at her carefully. Although it was slight, she was bleeding from her lip. Was she trying to stop them from destroying the statue and they fought back? My expression darkened. No, these guys are the definition of courting death. This young master cannot forgive you anymore. Perhaps they detected my anger, because one of the kids looked at the other and said, Simul, your mom said that he won't use magic again, right? Why yeah? That's what the knight said, a chubby kid answered. At this answer, the pack seemed to have regained their spirits. They all looked at me and pointed their sticks at me. Demon lover. Demon wizard, we challenge you to a duel. Without magic. What? What is this? A duel 7 against 1? And, as a magician, I'm forbidden from using magic? Because I can't use magic, they came for revenge? But why would I need to agree to any of this? I stretched out my hand and formed 8 water balls in the air. What? You're using magic, you're cheating. You can't use magic. I calmly said. You guys have no right to tell me what I can and can't do. Maybe these guys thought that it was a game, but it wasn't for me. I was here to groom my trusted magician girl assistant. It was serious business. Besides, in the process of their game they were ruining someone's life. Sylphy didn't view it as a game either. For her, it was a living nightmare. Aside from what they were doing to Sylphy, for brats with no power or status, these guys were going way too far by messing with a knight's kid anyway. They were asking for a beating. If anything, this was a beneficial experience for them. Like this, I shot out my water balls at the 7 of them without a care. Watch out. The water balls hit most of them. Some of them fell back, some of them resisted it. I formed another round of cold water balls and sent another salvo at them. The kids were screaming in a panic as the balls of water hit them again. It's cold. So cold. Damn it. I made the water volume rather large, but held back on the power to not actually cause any lasting harm. I formed a third wave of water balls and called out, "You imprudent fools! Haven't you learned your lesson? Not only is what you're doing wrong, you're messing with someone you shouldn't have." The 7 drenched guys glared at me as they listened, with expressions dominated by fear. Don't think you can do whatever you want and get away with it. In this world there are people you absolutely can't mess with. Keep this in mind. And now get lost before I get too angry. I don't want to see you bullying Sylphy again. As I finished my scolding, I dispelled the water balls and glared at them. Got it? I asked again as I saw the 7 of them simply stared at me with wide eyes. Why yeah. Let's leave, this isn't fun. Yeah, let's just leave him alone. He's crazy, one of them whispered. The brats, one by one, turned around and then began leaving in a hurry. As they began leaving, I turned to look at Sylphy who had already gotten up from the ground and was slowly approaching me with slight apprehension and a shocked look. Are you fine? I asked as I approached her. Why yeah, but I am sorry. I couldn't stop them. They damaged the statue you made. Sylphy started crying, tears rolling down her face. I could see that rather than being concerned about herself, she was crying because she failed to protect the statue I made. Through her crying, I felt it was useless trying to speak to her, so I simply placed a hand on her cheek and cast a healing spell. Healing. As I whispered the name of the spell for comfort, I sent healing mana into Sylphy's body to get rid of any wounds and pain. Perhaps due to the pleasant and strange feeling, but Sylphy mostly quietened down as she looked at me. I said, don't worry about the statue. I can always make another one. If I really didn't want something of mine to be damaged or stolen, I wouldn't simply leave it out in the open. This was also good. It was a chance for me to act heroically again. I made that statue mostly for practice anyway. After healing Sylphy, I gave her a handkerchief, then while she began clearing her face of tears and whatnot, I inspected the statue. Sylphy's statue was made in a kneeling position and it was too heavy for the kids to flip it around. After checking it out, there seemed to be basically no damage. I could not go all out on hardness while sculpting it at the same time, but the statue made by my earth magic was not something that some kids could break. The only exception was the ears that were sticking out. One of Sylphy's long elf ears was broken off. I searched and picked up the ear from the ground, then mended it. Done. What was left was washing the statue and it would be like new. As I finished, Sylphy quietly spoke up while slowly approaching me. Seraph. Yes. She handed me the dirted handkerchief which I carefully took into my fingers at the corner and said, how do you make it fly? The water. I tried earlier, but it only came out and plop, fell to the ground. This. She probably tried to use magic against the bullies, but it failed. I haven't taught Sylphy how to use her magic to attack yet, but for good reasons. Firstly, Sylphy didn't even have enough mana to practice it yesterday, but the main reason was the same for why the method was not included in the magic guidebook. It was a safety concern. That's how we figured it was with Roxy. The magic guidebook listed all kinds of spells, but the method of firing them was not there, probably to prevent the practitioners from accidentally harming themselves or someone else. In this world, if someone was rich enough to afford a magic guidebook and his status was high enough to be able to read, they would also be able to afford a magic tutor. Practically, you normally would only learn magic if you had someone to teach you. Okay, I'll teach you, but you have to promise me that you won't use your magic to bully others. Yes. Yes. Good, then let's start. Chapter 20. A letter from ROA and a duel with a sword king. When I came back home, I learned that Mrs. Ito came over again and made a commotion because her small kid had gotten sick due to me drenching him in cold water for the second time. Paul gave her some customary words and afterwards asked me for an explanation. I described to him step by step what kind of sight greeted me when I got up the hill to meet with Sylphy. I said, because Dad told Simmel's mom that I won't overuse my magic again, the village's kids ganged up on me and Sylphy for revenge, gathering 7 of them. When I got to our meeting place, I saw Sylphy in tears and slightly bleeding from her lip while the statue I built was being hit by rocks. In the end, I threw some cold water at them and scolded them. As I observed Paul's face while describing things, I felt as if he himself wanted to go and beat up those brats. Naturally, he gave me a mild warning, but didn't punish me. After that incident, the village's kids didn't dare to bother either me or Sylphy. The hill near the large tree became our territory. In the following few days I continued meeting Sylphy to teach her magic. Starting from the second day, apart from magic training, I also began training her physically and in the basics of swordsmanship. She listened obediently and enthusiastically did any exercises and drills I told her, even if they were a bit hard. Whether she was like this because she respected me, wanted to keep playing with me or wanted to become strong to not be bullied, I motivated her on top of that in various ways and treated our training as playing to make it fun for her. Even though doing squats, running around the large tree and swinging a stick was tiring, she did not lack spirit and was especially happy when I praised her for her hard work. Unrelated to that, after 2 days Paul approached me with a suspicious smile. "Seraph, are you having fun playing with Sylphy?" he asked me. "Yeah, that's good. By the way, I asked around in search of a good sparring partner for you and I found someone." I raised my eyebrows. Is it the person I hoped it was? If Paul had sent a letter to Philip, like I thought he would, then it is very possible. In these parts he shouldn't have any other meaningful connections, after all. "It's my cousin's, Philip's, daughter, young miss of the Boreas family in ROA, Paul said with a grin. As I thought. The young miss of the Boreas family, in other words, heiress Boreas Greyrat. Paul continued with a suspicious smile, "She's 2 years older than you, but since she's a girl, it should be fine." Philip said that she's quite strong and talented for a girl. I see. What's with this dull reaction? Aren't you excited to meet up with a cute noble girl? Well I am excited, but yeah, I simply had a thoughtful reaction. Probably because the only thought on my mind was, just as I planned. There was no surprise. After what I said, Paul had sent a letter to Philip. I'm pretty sure that Paul had bragged about me quite a lot in the letter. But regardless of what was written in the letter, after reading all this, Philip should have thought it would be interesting to have me visit ROA and meet Eris, whether just to meet me and scout me out, or hoping it might have some kind of effect on Eris. I should probably be sent to ROA for a short time, right? It wouldn't be the other way around? As if to answer my questions, Paul continued, "Well, anyway, Philip proposed that you would visit ROA for a month. What do you think?" "I think it would be interesting," I answered again rather calmly. Well, I was happy and excited inwardly. For me, the benefits of visiting ROA 2 years earlier were endless. It was just that it was all within my expectations, a 1 week to 1 month visit to ROA, something like holidays. Then what about Sylphy? Are you fine with leaving her alone? Paul stared at me with a meaningful look. I rolled my eyes and answered expressionlessly, "I am not, so can you wait with it for a few more days? I want to teach her some more magic." I planned to spend around 1 week with Sylphy to build a stronger bond with her first. That would also be enough to have her learn enough magic and physical exercises, so that I could leave her with homework and she could keep progressing by herself while I'm gone. "You're teaching Sylphy magic?" Paul asked with a surprised look. "Yes, she's very talented. I taught her silent casting." I nodded. Are you serious? You taught her silent spellcasting?" "Yep. She's talented." Paul stared at me as if I had grown a second head. After he came to terms with it, he then told me a little about the person that I was supposed to spar with. He said that she's said to be a little feisty, but I'm sure you'll do just fine while chuckling. He didn't tell me more than that, seemingly on purpose, but I already knew. I knew about the violent and bratty Tsundere heiress. Originally Rudeus only met her about 2 years later as he was forcefully sent off to be Eris's home tutor. But I felt it would be a waste to just wait for things to happen. Now that Roxy set out on her journey, I also wanted to quickly check something in ROA. In the next few days I continued to train Sylphy in magic, swordsmanship and physical exercises. I also began some father and son training with Paul in our home's gym. It was a bit of a pain doing training with Paul, since he joked too often and didn't take it seriously, but well, I had no reason to refuse him. I was honestly a bit curious if my bodybuilding methods might help someone like him reach another level as a warrior. Because Battle Aura was said to be all about training the body and sword practice was just a training method, I felt it should. After 1 day Paul informed me that the carriage from his cousin's family would visit on the next day. I told Sylphy that I will be going away for a month. When I told her about it, she begged me to stay and cried. "And no, don't go. Please, don't go." She looked heartbroken. I was her only friend. Without me she would be by herself and have no one to play with. Maybe she also worried she'd become bullied again. I gave her a consoling smile while placing a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's okay. You can now use magic, so no one will bully you. I won't be gone forever. I will be back in 1 month." That day I brought Sylphy back to the Greyrat house for the first time. She was very reluctant to come, but not enough to resist me. I introduced her to Zenith and Lilia. I then instructed both of them to help Sylphy learn the magic incantations from the magic guidebook in my stead. While being at it, I also asked Paul to teach Sylphy some swordsmanship. He agreed before realizing what he had gotten into. Well, during this time Sylphy has already learned about half of the elementary ranked spells under me and could cast most of them silently. She was a genius. The only thing that limited her from learning more was her mana and time. All this wasn't necessary. But my purpose was for Sylphy to grow closer to our family while I'm gone, like an external member. Then everyone here might also invest themselves into helping Sylphie learn things like reading while I'm away in the future. Next day was the time of my departure. I would normally be out playing with Sylphie near the large tree after my morning training, but that day she came over instead to see me off and play at my house. She also did her final attempt at trying to convince me to stay. I was forced to use kind words and reason again to make her realize that it wasn't the end of the world and I'll be back soon enough. To raise her spirits, I promised her that I'll buy her a souvenir when I'm in ROA. She looked very interested when I mentioned it. Shortly after noon that day, a carriage appeared at our house's gate. The doors of the carriage creaked open and she slowly came out. She was a muscular dark brown-skinned beast woman with a sharp face, a cat's ears, a tiger's tail and a sword at her hip. When the beast woman looked at us, Sylphie let out a cry and hid behind me. I swallowed a bit of saliva, then stepped out. Placing a hand on my heart and slightly bowing, I said, "My name is Seraphim Greyrat. Are you father's old companion, Ghislaine?" Paul did already tell me that Ghislaine will be picking me up, so I didn't have to act as if I knew absolutely nothing about her. "Yeah, Sword King Ghislaine," she replied expressionlessly. "You are Paul's son? You're awfully polite. I see you took more after Zenith." I smiled slightly. "Is that so? Yeah, you look just like her too." Ghislaine's expression did not change much as she was observing me, probably together with Sylphie. I said, Ghislaine-san, can I duel you?" Ghislaine looked surprised. "I'm a magician. I would like to see if my moves will work on a Sword King." A chance to duel a Sword King, without too many prying eyes. I wonder just how well my magic would fare. For Paul, he was defenseless against my gravity magic. If affected, he could only throw his sword at me. But what about a completely different existence, a Sword King? Besides, this kind of thing might be a quick ticket toward gaining Ghislaine's respect. So that's it. Well, that's fine. And Ghislaine is enough. Ghislaine agreed easily. Judging by her expressions, she probably did not expect much from me. I wonder how much she knew about me from Paul and Philip? Either way, I said that just in case, I apologize in advance if I hurt you. I'll try to be careful. And if you do get hurt, I can quickly use healing magic. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Well then, I put aside the wooden sword that I used to play with Sylphie. I then stepped out and faced Ghislaine with just my two open hands. Ghislaine looked back at my expressionlessly, her hand casually resting on the pommel of her sword. Well then, let's start. I slightly stretched out both my hands. And I used gravity magic with my right hand. The simplest and the most efficient use of gravity magic, zero gravity field. In an area of effect, it removes all effects of gravity, making people and things float about like on a spaceship. As a result, Ghislaine showed a surprised expression as she suddenly started floating, her limbs and tail flailing around as her body's balance became distorted. At the same time I started casting a spell with my left hand, intermediate rank stone cannon. I practiced with this spell a lot. It was my fastest spell. The fastest when it came to the projectile's flying speed, that is. I created a slim and long cone-shaped bullet, hardened it, then added an accelerating spin to it. I then packed my hand and bullet full of mana, making my attack ready for launch. The entire process took about 2 seconds. This was as much as I needed to create my full power stone cannon at my current level. By now Ghislaine had already regained most of her balance. She still looked surprised as she floated in midair, failing to touch the ground to gain a strong position, but she already drew her sword and was ready to swing it while afloat. She also attempted to cut the magic around her, but it failed. Honestly, she looked surprisingly level-headed for her situation. Perhaps that was the result of her belief in her strength. I exchanged silent glances with Ghislaine. I think she would get the message to brace herself. Then I launched my stone cannon. "Ghislaine, if it pierces your stomach, sorry. I'll heal you quickly. I know you're tough, you'll be fine," I thought. But it was necessary for me to test the limits of my strength. As I shot out my slim bullet, Ghislaine's sword moved. Chang! When Ghislaine stopped her movement with her sword arm outstretched, I saw that she was uninjured. Meanwhile my bullet could not be found anywhere. One might think that after being cut down, the two halves should have floated in the zero-gravity area, but it was simply not there. The mana that formed it disintegrated. It was the result of an advanced rank technique of the water god style that allows a swordsman to cut down magic spells. Although Ghislaine was a sword king of the sword god style, knowing a technique to counter magic was still a must for all decent swordsmen. So it failed, I murmured. I carefully looked at Ghislaine. She was sending me a shocked look. Her eyes were widened and a bit of sweat was building up on her head as she continued waving around her hands and feet in a mild panic. "I see," I asked. "Ghislaine, can you free yourself and drop down?" Ghislaine frowned. Her posture relaxing, she took her eye patch, then started swinging her sword around herself. But once again, what she was doing was ineffective. Ghislaine continued floating in the air, unable to advance or retreat, and only capable of moving her limbs. No, she couldn't free herself. I see. As I thought, gravity magic really ignores battle aura. Even a sword king can't resist it? It does not matter how strong or fast your body is, if you lose everything that keeps you grounded to the earth, you will begin to float in midair and be mostly helpless. It was that kind of logic. This was the power of gravity magic, the power of physics, and a counter against all battle aura users, though there should still be ways to go around it. If Ghislaine threw her sword at me, I would probably not be able to avoid it. If she caused a shockwave with a sword swing, there was a chance she would be pushed back out of my magic's range. But the fact was that she was unable to approach me on foot even if I just used gravity magic in its simplest form. At the beginning, her balance was interrupted as well, but unfortunately my spell casting was too slow to make good use of it. As for my stone cannon, perhaps I subconsciously held back a little, since it was Ghislaine, but that attack should still be about 90% of my power. Not quite enough yet to get through a real sword king, it seemed. If I used ice magic instead, I could have frozen and killed Ghislaine most likely. I already tried it on Paul. Water and ice magic combined with simple gravity magic was an astute move that's difficult to counter. If I used fire magic, I could have fried her and she would have no choice but to retreat. But I was still not at the level where my stone cannon could one-shot a semi-immobilized sword king. A shame. Well, I'm still 5 years old, so there's plenty of room for me to improve. How was that? My kid is quite a genius with magic, haha. Paul walked out of the house at that moment with a grin. Ghislaine, it's been a while. Zenith also walked out, with a gentle smile. Ghislaine let out a low grunt. I cancelled my gravity magic and she dropped to the ground, landing on all fours like a cat. Ghislaine ignored Zenith and Paul after straightening her and looked at me with a surprised face. What was it that you used? I never saw magic like this. It's my personal magic. I smiled slightly. I see. What do you think? When Seraph uses this move, even with advanced rank in water god style, I can't go out. Was it the same with you? Paul asked. I couldn't move. I could move around and swing my sword, but it felt as if I'm not going anywhere, Ghislaine replied with a solemn look. I know, right? I can't cut it down too. This spell is a counter against the sword god style. My son is a real genius. Haha. I smiled a little. When I first used gravity magic against Paul, he was indignant. He was not willing to accept that he was completely done in by a single spell. Quite a transformation. Now he was bragging about me. But I felt it's normal. If I spent my entire life training with the sword, adventuring and slaying countless monsters, just to be immobilized by a toddler dabbling in magic, I would also want to deny reality. Toward Paul's bragging, Ghislaine was silent. Ghislaine, I'm glad to see you doing well. You will be taking our boy to ROA, right? Zenith spoke up as she approached us with Paul. At those words, Ghislaine's expression slightly relaxed and she nodded. That's right. Following that, Ghislaine began chatting with Paul and Zenith. In the meantime I turned to Sylphy who was still staring with mouth agape and an apprehensive expression. Sylphy, I'll be leaving. MMMH. Sylphy looked depressed and tears formed in her eyes, but I feel she was forced to realize by now that I would leave no matter what. You'll keep practicing magic and doing what I told you? I asked her. Before leaving I gave Sylphy homework. I told her to exhaust her mana every day and gave her a workout plan to follow while I'm gone. In addition, I instructed her on a practice method to do at home that might help her grasp pure mana manipulation. If she manages that, I would teach her disrupt magic. Once Sylphy learns disrupt magic, I could also begin improving my ability to resist magical interrupts from people like Orsted. The younger I am when I start this, the better it would probably be for me. Yes, Sylphy said. Good. When I come back, I'll test you and we'll play. After that I picked up my hand luggage from inside the house that included my notebooks. Paul brought in some more luggage from the inside, then told me, as you saw, that woman is a sword king. When it comes to the blade, you won't find a better teacher this side of the country apart from the sword sanctum. If you train with her, you'll improve much better than with me. Don't waste this chance. Yes. I nodded. Seraph. After that, a concerned Zenith approached me to see me off with tears in her eyes. I then boarded the carriage with Ghislaine. As I waved at everyone through the open window, the carriage eventually set off. Sylphy was also waving her hand in a farewell, crying. Nearby, Zenith was also crying in Paul's arms. My only son is leaving me for a whole month. I'll be so lonely. No worries. I'll take care of that loneliness. As the house was no longer visible from within the carriage, Ghislaine spoke up. Your parents really love you, don't they? Yeah. Mai and Ghislaine sat opposite each other, each observing the other silently. I could feel that my magic left a profound impression on Ghislaine. On that matter, I spoke up. Was my magic so easy to cut down? You mean the spell that you shot at me when I was in midair? Yes. Ghislaine shook her head. No, I had a hard time deflecting it. It was very fast. I see. Not quite fast enough for a sword king. Ghislaine didn't reply. No more commentary. Maybe she thought, just who do you think a sword king is? After that, she did not speak up on her own either. Not much of a talker. But well, if she says that my stone cannon was difficult to cut down, I would be satisfied. Did this mean that after another year or so of magic training, she won't be able to deflect it? Well, I look forward to the future. Even Rudeus always had incredibly strong magic as a kid. Except that he never brought it out and didn't do any specialized combat training directed at destructive power before he turned 10 and ended up on the demon continent. But at around 10 years of age his mana pool already ended its growth stage. If apart from getting a planet-sized mana pool and making dolls, I focused most of my childhood on becoming a killing machine, just how strong could I become? While doing some magic training and making small talk with Ghislaine for the next few hours, the carriage eventually reached Roa, the largest city of the Fito region. Leaving the rural village, I was to spend a month in the Boreas estate. A new world of opportunities was open before me. I was excited.